Preface. The paper which gives its title to this volume of unpublished studies deals with a subject of great interest, the origin of the city corporation. In my previous work, Geoffrey de Manville, 1892, and especially in the appendix it contains on the early administration of London, I endeavoured to advance our knowledge of the government and the liberties of the city in the 12th century. In the present volume, the paper entitled London under Stephen pursues the enquiry further. I have there argued that the English Sea Knitting Guild was not the governing body, and have shown that it did not, as is alleged, embrace a religious life by entering Holy Trinity Priory en masse. The great office of Justiciar of London, created, as I previously held by the Charter of Henry I, is now proved in this paper to have been held by successive citizens in the days of Stephen. The communal movement, which even under Stephen seems to have influenced the city, attained its triumph under Richard I, and the most important discovery, perhaps, in these pages is that of the oath sworn to the Commune of London. From it we learn that the governing body consisted at the time of a mayor and échevins, as in a continental city, anx that the older officers, the aldermen of the wards, had not been amalgamated, as has been supposed, with the new and foreign system. The latter, I have urged, is now represented by the mayor and common council, that this communal organisation was almost certainly derived from Normandy, and probably from Rouen will, I think, be generally admitted in the light of the evidence here adduced. This conclusion has led me to discuss the date of the établissements de Rouen, a problem that has received much attention from that eminent scholar, M. Guyery. I have also dwelt on the financial side of London's communal revolution, and shown that it involved the sharp reduction of the firma paid by the city to the Crown, the amount of which was a grievance with the citizens and a standing subject of dispute. The strand connecting the other studies contained in this volume is the critical treatment of historical evidence, especially of records and kindred documents. It is possible that some of the discoveries resulting from this treatment may not only illustrate the importance of absolute exactitude in statement, but may also encourage that searching and independent study of sources, which affords so valuable an historical training, and is at times the means of obtaining light on hitherto perplexing problems. The opening paper, originally read before the Society of Antiquaries, is a plea for the more scientific study of the great field for exploration presented by our English place names. Certain current beliefs on the settlement of the English invaders are based, it is here urged, on nothing but the rash conclusions of Kemble writing as he did, under the influence of a now abandoned theory. In the paper which follows, the value of charters for the Norman period is illustrated, some points of diplomatic investigated, and the danger of inexactitude revealed. Finance, the key to much of our early institutional history, is dealt with in a paper on the origin of the exchequer, a problem of long standing. On the one hand, allowance is here made for the personal equation of the author of the famous Dialogus de Scaccario, and some of his statements critically examined, with the result of showing that he exaggerates the changes introduced under Henry I by the founder of his own house, and that certain alleged innovations were in truth older than the conquest. On the other, it is shown that his treatise does, when carefully studied, reveal the existence of a treasury audit, which has hitherto escaped notice. Further, the office of Chamberlain of the Exchequer is traced back as a feudal serjeanty to the days of the Conqueror himself, and its connection with the tenure of Portchester Castle established, probably, for the first time. The geographical position of Portchester should in this connection be observed. In two papers I deal with Ireland and its Anglo-Norman conquest. The principal object in the first of these is to show the true character of that alleged golden age which the coming of the invaders destroyed. It is possible, however, of course, that a vast human shambles may be, in the eyes of some, an ideal condition for a country. Mr. Dillon, at least, has consistently described the Soudan, before our conquest, Roman 12, as a comparatively peaceful country. In the second of these papers, I advance a new solution of the problem raised by the alleged grant of Ireland, by the Pope, to Henry Roman II. As to this fiercely contested point, I suggest that on the English side, there was a conspiracy to base the title of our kings to Ireland on a papal donation of the sovereignty of the island, itself avowedly based on the forged donation of Constantine. No such act of the Pope's can, in my opinion, be proved. Even the bull Laudabiliter, which in the form we have it is of no authority, does not go so far as this, while its confirmation by Alexander Roman III is nothing but a clumsy forgery. The only document sent to Ireland to support his rights by Henry Roman II was, I here contend, the letter of Alexander Roman III. 20th September 1172, approving of what had been done, that he sent there the alleged bull of Adrian, and that he did so in 1175, are both, I urge, although accepted, facts without foundation to. The method adopted in this paper of testing the date hitherto adopted, and disproving it by the sequence of events, is one which I have also employed in the struggle of John and Longchamp, 1191. The interest of this latter paper consists in its bearing on the whole question of historic probability, and on the problem of harmonizing narratives by 4 different witnesses, as discussed by Dr. Abbott in his work on St. Thomas of Canterbury. This is, perhaps, the only instance in which I have found the historic judgment and the marvellous insight of the Bishop of Oxford, if I may venture to say so, at fault, and it illustrates the importance of minute attention to the actual dates of events. Another point that I have tried to illustrate is the tendency to erect a theory on a single initial error. In the Marshalship of England, I have shown that the belief in the existence of 2 distinct marshalsees converging on a single house rests only on a careless slip in a coronation claim, 1377. A marginal note scribbled by Carew, under a misapprehension in the days of Elizabeth, is shown, p. 149, to be the source of Professor Brewer's theory on certain Irish MSS. Again, the accepted story of the Sea Knitting Guild rests only on a misunderstanding of a medieval phrase, p. 104. Stranger still, the careless reading of a marginal note found in the works of Matthew Paris has led astray the learned editors of several volumes in the Roll series, and has even been made, as I have shown in the Coronation of Richard I, the basis of a theory that a record of that event formerly existed, though now wanting, in the Red Book of the Exchequer. The increasing interest in our public records, due in part to the greater use of record evidence in historical research, and in part also to the energy with which, under the present Deputy Keeper of the Records, their contents are being made available, leads me to speak of the contributions in these pages to their study. A suggestion will be found, p. 88, as to the origin of the valuable carte antique, of which the text too often is corrupt, but which it may be hoped will soon be published, as they are at present difficult to consult. In the paper on the inquest of sheriffs, I have proved beyond question the identity of the lost returns discovered at the Public Record Office, and so lamentably misunderstood by their official editor. But the most important, and indeed revolutionary theory I have here ventured to advance deals with what are known as the Red Book Inquisitions of 12 and 13 John. It is my contention that this inquest, the existence of which has not been doubted though it rests only on the heading in the Red Book of the Exchequer, never took place at all, and that these inquisitions are merely abstracts made for a special purpose from the original returns to that great inquest of service, as I here term it, which took place in June, 1212, 14 John. It is singular that this conclusion is precisely parallel with that which experts have now adopted on another great inquest, Kirkby's Quest, it is now admitted, having been similarly misstated in an official transcript, and again in our own time by an officer of the Public Record Office, was similarly shown by a private individual to consist, as a rule, of abridgments only of original inquisitions, extracts from the original inquisitions made forks for special purpose. Thus, under John as under Edward I, the enquiry itself was a much wider one than would be inferred from the Red Book Inquisitions and Kirkby's Quest respectively, and in both cases its date was different from that which has been hitherto assigned. I cannot doubt that the theory I advance will be accepted in course of time by the authorities of the Public Record Office. In the meanwhile, I have endeavoured to identify all the material in the Testa de Neville derived from the returns to this inquest, and thus to make it available for students of local and family history. It is needful that I should say something on the Red Book of the Exchequer. One of the most famous volumes among our public records, it has lately been edited for the Rolls series by Mr. Hubert Hall, FSA, of the Public Record Office. 5. The inclusion of a work in the Rolls series thrusts it of necessity upon every student of English medieval history. It also involves an official cachet, which gives it an authority as a work of reference, that the public naturally does not assign to the book of a private individual. That a certain percentage of mistakes must occur in works of this kind is perhaps to be expected, but when they are made the vehicle of confused and wild guesswork, and become the means of imparting wanton heresy and error, it isks the duty of a scholar who can prove the fact to warn the student against their contents. 6. It is only, the reader must remember, a stern sense of duty that is likely to compel one to turn aside from one's own historical researches and devote one's time and toil to exposing the misleading theories set forth in an official publication issued at the national expense. A weary and a thankless task it is, but in Mr. Eiton's admirable words, the dispersion of error is the first step in the discovery of truth. In my Studies on the Red Book of the Exchequer, issued last year for private circulation only, and in 2 special articles 7 I have partially criticized Mr. Hall's work, and the misleading theories it contains. Of these criticisms it need only be said that the English Historical Review, in a weighty editorial notice, observes that the charges are very sweeping, but in my opinion they are made out. I am bound to say that in my opinion Mr. Round has proved his case. 8. The further exposures via this official work, contained in these pages 9, especially in the paper on the inquest of sheriffs, which illustrates its wanton heresies, justify my demand that the authorities should withdraw it, till revised from circulation. The paper on Castleward and Cornage not only proves that the two were distinct, and gives the real explanation of their juxtaposition in the Red Book, but contains novel information, to which I would invite attention, on the constableship of Dover Castle. The early history of this important office has been altogether erroneous. Lastly, I must speak very briefly of the criticism to which my work has been exposed, although I do so with much reluctance. Honest criticism one welcomes, difference of opinion one respects, but for that uncandid criticism which endeavours to escape from facts, and which is animated only by the wish to obscure the light, no excuse is possible. The paper on Anglo-Norman warfare will illustrate the tactics to which I refer, and the weight to be attached to Mr. Oman's views may be gathered from that on Bannockburn. But, apart from the necessity of these exposures in the cause of historical truth, the papers which contain them will, I trust, be found of some service in their bearing on the tactics anxviae poliocetics of medieval England, and on the introduction in this country of tenure by night service. It is the object also of the Bannockburn paper to illustrate the grossly exaggerated figures of medieval chroniclers, a point which even now is insufficiently realized. Here and elsewhere, it has been my aim to insist upon the value of records as testing and checking our chronicles, placing, as they do, the facts of history on a relatively sure foundation. The settlement of the Southend East Saxons. I would venture at the outset to describe this as a pioneer paper. It neither professes to determine questions nor attempts to exhaust a subject of singular complexity and obscurity. It is only an attempt to approach the problem on independent lines, and to indicate the path by which it may be possible to extend our knowledge in a department of research of which the importance and the interest are universally recognized. It is the fine saying of a brilliant scholar, I mean Professor Maitland, that the most wonderful of all palimpsests is the map of England, could we but decipher it. 10. But the study of place names has this in common with the study of Doomsday Book. The local worker, the man who writes the history of his own parish, is as ready to explain the name it bears as he is to interpret the Doomsday formal relating to it in the Great Survey, without possessing in either case that knowledge of the subject as a whole which is required for its treatment in detail. On the other hand, the general student, from the very wideness of his field, is deprived of the advantage conferred by the knowledge of a district in its details. In the hope of steering a middle course between these two dangers, I have specially selected 2 counties, both of them settled by the Saxon folk, Sussex, with which I am connected by birth, and Essex, with which are my chief associations. And further, within these 2 counties I restrict myself to certain classes of names, in order to confine the field of inquiry to well-defined limits. The names with which I propose to deal are those which imply human habitation, and here at once I part company with those, like Kemble and other writers, who appear to think it a matter of indifference, so long as a name is formed from what they term a patronymic, whether it ends in ham or tun, or in such suffixes as Hurstfield-den or Ford. To them all such names connote village communities. To me they certainly do not. If we glance at the map of Doomsday Sussex 11, we see the northern half of the county practically still, backwoods, 8 centuries ago 12. If we then turn to the Doomsday map prefixed to Manning and Brays, Surrey, we find the southern half of that county similarly devoid of place names. In short, the famous Andredswold was still, at the time of the Conquest, a belt some 20 miles in 3 width of forest, not yet opened up, except in a few scattered spots, for human settlement. The place names of this district have, even at the present day, a quite distinctive character. The hams and tuns of the districts lying to the north and the south of it are here replaced by such suffixes as Hurst, Wood, Ley and Field, and on the Kentish border by Den. We may then, judging from this example, treat such suffixes as evidence that the districts where they occur were settled at a much later time than those of the hams and tons, and under very different conditions. The suffix stead, so common in Essex, is comparatively rare in Sussex, and we cannot therefore classify it with the same degree of certainty. Taking therefore for our special sphere, the hams, the tons, and the famous ings, let us see if they occur in such a way as to suggest some definite conclusions. The three principles I would keep in view are: 1. The study within the limits of a county of that distribution of names which hitherto has been studied for the country as a whole. 2. A point to which I attach the very greatest importance, namely the collection, so far as possible, of all the names belonging to this class, instead of considering only those which happen to be now represented by villages or parishes. 3. The critical treatment of the evidence, by sifting and correcting it in its present form. The adoption of these two latter principles will gravely modify the conclusions at which some have arrived. There is, as Mr. Seebohm's work has shown, nothing so effective as a special map for impressing on the mind the distribution of names. Such a map is for an argument in itself, but although I have constructed for my own use special maps of Sussex and Essex, they cannot here be reproduced. I now proceed to apply the first principle of which I spoke, that of examining a single county in the same way as others have examined the maps of England as a whole. I doubt if any county would prove more instructive for the purpose than that of Sussex, of which the settlement was developed in isolation and determined by well-defined geographical conditions. Whatever may be said of other suffixes, Mr. Seebohm has shown us that, even allowing for a large margin of unavoidable error, the terminations ing and ham are not distributed at random, but are specially distinctive of that portion of England which was settled by the earliest immigrants and settled the most completely. As a broad, general conclusion, this is virtually established. Now, if we turn to the map of Sussex and ask if this general principle can also be traced in detail, the first point to strike us, I think, is the close connection existing between the hams and the rivers. The people, one might say, who settled the hams were a people who came in boats. Although at first sight the hams may seem to penetrate far inland, we shall find that where they are not actually on the coast, they almost invariably follow the rivers, and follow them as far up as possible. And this is specially the case with the Arun and its tributary, the Western Rother. Careful examination reveals the fact that, while to the south, round Chichester Harbour and Selsey Bill, we find several hams, and find them again to the north in the valley of the Western Rother. 5. There are none to be found in the space between, which shows that the men who settled them found their way round by the Arun and not overland. I need hardly observe that the rivers of those days were far larger than the modern streams, and their water level higher. It is anticipating somewhat to point out that the same examination shows us a large group of tons covering this district away from the river, where we find no hams. Evidently these suffixes do not occur at random. And now let us pass from the extreme west to the extreme east of the county. Here, instead of a group of tons with a notable absence of hams, we find a most remarkable group of hams, absolutely excluding tons. To understand the occurrence of this group on the Rother, the Eastern Rother, and its tributaries, it is essential to remember the great change that has here taken place in the coastline. Unfortunately, Dr. Guest, who first discussed the settlement of Sussex, entirely ignored this important change, and his followers have done the same. The late Mr. Green, for instance, in his map, follows the coastline given by Dr. Guest. Thus they wholly overlooked that great inlet of the sea, which formed in later ages the harbours of Winchelsea and Rye, and which offered a most suitable and tempting haven for the first Saxon settlers. The result of so doing was that they made the earliest invaders pass by the whole coast of Sussex before finding, at Selsey Bill, one of those marshy inlets of the sea, where they could make themselves at home. Therefore, argued Mr. Grant Allen, 13, the 6 original colony occupied the western half of the modern county, but the eastern portion still remained in the hands of the Welsh. The orthodox hypothesis seems to be that the settlers then fought their way step by step eastwards, that is, towards Kent, reaching and capturing Pevensey in 491, 14 years after their first landing. 14. As against this view, I would suggest that the distribution of Sussex place names is in favour of vertical not lateral progress, of separate settlements up the rivers. And in any case, I claim for the group of hams at the extreme east of the county the position of an independent settlement, to the character of which I shall return. I must not wander too far from what is immediately my point, namely, the grouping of the hams and tons not haphazard but with cause. Even those students who discriminate suffixes, instead of lumping them together like Kemble and his followers, make no distinction, I gather, between hams and tons. Mr. Seebohm, for instance, classes together the Saxon hams and tons 15, and so does Professor York Powell. Even though his views on the settlement are exceptionally original and advanced 16, there are, however, various reasons which lead me to advance a different view. In the first place, the widespread 7 existence, on the continent, of ham in its foreign forms proves this suffix to be older than the settlement. Ton, on the other hand, as is well known, is virtually absent on the continent, which implies that it did not come into use till after the settlement in England, and as ham was thus used earlier than ton, so ton, one need hardly add, was used later than ham. The cases in Scotland, and in what is known as Little England beyond Wales, will at once occur to the reader. Canon Taylor states of the latter that the Flemish names, such as Walterston, belong to a class of names which we find nowhere else in the kingdom, formed from Walter and others common in the 12th century. 17. But in Herefordshire, for instance, we have a Walterston, and in Dorset a Bardolphston, a Philipston, a Michaelston, and a Walterston, proving that the same practice prevailed within the borders of England. Nor need we travel outside the 2 counties. I am specially concerned with to learn from the Elphelmston of Essex, or the Brithelmston of Sussex, that we find ton compounded with names of the later Anglo-Saxon period. A third clue is afforded by the later version, found in the Liber de Haida, of Alfred's will, for there we find the ham of the original document rendered by ton. It is clear, therefore, I contend, that ton was a later form than ham. Now the map of England as a whole points to the same conclusion, for ton is by no means distinctive, like ham, of the districts earliest settled, and if we confine ourselves to a particular county, say this of Sussex, we discover 8, I maintain, an appreciable difference between the distribution of the hams and the tons. While the hams follow the course of the rivers, the scene of the first settlements, the tons are largely found grouped away on the uplands, as if representing a later stage in the settlement of the country. In connection with this I would adduce the remarkable passage, as Mr. Seebohm rightly terms it in one of King Alfred's treatises, where he contrasts the permanent freehold ham with the new and at first temporary ton, formed by timbering a forest clearing in a part not previously settled. 18. It is true that Mr. Seebohm, as I have said, recognizes no distinction, and even speaks of this example as the growth of a new ham. But it seems to me to confirm the view I am here advancing. It is obvious that if such a canon of research as that ham, not ton, was a mark of early settlement could be even provisionally accepted, it would greatly, and at once advance our knowledge of the settlement of England. Although this is nothing more than a pioneer paper, I may say that, after at least glancing at the maps of other counties, I can see nothing to oppose but everything to confirm the view that the settlers in the hams ascended the rivers, much as they seem, on a larger scale, to have done in Germany. And a study of the coast of England from the Tweed to the British Channel leads me to believe that, as a maritime people, their settlements began upon the coast. I now pass to my second point, the insufficient attention which has hitherto been paid to our minor 9 place names. Kemble, for instance, working, as he did on a large scale, was dependent, so far as names still existing are concerned, on the nomenclature of present parishes. And such a test, we shall find, is most fallacious. Canon Taylor, it is true, has endeavoured to supplement this deficiency. 19, but the classification of existing names, whether those of modern parishes or not, has not yet, so far as I can find, been even attempted. Hitherto I have mainly spoken of Sussex, because it is in that county that place names can be best studied. The Essex evidence is chiefly of value for the contrast it presents. The principal contrast, and one to which I invite particular attention, is this. Confining ourselves to the names I am concerned with, the ings, hams, and tons, we find that in Essex several parishes have only a single place name between them, while in Sussex, on the contrary, a single parish may contain several of these place names, each of them surely at one time representing a distinct local unit. This contrast comes out strongly in the maps I have prepared of the 2 counties, in which the parishes are disregarded, and each place name separately entered. I do not pretend that the survey is exhaustive, especially in the case of Sussex, as I only attempt to show those which are found on an ordinary county map, together with those, now obsolete, which can safely be supplied from Doomsday. But so far as the contrast I am dealing with is concerned, it is at least not exaggerated. As the actual names are not shown, I will now adduce a few examples. In Sussex, Burpham is composed of 3 tithings, Burpham, Wepham, Pippering, Climping comprises Atherington and Aylsham, Offham is included in South Stoke, Rackham in Amberley, Cootham in Storrington, Ashton, Wellingham and Norlington in Ringmer, Buddington in Staining, and Bidlington in Bramber. In Essex, on the other hand, Ruthing does duty for 8 parishes, Calney for 4, Hanningfield, Laver, Bardfield, Tolleshunt and Belchamp for 3 each, and several more for 2. There are of course in Sussex also double parishes to be found, such as North and South Mundham, but they are much scarcer. We may learn, I think, a good deal from the contrast thus presented. In the first place, it teaches us that parochial divisions are artificial and comparatively modern. The formula that the parish is the township in its ecclesiastical capacity is, if unconsciously adopted, not historically true. Antiquaries familiar with the Norman period, or with the study of local history, must be acquainted with the ruins or the record of churches or chapels. The same building, I may observe in passing, is sometimes called both ecclesia and capella 20, which formerly gave townships now merged in parishes a separate or quasi-separate ecclesiastical existence. In Sussex, the present Angmering comprises what were once 3 parishes, each with a church of its own. The parish of Cudlow has long been absorbed 11 in that of Climping. Balsham in Yapton was formerly a distinct hamlet and chapery. Conversely, the chaperies of Petworth have for centuries been distinct parishes. In Essex we have examples of another kind, examples which remind us that the combination or the subdivision of parishes are processes as familiar in comparatively modern as in far distant times. The roofless and deserted church to be seen at Little Birch testifies to the fact that, though now one, Great and Little Birch till recently, were ecclesiastically distinct, in the adjoining parish of Stanway, the church, similarly roofless and deserted, was still in use in the last century. Again, the civil unit as well as the ecclesiastical, the village like the parish, may often prove misleading. It is indeed very doubtful whether we have ever sufficiently distinguished the manor and the village. If we construct for ourselves a county map from Doomsday, we shall miss the names of several villages, although often of antiquity, but on the other hand shall meet with the names of important manors, often extending into several parishes, often suggesting by their forms a name as old as the migration, yet now represented at most by some obscure manor, and perhaps only by a solitary farm, or even, it may be, a field. In Sussex, for instance, the Basingham of Doomsday cannot now be identified, its Bellingham is doubtful, its Clotinger is now but a farm, as is Estekingham. Sessingham and Wiltingham are manors. In Essex, Husinger and Hassingher occur together in Doomsday, and are 12 unidentified, nor have I yet succeeded in identifying Plessingho, a manor not only mentioned in Doomsday, but duly found under Henry Roman III. Morant, followed by Chisenhale Marsh, identified it wrongly with Pleshy. Such names as these, eclipsed by those of modern villages, require to be disinterred by archaeological research. Another point on which light is thrown by the contrast of Essex and Sussex is the theory tentatively advanced by Mr. Maitland in the Archaeological Review, that the hundred and the township may, in the beginning, have been represented by the same unit 21 broadly speaking. He adduced in support of this hypothesis the originally large township of Essex, proved by the existence of a group of villages bearing the same name, comparing it with the small hundreds characteristic of Sussex. But in Sussex, I think, the small hundreds were coincident with those many small townships, while in Essex the scattered townships are coincident with larger hundreds, and this leads me to suggest that the Saxon settlements in Sussex lay far thicker on the ground than those found in Essex, and that we possibly find here some explanation of the admitted silence as to the East Saxon settlement, contrasting with the well-known mention of that in Sussex. It seems to me highly probable that Essex in those remote times was not only bordered and penetrated by marshes, but largely covered with forest. It is perhaps significant that in the district between Westham 13 and Boreham, some 25 miles across as the crow flies, there is not a ham to be found. From this I turn to the opposite extreme, that group of hams on the Rother and its tributaries, 37 in number, isolated alike from Ings and Tons, and hemmed in by the spurs of the Andredswold. It is perhaps unique in character. Nowhere have I lighted on a group of hams so illustrative of the character of these settlements, or affording a test so admirable of the alleged connection between this suffix and the villa of the Roman Empire. One of the sections of Mr. Seebohm's work is devoted to what he terms the connection between the Saxon ham, the German Heim, and the Frankish villa. This, indeed, it may fairly be said, is one of the important points in his case, and one to which he has devoted special research and attention. Now I am not here dealing with the equation of ham and villa. If I were, I should urge perhaps that, As with the Witan of the English and the Great Council of the Normans, it does not follow that an equation of words involves their absolute identity of meaning. I confine myself to the suffix ham. Its early geographical distribution, Mr. Seebohm has suggested, may have an important significance. With this, it will be seen I entirely agree. But if the distribution is important, let us make sure of our facts. Let us, as I urge throughout this volume, test and try our evidence before we advance to our conclusion. When Mr. Seebohm informs us that the hams 14 of England were most numerous in the southeastern counties, finding their densest centre in Essex, the statement must startle anyone who has the least acquaintance with Essex, where the termination ham is comparatively rare in place names. On turning to Mr. Seebohm's map, one is still further surprised to learn that its local names ending in ham attain in Doomsday the enormous proportion of 39%. The clue to the mystery is found in a note that, in Essex, the H is often dropped, and the suffix becomes am. For the whole calculation is based on a freak of my old friend, the Doomsday scribe, the one to whom we are indebted for the text of the Essex Survey, displayed his misplaced scholarship in Latinizing the English names so thoroughly, that not only did Oakley, the first on the list, become Achalia, but even in the accusative, Achilleum tenet Robertus. Thus we need travel no further than the first name on the index to learn how Mr. Seebohm's error was caused. Elmstead, Barnhunt, Bentley, Cargishall, Danbury, Dunmow, or Resford, and many other such names, have all by this simple process been converted into hams. I hasten to add that my object in correcting this error is not to criticize so brilliant an investigator and so able a scholar as Mr. Seebohm, but to illustrate the practical impossibility of accomplishing any scientific work in this department of research until the place names of England have been classified and traced to their origin. I am eager to see this urgent work undertaken county by county, on much the same lines as those adopted by the 15 government in France. It seems to me to be eminently a subject for discussion at the annual Congress of Archaeological Societies. If it were the case that the English ham represents the Roman villa, this remarkable group on the borders of Kent and Sussex should indicate a dense Roman settlement, but of such settlement there is, I believe, no trace existing. Conversely, we do not find that the sites of Roman villas are denoted by the suffix ham 22. From considering this group as a whole, I advance to two settlements on what is known as the Tillingham River, namely Billingham and Tillingham. One would not easily find names more distinctive of what Kemble insisted on terming the mark system, or what later historians describe as clan settlement. Parenthetically, I may observe that while ham is common in Sussex, the compound ingam is not. This is well seen in the group under consideration. 16. The same may, I think, be said of Essex, while in North Suffolk ingam begins to assert its predominance. The frequent occurrence in Norfolk and Lincolnshire renders it a note of Anglian rather than Saxon settlement. 23. And now for Billingham and Tillingham. Billing is one of the most common of the so-called patronymics, and there is a Tillingham in Essex. Whether we turn to the specialist works of such writers as Stubbs and Green, or to the latest compendia of English history as a whole, we shall virtually always read that such names as these denote original settlement by a clan. 24. In venturing to question this proposition, I am striking at the root of Kemble's theory, that overspreading 17 theory of the mark, which, as it were, has shrunk from its once stately splendour, but in the shadow of which all our historians since his time have written. Even Professor York Powell, although he rejects the mark theory 25 rights of the first stage of settlement. We know that the land was settled when clans were powerful, for the new villages bear clan names, not personal names. The whole theory rests on the patronymic ing, which Kemble crudely treated as proving the existence of a mark community, wherever it occurs in place names. 27. Now the theory that ing implies a clan, that is, a community united by blood or by the belief in a common descent. 28, may be tested in two distinct ways. We may either trace its actual use as applied to individuals or communities, or we may examine the localities in the names of which it occurs. I propose to do both. The passage usually adduced to prove the clan meaning is the well-known genealogy in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle. Cerdic was Elesing, Elessa was Essling, Essler was Duising, 29, etc. Even Mr. Seebohm reluctantly admits on this evidence of the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle that ing was used 18 as alleged, but it always seemed obvious to me that this passage, so far from proving the clan meaning, actually proved the opposite, namely, that the patronymic changed with every generation. Again, if we turn from the Chronicle to the Anglo-Saxon charters, we find ingar normally used to denote the dwellers at a certain place, not the descendants of a certain man. It is singular that Kemble, although he was the first to make an exhaustive study of these charters, classed such names with the other ings, from which they were quite distinct. 30. His enthusiasm for the mark carried him away. In Sussex, we have, as it seems to me, a very excellent illustration. The name of Angmering, the present form, occupies, as it were, a medial position between the Angmere of Doomsday and the Angmeringaton of Alfred's will. Here, surely, the Angmeringers were those who dwelt at Angmer, not a clan descended from a man bearing that name. I will not, however, dwell on this side of the argument, more especially as I would rather lay stress on the other line of attack, for this is my distinctive point. I contend that, in studying the place names into which ing enters, attention has hitherto exclusively, or almost exclusively, been devoted to those now represented by towns or villages. With these it is easy to associate the idea of a clan settlement. But what are we to make of such cases as our Sussex Billingham and Tillingham? We shall search for them in vain in Lewis' Topographical Dictionary. And 19, yet they are names of the same status as fully developed villages, as a Sussex antiquary has observed, though I cannot accept his explanation. In the names of many farms we shall likewise find names which also mark whole parishes in the county. Canon Taylor has unconsciously recorded, in the adjoining county of Kent, evidence to the same effect, observing that the lone farmhouses in Kent, called Shartington, Wingleton, Godington and Appleton, may be regarded as venerable monuments, showing us the nature of the Saxon colonization of England. 31. I say that this evidence is unconscious, for the canon applies it only to the evolution of the ton, and seems not to have observed its bearing on that compound ing, which he, like Kemble, fully accepts as proof of a clan community. From Shartington and Godington, as from Billingham and Tillingham, Kemble would have confidently deduced the settlement of a mark or clan community. And yet, when we learn what the places are, we see that they represent a settlement by households, not by communities. Here, then, is the value of these cases of what we may term arrested development. They warn us against the rashness of assuming that a modern or even a medieval village has been a village from the first. The village community may be so far from representing the original settlement as to have been, on the contrary, developed from what was at first but a farmstead. The whole argument of such scholars as Professor Earle here and Dr. Andrews in America 20 is based on the assumption that the land was settled by communities, each of them sufficiently large to have a head, whether civil or military. To that supposition such names as I have mentioned are, I think, fatal. Yet another point must be touched on as to this alleged patronymic. To Kemble, as I have said, it was of small moment what suffix his marks bore. Indeed, those that denoted forest were to him specially welcome, because he associated the idea of a mark with that of a forest clearing. But we who have seen that such suffixes as field, hurst and den are distinctive of those districts untouched by the early settlers cannot recognise such names. For instance, as the Itchingfield or Billingshurst of Sussex, as denoting village communities. Again, in the Anglo-Saxon charters the characteristic den of Kent is frequently preceded by ing, and if these dens were clearly from the context only forest pastures for swine, we must here also reject the ing as proof of a clan community. One may also glance in passing at such names as the Willingehala of Essex, now Willingale, and ask whether a clan community is supposed to have settled in a hole. 32. I trust that I have now sufficiently shown that even where ing genuinely enters into the composition of a place name, it is no proof of settlement by a clan. Kemble looked on the typical mark as 100 heads of houses, which he deemed not at all an 21 extravagant supposition. 33. I think that even at the present day a visit to the Hams and Tons of Sussex, and in some cases to the ings, would lead us in practice to the opposite conclusion, and would throw the gravest doubt on the theory of the village community. I was trained, like others of my generation, to accept that theory as an axiomatic truth, but difficult as it is to abandon what one has been so taught, the solitary manor house, the lonely farm, is a living protest against it. The village community of the classroom can never have existed there. On paper it holds its own, solvitur ambulando. But the fact that a place bearing a typical clan name may prove to have been but a single homestead takes us farther than this. Ing, which Canon Taylor has described as the most important element which enters into Anglo-Saxon names, has been held to denote settlement not merely by a clan, but by a portion of a tribe bearing, both in England and abroad, one common name. Kemble insisted strongly upon this 34, and is duly followed by Canon Taylor, 35 and others. On the same foundation Mr. Andrew Lang has erected yet another edifice, tracing the occurrence in scattered counties of the same clan name to the existence of exogamy among our forefathers. and this ingenious suggestion has been 22 adopted by Mr. Grant Allen. 36, but the very first instance he gives, that of the Hemings, will not stand examination. 37. As yet I have been dealing with those clan names in which the presence of the ing is genuine, and I have been urging that it is not proof, as alleged, of settlement by a clan. I now pass to those place names in which the ing is not genuine, but is merely a corruption. That such names exist has always, of course, been admitted. 38, but their prevalence has not been sufficiently recognized. And not only are there large deductions, in consequence, to be made from the so-called clan names, but even in cases where the ing is genuine, the prefix is often so corrupt that the name of the clan deduced from it is altogether wrong. Let us take some instances in point. Kemble deduced the existence of the Brightlings, Brightlingers, from Brightling in Sussex and Brightlingsea in Essex. Nothing at first sight could seem clearer, and yet on turning to Doomsday, we find that the Sussex Brightling is there entered as Brislinger, suggesting that Somerset Brislington from which Kemble deduced the Brislings, while Brightlingsea appears in the Essex Doomsday as Bricktrisea, and in that of Suffolk as Bricktessesia, from which forms is clearly derived the local pronunciation Bricklesea. So much for the Brightlings, yet more striking is the case of an Essex village, Wormingford. 23. Kemble, of course, detects in it the name Wormingers, yet its Doomsday name is Weidmund, obviously derived from Weidmund, the name of an individual. 39. Here the corruption is so startling that it is well to record the transition form, Wiremundford, which I find in the 13th century. 40. Now, as I have often to point out in the course of my historical researches, however unpopular it may be to correct the errors of others, those errors, if uncorrected, lead too often to fresh ones. Thus, in this case, the Wormingers, wrongly deduced from Wormingford, have been claimed by scholars as sons of the worm, and therefore, as evidence that totemism prevailed among the Anglo-Saxons. It would take me, I fear, too far afield to discuss the alleged traces of totemism, but when we find Mr. Grant Allen asserting that the oak has left traces of his descendants at Oakington in Cambridgeshire, 24. One has to point out that this place figures in Doomsday as Hutchinton, E41 in no fewer than 5 entries, although Kemble derives from it more Sioux the singers. But a few more instances of erroneous derivation must be given in order to establish clearly the worthlessness of Kemble's lists. How simple it seems to derive with him the Storingers and Tuoringers from Storington, Sussex and Tarrington, Herefordshire respectively. Yet the former in Doomsday is Storgatoon or Storchestoon, while the latter is Tattentoon in both its entries. It might be suggested that the error is that of the Doomsday scribe, but in this case I have found the place entered in several documents of the next century as Taddenton or Tattenton, thus establishing the accuracy of Doomsday. Indeed, in my experience, the charters of the 12th century prove that Doomsday nomenclature is thoroughly deserving of trust. The climax of Kemble's derivations is reached perhaps in Shillingstone, from which Dorset village he duly deduces the Silingers, for as Eighton has shown its name was Oakford, but from its Doomsday tenant Shellin, it became known as Arkford Eskeling, Shilling Arkford, and finally by a yet bolder corruption Shillingstone. 42. As if to make matters worse, Kemble treats Shilling Oakford and Shillingstone as 2 distinct places. Could anything, one asks, be more unfortunate than this? Alas, one must answer yes. The great clan of the Sypingers is found in 8 counties, at least so Kemble says. 25. I have tested his list and discovered that the names which prove the existence of his clan are Chipping Ongar, Chipping Barnet, Chipping Sardbury, Chipping Campden, Chipping Wycombe, Chipping Warden and Chipping Norton. Even the historical tyro would avoid this wild blunder. He would know that Chipping was about as much of a clan name as is Cheapside. After this final example, it can hardly be disputed that Kemble's lists are merely a pitfall for the unwary. Yet we still follow in his footsteps. Take such a case as that of Ferringdon, which Mr. Grant Allen, we have seen, selected as a typical instance of the ing patronymic in place names. 43. If we turn to Doomsday, we find in Berks a Ferrendone, in Northants a Ferrendone or Ferdone, in Notts a Ferrendone or Farringdune, in Hants a Ferrendone. These names were all the same, and yet they have become Farndon in Notts and Northants, Ferringdon in Berks and Farringdon in Hants. Farringdon, therefore, is no more a clan name than is the Essex Parndon, the Perenduna of Doomsday. But indeed in Essex itself there is an even better illustration. We learn from Canon Taylor that the Thurings, a Visigothic clan mentioned by Marcellinus, are found at Thorington in Essex. Kemble had previously described them as likely to be offshoots of the great Hermunduric race, the Thyringi or Thoringi, now Thuringians, always neighbours of the Saxons. 44, and claims the Essex Thorington, 26 as their settlement, 45 now Thorington in the first place was not a ton, and in the second place had not an ing. Both these forms are corruptions. In Doomsday it occurs twice and both times as Torringuna. With this we may compare Horninguna, which is the Doomsday form of Horndon and occurs frequently. Therefore Thorington and Thorndon, like Farringdon and Farndon, were both originally the same name and destitute alike of ing. As to the names ending in ing with no other suffix, I prefer, for the present, to reserve my opinion. Kemble's hypothesis, however, that they were the parent settlements, and the hams and tons their filial developments, seems to me to have little support in the facts of their actual distribution. If in that distribution there is a feature to be detected, it is perhaps that the ings are found along the foot of the downs. This, at least, is often observable. Another point deserving of attention is that, in its French form, igni, this suffix seems as distinctive of the Saxon settlement about Bayeux as it is absent in that which is found in the Boulogne district. But these are only, as it were, sidelights upon the problem, and this, as I said, is nothing more than a pioneer paper. I close with a point that appears to me of no small importance. To the east of Sussex and the south of Sussex, there lay that so-called Judish land, the county of Kent. As I pointed out years ago in my Doomsday studies, the land system of Kent is found in the Great Survey to be essentially distinct from that which prevailed in other counties. It was not assessed 27 in hides, but in salins, that is, the sulungs of the natives, the land of a sul or plough. The yokes or subdivisions of this unit are also directly connected with the plough, but the hide and verget of other counties are, as I pointed out, not connected in name with the plough. 46 Now, if we work through the land charters printed by Professor Earle, we find that this Doomsday distinction can be traced back, clear and sharp, to the earliest times within their ken. We read in an Anglo-Saxon charter of Roman 20 Swulunca, while in Latin charters the normal phrase is the land of so many ploughs, terra trium arretrorum, terra decem arretrorum, etc. We even meet with the phrase, decem arretrorum juxta stimationum provinciae justum. In another charter, via ratra equates fifsulung lands, but in other counties the normal terms in these charters for the land units are maintenance and cassati, 48, which occur with similar regularity. A cleavage so ancient and so clear as this in the vital sphere of land division points to more than a separate rule and confirms the tradition of a distinct origin. Roman 2. In Gelric the priest and Albert of Lotharingia. In my paper on Reginbald, priest and chancellor, 49, I was able to trace, by combining the evidence of Doomsday and of charters, the history of a priest of Edward the Confessor, who became the priest of his successor also, and held of him rich possessions in churches and lands. Another churchman who flourished both before and after the conquest, and must have enjoyed the favour both of the Confessor and of the Conqueror, was in Gelric, first dean of the house of St. Martin's-le-Grand, whose lands had passed before Doomsday to Count Eustace of Boulogne. Mr. Freeman was interested in Gelric as a commissioner for redemption of lands, but only knew him as a layman, nor indeed is there anything in Doomsday to suggest that he was other. To Mr. W. H. Stevenson belongs the credit of proving that he was a priest by printing an Old English Charter of the Conqueror, confirming the foundation of St. Martin's-le-Grand, in which the Cujustum Fidelis me in Gelrici Silicet Petitioniad Quiescens, is 29 equated by Efter in Gelris's Beni Mines Priosts. 50 It was similarly as Minon Priost that William had described Reginbald. The charter I shall now deal with was not known to Mr. Stevenson, and has not, I believe, been printed. It is of real historical interest, apart from the fact that among its witnesses we find in Gelric, the priest. Mr. Freeman held that the reconciliation between the Conqueror and the Abbot of Peterborough, Brand, the Englishman, whose election had been confirmed, even after the Battle of Hastings, by the Thelling Eadgar, was one of the earliest events after William's coronation. 51 To that episode, I do not hesitate to assign a charter entered in the Peterborough, Liber Niger, belonging to the Society of Antiquaries. It is a general confirmation of the abbey's possessions, Petent Abbate Brand, 52, and is witnessed thus. Huic testes affura, Aldredus eboracensis archiepiscopus, W. Elwinus Lincolniensis episcopus, Merlus un Viscums, Ulf Filius Topi, Wilhelmus Comes, Wilhelmus Mallet, in Gelricus presbyter. Here we have first Ealdred, by whom William had been crowned, then Wulfwig, Bishop of Dorchester, here described as Bishop of Lincoln. The mention of Emar Leswegen is of special importance, for this great English noble had been left in charge of the north by Harold on the eve of the Battle of Hastings, and rose in revolt against William XXX in the summer of 1068. Here we have evidence of his presence at William's court, when his movements were unknown to Mr. Freeman. We see, moreover, that he was still Sheriff of Lincolnshire. Ulf Filius Topi, who appears in other Peterborough charters, had given Manitorp, Lincolnshire, and other lands to the abbey. It is very remarkable that the Norman witnesses are only entered after these Englishmen, although the first is Earl William, in whom we must see the Conqueror's friend, William Fitz-Osbern, already, apparently, Earl of Hereford. Sufficient attention has hardly been given to this early creation, or to the selection of so distant a county as Herefordshire for William's earldom. In addition to this charter, there is known to me another, little later probably, the last witness to which is entered as ego in Gelricus ad hoc impetrandum obnix studui. This brings me to the third charter that I shall deal with in connection with Gelric. This is the one I mentioned at the outset as granted by the Conqueror at his request, and edited with so much care and learning by Mr. W. H. Stevenson. This, in its stilted antique form, has much in common with the one preceding, while its style combines those of the two others. I place the three together for comparison. Mr. Freeman looked with suspicion on this third 31 charter, which he termed an alleged charter of William. 53 his criticism that, though dated 1068, its list of witnesses closes with the two papal legates who visited England in 1070, is a perfectly sound one. Mr. Stevenson ignored this difficulty in his paper, and on my pointing it out, still failed to explain the positive Huic constitutioni interfui of Cardinal John. Awkward, however, as the difficulty is, the other attestations are so satisfactory that we must treat these as subsequent additions rather than reject the charter. The remarks which immediately follow are intended only for students of what is uncouthly known as diplomatic, a study hitherto much neglected in England. In this charter, as printed in Mr. Stevenson's paper, there is appended the clause, Scripter est hec cartula, anno ab incarnation, domini mlx vio, silicet, secundo anno rigni me. A corresponding clause is found in the Old English version of the text which follows it, but in the Latin text the clause is followed by these words. Per ecta vero est hec donatio 54 di natali domini, et postmodum in di Pentecostes confirmata, quando Mathildes conjux me, in reginum, est consecrata. Mr. Freeman somewhat carelessly confused the two clauses. The charter is said to have been granted at the Christmas feast of 1068, evidently meaning 1067, and to have been confirmed at the coronation of the Queen at the following Pentecost, Roman 4, 726. Mr. Stevenson follows him in this confusion, but carries it much further. Speaking of supplementary confirmations, as used in William's Chancery, he writes, "We have one in this very charter, which was executed per acta on Christmas Day, 1068, i.e. 1067, but was afterwards confirmed on the occasion of Matilda's coronation at Whitsuntide, 1068. If we had the original charter, we should probably find that the clause relating to the Whitsuntide confirmation had been added, as in similar continental instances, on a blank space in the charter. Gelric was, as we know from this grant, one of William's clerks, and he must have been a man of considerable influence to have obtained a diploma from a king who was so chary in the granting of diplomata, and to have, moreover, obtained the execution of it at so important a ceremony as the king's coronation, and a confirmation of it at the Queen's coronation 55. In the elaborate footnotes appended to this passage, there are 3 points to be dealt with. The first is the king's coronation, as the time when the charter was executed. Mr. Stevenson writes, Freeman, Norman Conquest, Roman 4, 724, says that the date of the charter, Christmas 1068, evidently means 1067, the date of William's coronation, etc. There are good grounds, therefore, for holding that the witnesses were spectators of William's coronation, which gives the charter its greatest historical importance 56. But as we have seen, it is not the fact that Mr. Freeman spoke of Christmas 1067 as the date of William's coronation. That event took place, as all the world knows, at Christmas 1066, and so was long previous to this gift and charter. Mr. Stevenson's error is a strange one. The second point is that of the supplementary confirmation. Mr. Stevenson, referring us to the best parallel, writes, in the case of the council, or rather placitum, of 1072 concerning the subjection of York to Canterbury, which, like the charter under consideration, received a supplementary ratification, a second text was drawn up for the later action. I here break off to print, for convenience, the parallel clauses in these documents side by side. Resuming now Mr. Stevenson's note on the documents of 1072, at the point where I broke it off, we read. The originals of both still exist. The first, dated at Winchester at Whitsuntide 58, is validated only by the crosses of William and his queen, the papal legate, both archbishops and 4 bishops, Palagraphical Society, I fol. 170. The second is dated at Windsor, also at Whitsuntide, and is attested by additional bishops and by numerous abbots. As the former document, A of the Canterbury Charters, apparently overlooked till some 20 years ago, could not possibly be dated at Winchester at Whitsuntide, one turns to the text as given by the Palagraphical Society, only to find that these words 34 are sheer imagination on Mr. Stevenson's part. There is nothing of the kind to be found there. Owing to this incomprehensible error, he has altogether misunderstood these supplementary confirmations. The clauses I have printed side by side must not be broken up. The earlier, like the later, is a consistent whole, added at one time 59. When then was the Ingelric Charter actually drawn up? Mr. Stevenson, following we have seen Mr. Freeman's loose expressions, tells us that, as the present charter was per acta at Christmas 1067, and confirmata at Whitsuntide, it was most probably written at the former date, but it was the donatio, not the charter, which was per acta at Christmas. The text only tells us of the charter that it was written anno ab incarnation Domini mlx vio. My own view is that the charter was written not at Christmas 1067, which was the date of the act of gift, but at or after Whitsuntide 1068. I base this conclusion on the first 3 witnesses. Ego Wilhelmus Rex Anglorum etc. Ego Mathildes Regina Consensum PR Bui. Ego Ricardus Regis Filius Annui. Matilda was not queen till Whitsuntide 1068, and was not even in England at Christmas 1067. If it be urged that, even though found in this position 35 her name was interpolated afterwards, I reply that the name of William's eldest son, Robert, would then have been similarly added. The fact that we find instead his second son, Richard, afterwards killed while hunting in the New Forest, is to me the strongest possible evidence that Robert had remained behind, as regent, in Normandy when his mother came over to England to be crowned. The most probable date, therefore, for the execution of this charter is that of her coronation at Westminster, 1068. It preserves for us, in that case, the names of the magnates present on that occasion, including Hugh Bishop of Lycia, who may well have escorted her from Normandy, and thus have attended the ceremony 60. My third point follows as a corollary from this conclusion. For if the charter was drawn up at Whitsuntide, 1068, not at Christmas, 1067, there is an end of Mr. Stevenson's argument and conclusion. The 25th December in the second year of William's reign was in 1067, according to our reckoning. But the old system of reckoning the year ab incarnation began the year on 25th December. This was the Old English system, and this charter proves that William's chancery also commenced the year at the Nativity 61. The time spent on this important charter has not been wasted. We have found that one who stands in the front rank of English philologists, and for whom the same would doubtless be claimed in diplomatic, may arrive, in spite of great learning, at quite erroneous conclusions, simply from inexact treatment of the evidence before him. A word more on Ingelric. According to Mr. Freeman, that Ingelric was an Englishman seems plain. 62 Mr. Stevenson, however, who has specially studied the subject of personal names, holds that this was Frankish. The St. Martin's Charter specially speaks of his having acquired his lands under Edward the Confessor. Mr. Stevenson, however, goes further and states, as we have seen, that it proves him to have been one of William's clerks, and he argues that, if he was a chancery clerk, he may have continued the traditions of Edward's chancery. It is remarkable, however, that in an Exeter Charter, 1069, to which Mr. Stevenson refers us, he again attests, as in 2 of the charters dealt with above, as Ingelricus Presbyter. I have chosen, therefore, for this paper the style Ingelric the priest. No question of origin can arise in the case of a third personage, who also enjoyed the favour both of Edward and of his successor, namely, Albert of Lotharingia, known hitherto as having, it is supposed, given its name to Lothbury, for the Terra Alberti Lotringi is mentioned in the list of London wards temp. Henry I 63, he occurs in many places on the pages of Doomsday. As Albertus Lothariensis, we find him a tenant-in-chief in the counties of Herefordshire and Beds, 186, 216 b2, one of his manors in the latter county having been held by him, we read under Edward the Confessor, and he also occurs by the same style as holding under the latter king at Hatton, Middlesex 37, 129. But so far there is nothing to show that Albert was a cleric. It is a Westminster Abbey charter that supplies the missing clue. Wilhelmus Rex Anglorum Francis et Anglis salutum, Siedes me dedis sancto Petro Westmonasteri, et abbati Geleberto ecclesias de Rotland, et terras pertinens ad Eastem ecclesias, sicut Albertus Lotharingius de me tenibat ipsas ecclesias, cum omnibus pertinentibus ad ipsas. Test Hugon de Porto. 64. Turning to Rotland in Doomsday, we find that the last name in the list of its tenants-in-chief is that of Albertus Clericus, who holds the churches of Oakham, Hambleton and St. Peter's, Stamford, cum adjacentibus terris Eastem ecclesiae, de rege, the whole forming a valuable estate. Again we read under Stamford, Albertus unum Ecclesiam Sancti Petri cum duobus mansionibus et de media carocata terc jacit in Rotland in Hemeljune, Valais ex Sol, 336b. Following up this clue, we recognize our man in the Albertus Clericus who holds at Edintown, in Surrey 36b, and doubtless also in Albertus Clericus, who held land as an undertenant at Windsor 56b. Nay, it is difficult to resist the conclusion that he is also the Albertus Capellanus, who at the end of the Kent Doomsday, 14b, has a page all to himself as tenant-in-chief of Newington. Thus in the official index to Doomsday we find Albert entered under Clericus, Lothariensis, Albertus and, probably, Capellanus, and yet in each case it is the same man, Reginbald exactly in the same way as 38 entered under Cirencester, Presbyter and Reinbaldus. In my Feudal England I have similarly identified P. 167, Eustachius, one tenant-in-chief with Eustachius Viscombs, another and with Eustachius, an under-tenant, 65 and Oger, a Northamptonshire tenant-in-chief with Oger Brito, a Lincolnshire 1 P. 220. In the eastern counties the Breton founder of the House of Helion is similarly indexed under Brito for Essex, Herion for Suffolk and Tehelus for Norfolk. Small as these points may seem, their ultimate consequence is great, for they still further reduce the number of tenants-in-chief. When the history of these magnates is more fully known, it will probably be found that those who held in capite per servitium militare, thus excluding, of course, mere sergeants etc., were a mere handful compared with the vast total given by Ellis and others. Albert's Lotharingian origin becomes of special interest now that we know he was a cleric, for Mr. Freeman devoted a special appendix to Lotharingian churchmen under Edward. 66. Unfortunately, he was not acquainted with the case of Albert. Dr. Stubbs also has dwelt on the importance for the Church of the increased intercourse with the Empire, and especially with Lorraine. Under Edward the Confessor 67 he alludes, without committing himself to it, to Mr. Freeman's somewhat fanciful theory on the subject. Roman 3. Anglo-Norman warfare. Having devoted special study to the art of war in the Norman period, including therein the subject of castles, I may have, perhaps, some claim to deal with the latest work on a topic which requires for its treatment special knowledge. When a treatise assumes a definite character and is likely to be permanently consulted, it calls for closer criticism than a mere ephemeral production, and on this ground I would here discuss some points in Mr. Oman's History of the Art of War, 1898. Mr. Oman issued, so far back as 1885, The Art of War in the Middle Ages, so that he enjoys on this subject the advantage of prolonged study. In 1894 he contributed to Social England 68 an article on Norman warfare, to which I shall also refer. I should add that in his first 1885, as in his later work, 1898, Mr. Oman received the help of Mr. F. York Powell, now Regius Professor of Modern History at Oxford. The first point I propose to consider is that of the famous English formation before the Norman conquest. Mr. Oman originally wrote as follows. The tactics of the English axemen were those of the column. Arranged in a compact mass, they could beat off almost any attack, and hew their way through every obstacle. Art of War, p. 24. This was also the view of the late Professor Freeman, who wrote of the Battle of Maldon that the English stood as at Senlac in the array common to them and their enemies, a strong line, or rather wedge of infantry, forming a wall with their shields. At the Battle of Hastings, Senlac, itself he tells us, the English clave to the old Teutonic tactics, they fought on foot in the close array of the shield wall. They were ranged, he held, closely together in the thick array of the shield wall. He had well observed that the Norman writers were specially struck with the close array of the English, and had elsewhere spoken of the close array of the battle-axe men, and of the English housecarls with their huge battle-axes, accustomed to fight in the close array of the shield wall. To this formation it is necessary to observe the term testudo was applied. At the Battle of Ashdown, Freeman wrote, Asser calls it a testudo or tortoise. This is the shield wall, the famous tactic of the English and Danes. We shall hear of it in all the great battles down to the end. Florence adopts the same word in describing the formation of the rival hosts on that occasion. Pagani in duas si termas dividends, quali testudine bellum parent I 83. Elfred, Christiana's copias contra hostiles exercitus, dirigens, testudine ordinabiliter condensata I 84. So too at the Battle of Ethandun, ubi contra paganorum exercitum universum, cum densa testudine atrociter belligerens, I 96. Again in 1052, pedistris exercitus, spicem terrabaumque fecit testudinum. This is an exact description of the host that faced the Normans 14 years later on the hill of battle, as William of Malmesbury describes it. Pedites omnes cum bipenibus, concerta anti si scutorum testudine, impenetrabilum conium faciunt. 70. It is a pleasure, as I wrote, to find myself here in complete agreement with Mr. Freeman. Mr. Freeman saw in this passage the array of the shield wall, 72, and aptly compared Abbot Thelred's description of the English array at the Battle of the Standard, Scutis scuta jungunter, lateribus latera conserunter. 73 with Mr. Oman also. I was no less pleased to find myself in perfect agreement. I myself should speak, as he does, of the tactics of the phalanx of axemen. It is particularly interesting to read in his latest work, p. 57, that at Zulpich, AD 612, according to Fredegarius, so great was the press when the hostile masses phalanges met and strove against each other, that the bodies of the slain could not fall to the ground, but the dead stood upright wedged among the living. For precisely the same phenomenon is described at the Battle of Hastings. William of Poitiers says of the English, Ob nimium densitatum aerum labi vix poterunt interfecti. And Bishop Guy, Spiritibus necunt frustrata cadavera sterni, nec sedunt vivis corpora militibus, omni cadavera nim, vita licit evacuatum, stat velat il sum, passidit ac locum 75. There is nothing strange in this parallel between Zulpich and Hastings, for Mr. Oman observes that, in their weapons and their manner of fighting, the bands of Angles, Jutes, and Saxons who overran Britain were more nearly similar to the Franks than to the German tribes who wandered south 76. At Poictiers the Franks fought, as they had done 200 years before at Casilinum, in one solid mass. 77 for their tactics were to advance in a deep column or wedge. 78. We have seen that the column of English axemen similarly fought, according to Mr. Oman, arranged in a compact mass. Where the agreement is so complete, I need not labour the point further. In my Feudal England 43, pp. 354-8, I showed that Mr. Archer's views on the subject could not stand for a moment against those of Mr. Freeman and Mr. Oman, to which they were directly opposed. In Social England, just as Mr. Freeman had written that both the English and the Danes stood as a wedge of infantry forming a wall with their shields, 79, Mr. Oman writes of their wedge or column. It is only in his later work that he suddenly shifts his ground and flatly contradicts his own words. The writer S, of course, is delightful. This contradiction of himself, however, is as nothing compared with that to which we are now coming. In his first work Mr. Oman wrote under Mr. Freeman's influence. The Normans he held at the Battle of Hastings were confronted by impregnable palisades. 9 years later, in his second description of the battle, he substituted for these impregnable palisades an impenetrable shield wall. The faithful réchauffe of his former narrative only renders the more significant Mr. Oman's change of impregnable palisades to impenetrable shield wall, for what had happened in the meanwhile to account for this change being made. In July 1892, there had appeared in the Quarterly Review my well-known article on Professor Freeman, in which I had maintained that the English defence consisted not of impregnable palisades, but only of an impenetrable shield wall. On the furious and famous controversy upon this topic which followed, it is quite unnecessary to dwell. Mr. Oman, we have seen himself adopted the view I had advanced, and not, I hasten to add, on this point alone, for with his whole description of the battle as given in Social England, I am in complete agreement. The shield wall he mentions twice, 82 of palisades, entrenchments or breastworks there is not a word. And yet Mr. Oman now is not ashamed to write. I fear that I must plead that I was never converted. This being so, Mr. Round cannot prove that I was 83. What is the explanation of Mr. Oman's statement? Simply that he has again changed his view, and having first adopted that of Mr. Freeman, and then abandoned it to adopt my own, he now in turn abandons both, and advances a third or fourth at variance with both alike. His Norman knights are still surging, but they surge against an obstacle which has once more changed its character. The knights, if unsupported by the bowmen, might have surged forever against the impregnable breastworks. The archers, unsupported by the knights, could easily have been driven off the field by a general charge. United by the skillful hand of William, they were invincible. History of the Art of War, p. 164. What then were these impregnable breastworks, which now make their appearance in our old familiar passage? They are described on page 154, where we read that we must not think of massive palisading. 84 they were merely wattled hurdles, intended perhaps more as a cover against missiles than as a solid protection against the horsemen, for they can have been but hastily constructed things, put together in a few hours by wearied men. Let us place, side by side, Mr. Oman's own words in this his latest work. The knights, if unsupported by the bowmen, might have surged forever against the impregnable breastworks, p. 164. The English defences constituted no impregnable fortress, but a slight earthwork, not wholly impassable to horsemen, p. 154. That they were, to say the least, not wholly impassable is evident from the writer's own description, p. 159 of the Norman knights, first charge against the long front of the breastworks, which in many places they must have swept down by their mere impetus, nay, before the two armies met hand to hand, as Mr. Freeman observes 85 a single horseman, a minstrel named Taillefer, as Mr. Oman terms him, burst right through the breastwork and into the English line, p. 158. 86 such on Mr. Oman's own showing were his so-called impregnable breastworks, p. 164. A single horseman could ride through them. We see then that in this his latest work, he not only adopts yet another view, but cannot adopt it consistently even when he does. To me there is nothing strange in all this shift and shuffle. It has distinguished each of my opponents 47 on this subject from the first. Not only are they all at variance with one another, they are also at variance with themselves. Alone my own theory remains unchanged throughout. The English faced their foes that day in the close array of the shield wall. Other defences they had none. Mr. Oman has actually advanced 4 theories in succession. The third of these made its appearance after his description in Social England. I still hold, Mr. Oman wrote, to the belief that there was an abattis of some sort in front of Harold's line. But how can he still hold to a belief which he has never expressed before or since? For neither the first, second, or fourth of the defences he gives above can by any possibility describe an abattis. The New English Dictionary describes an abattis as a defence constructed by placing felled trees lengthwise, one over the other, with their branches towards the enemy's line. The Encyclopaedia Britannica gives us a similar description, speaking of this defence as constructed of felled trees lengthwise, the stems inwards. One is driven to suppose that Mr. Oman 48 is quite unable to understand what an abattis really is. We have now seen that the writer has actually given in succession 4 entirely different descriptions of the defences of the English front, while he has not the candour to confess that he has ever changed his mind. At this I am not in the least surprised, as I have observed in feudal England, p. 342. As for the defenders of the palisade, they cannot even agree among themselves as to what it really was. Mr. Archer produces a new explanation only to throw it over almost as soon as it is produced. One seeks to know for certain what one is expected to deal with, but so far as it is possible to learn, nobody can tell one. There is only a succession of dissolving views, and one is left to deal with a nebulous hypothesis. Even since these words were published, Mr. Oman has produced his 4th explanation, and has produced it in conjunction with Mr. Archer, who had previously enriched this series of explanations by 2 further ones of his own. In one of them, the fenesters, which Wace makes the principal ingredient of the palisade, are rendered by Mr. Archer Windows 92. In another he describes the English defence as a structure of interwoven shields and stakes, shields set in the ground and supported by a palisade of stakes, a defence into which actual shields have been built. 93. It is only necessary to add that Mr. Oman, who acknowledges here his indebtedness to Mr. T.A. Archer 94 tacitly, but absolutely 49 rejects both these fantasies, together with Mr. Archer's great theory that the English axemen were shieldless at the battle 95, and could not or did not form the shield wall. All this Mr. Oman rejects, though of course he is careful not to say so, just as Mr. Archer before him had rejected views of Mr. Freeman, while professing to defend his account of the battle against me 97. I have now shown that my opponents are still as unable as ever to agree among themselves on the subject of the alleged English defence, and that as to Mr. Oman, he contradicts himself, not only in successive works, but even in a single chapter. A little clique of Oxford historians, mortified at my crushing expose of Mr. Freeman's vaunted accuracy, have endeavoured without scruple, and with almost unconcealed anger, to silence me at any cost, and they cannot even wait until they have agreed among themselves. How entirely impotent they are to stay the progress of the truth is shown by the fact that a German writer, Dr. Spatz, who has independently examined the authorities and the ground, goes even farther than myself in rejecting Mr. Freeman's narrative, and especially the palisade. 98. Sir James Ramsay also, on similarly independent investigation, has been driven to the same conclusion, which his recently published 50 work embodies. Does Mr. Oman refer to Dr. Spatz, whose work is a well-known one? No, he coolly states that the whole balance of learned opinion is against me on this matter 99, although, as we have seen, neither he nor Mr. Archer accepts Mr. Freeman's narrative 100, while their own recorded views hopelessly differ. CPP 43-49. Again, Mr. Oman writes, I do not see what should have induced him Wace to bring the wattled barrier into his narrative, unless it existed in the tale of the fight as it had been told him, etc. p. 153. And yet he made use of my feudal England, in which I set forth prominently pp. 409-416, as I had previously done in the English Historical Review, Roman 8, 677 et seq., Roman 9, 237, my theory that the passage in Wace is nothing but a metrical, elaborate and somewhat confused paraphrase of the words of William of Malmesbury, and that he was clearly misled by the words concerta, testudine, which he did not understand. Mr. Archer discussed this theory but did not venture to reject it ibid. Mr. Oman finds it safer to ignore it, and to profess that he cannot imagine where Wace got the idea from, except from oral tradition. It is the same with the arrangement of the English host. In his latest work, Mr. Oman states, as a matter 51 of fact, that the housecarls formed the centre, and that the fyrd, divided no doubt according to its shires, was ranged on either flank, p. 155. There is no authority whatever for this view in any account of the battle, and it is wholly at variance with Mr. Oman's own view, as stated in his earlier works. Backed sick by the disorderly masses of the fyrd, and by the thanes of the home counties, the housecarls of King Harold stood, Art of War, p. 24. There the housecarls of King Harold, backed sick by the thenhood of all southern England and the disorderly masses of the fyrd of the home counties, drew themselves out, Social England, p. 229. In perfect agreement with these passages, I hold that the well-armed housecarls, as Mr. Oman terms them, formed the English front, and were backed by the rest of the host. 101. Mr. Oman's later view involves a tactical absurdity, as I have maintained throughout 102, but here again Mr. Oman finds it the safest plan to ignore an argument he cannot face. Let me, however, part from his narrative of the great struggle with an expression of honest satisfaction that, even in his latest work, he treats the English host as ranged in one great solid mass, p. 154. This is the essential point on which I have insisted throughout 103. No feature of the great battle is more absolutely beyond dispute. 104, and it absolutely cuts the ground from under Mr. Archer's feet. 105. I may add that the denseness of the English host is similarly grasped by Sir James Ramsay, who has made an independent examination of the battle, and has set forth his interesting and original conclusions in his recently published Foundations of England. The ground plan of the battle in his work should be carefully compared with that which is found in Mr. Freeman's history, for the two differ so hopelessly that the wholly conjectural character of Mr. Freeman's views on the matter will at once be vividly shown. The bold conclusion of Sir James Ramsay that the English host held only the little plateau at the summit of the Battle Hill is at least in harmony with their dense array, and is very possibly correct. 106. I now turn from battles to castles, those castles which played so prominent a part in Anglo-Norman warfare. Let us first glance at the moated mound, and then at the rectangular keep. I do not desire on the moated mound to commit myself to all Mr. Clarke's views, but practical archaeologists, I need scarcely say, are aware that the outer works of these most interesting strongholds were normally of horseshoe or crescent form, the mound being placed on one side of an appended area. Mr. Oman, while acknowledging 53 in his book, and in the columns of the Athenaeum, his indebtedness to Mr. Clarke's admirable account of the topographical details of English castles, describes the Old English burhs as stake and fosse in concentric rings enclosing water-girt mounds. p. 111. I pointed out in the Athenaeum 108 that Mr. Clarke, who did more than anyone for our knowledge of these burhs, was careful to explain, in his plans 109, that their outer defences were not concentric, as Mr. Oman asserts. Determined never to admit a mistake, Mr. Oman retorted, "Of course I am quite aware that in many burhs the outer works are not purely concentric, but the concentric form is the more typical. An admirable example of such a stronghold may be seen on p. 21 of Mr. Clarke's book, where he gives the plan of Edward's Burh of Towcester, built in 921.11. Yet in dealing with the Norman shell keeps on these old palisaded mounds, Mr. Oman actually, in his own book, admits of their outer defences, that, as a general rule, the keep lies not in the middle of the space, but at one end of it or set in the walls. As a general rule, the keep stands at one end of the enclosed space, not in its midst. 111. This is the feature of these striking works for which I myself contended, and which on that account Mr. Oman at once denied. As to the Towcester burh, I will place side by side my criticism and Mr. Oman's reply. Mr. Round, Mr. Oman. A comparison of the plan on p. 21 with those on pp. 24, 25 will show at once that the former is that of the water-girt mound, as Mr. Oman terms it, alone, and contains no outer works. Concentric or other. 112 he states that Towcester burh, as drawn on p. 21 of Mr. Clarke's medieval military architecture, is a water-girt mound alone, with no outer works concentric or other. Apparently Mr. Round cannot read the simplest military sketch. In this map there are clear indications of outer lines other than the mere water. In short, Mr. Round is writing nonsense, and I strongly suspect that he knows it. 113. Any archaeologist comparing the plans will see at once that my statement is correct, and that the plan compare the section shows absolutely nothing beyond the actual ditch of the mound. I offered to submit the question to Mr. St. John Hope's decision 114, but Mr. Oman would submit it to no one but his friend and coadjutor, Mr. York Powell, who is not known as an authority on these works, and who is hostile to myself because I exposed Mr. Freeman. 115. Having now shown that, in his own words, Mr. Oman cannot read the simplest military sketch, I pass to the siege of Rochester Castle, famous for its rectangular keep in 1264. This was an event that deserves attention in a history of the art of war, for John had breached the keep by mining half a century before, and the stately structure had now to 55 stand an energetic siege at the hands of Simon de Montfort. A striking passage in Richelieu's Chronicle tells us that, advancing from London, comes autumn de Leicestria, ver in omnibus circumspectus, machinas et alia ad expugnationem castri necessaria, secum civitate Londonirum per aquam et per terram transvehi pr sepit, quibus inclusos vehementer impunivit, nec eus indulger quaedi permissit, exemplum relinquens Anglicis qualiter circa castrorum assultations, agendum sit qui penitus hugis modi debus illis furent ignari. 116. The barons promptly stormed the outer bailey of the castle, April 19, 117, and strove desperately to gain the keep, till a week later they fled suddenly at the news of the king's advance on London. 118, but so vigorous were the siege operations by attack, battery and mining, that they were on the point of succeeding when they had to raise the siege. 119. Surely a history of the art of war should mention the above remarkable allusion to Simon's mastery of siege operations, and to his teaching the English, who were then ignorant of the subject. But all that Mr. Oman tells us is that the massive strength of Gundulf's Norman keep was too much for such siege appliances as the Earl could employ. The garrison under John de Warenne, the Earl of Surrey, held their own without difficulty, p. 416. We have seen that, on the contrary, the keep was on 56 the point of being taken, but what are we to say to the words, Gundulph's Norman keep? It was long the custom, as Mr. Clarke wrote, to attribute this keep to Gundulph, making it contemporaneous, or nearly so, with the Tower of London. But more than 30 years ago, it was shown by Mr. Hartshorne in the Archaeological Journal that it was built in later days under William of Corbuel, 1126–1136. 120 in the present state of our knowledge, could suppose that Gundulph was its builder, and it is obvious that a writer who does must have yet everything to learn on Norman military architecture. I must lastly deal as briefly as possible with the subject of knight service. The view of modern historians has been that this was gradually evolved during the Norman period, out of a pre-conquestal obligation, to provide one armed man for every 5 hides held. As against this, I have advanced the theory 121 that the whole arrangement was introduced de novo at the conquest, when the conqueror assessed the fiefs he granted in terms of the 5-knight unit irrespective of hidation. Put in a less technical form, my theory is that the conqueror called on the holder of every considerable fief to furnish a contingent of 5 knights, or some multiple of 5, to the feudal host 12257, and this he did arbitrarily, without reckoning the hides that might be contained in the fief. Further, by the argumentum ad absurdum, I showed that if every 5 hides had to provide a knight, there would be nothing, or less than nothing, left for the tenant-in-chief 123. It was of this new theory that Professors Pollock and Maitland observe, in their History of English Law, I 238-9, that they regard it as having been proved by Mr. Round's convincing papers. Mr. Oman, however, leans to the now exploded theory, and holds that under Norman rule, the old notion that the 5 hides must provide a fully armed man was remembered. 124, and that though some lay tenants-in-chief got off easily, the majority were obliged to supply their proper contingent. He then proceeds. It has been clearly shown of late, by an eminent inquirer into early English antiquities, that the hidage of the townships was very roughly assessed, and that the compilers of Domesday Book incline towards round numbers. Now, apart from the fact that this eminent inquirer, my friend Professor Maitland to wit, gives me full credit for having been first in the field 126, a fact which Mr. Oman, with my book before him, of course carefully ignores, his words show that he cannot understand the simplest historical theory. Professor Maitland and I have dwelt on the antiquity of this assessment, with which the compilers of Domesday Book had no more to do than Mr. Oman himself, and which indeed 58 the compilation of that book has almost utterly obscured. From the fact of the 5-hide unit, Mr. Oman argues that there was little difficulty in apportioning the military service due from the tenants-in-chief who owned them. 127, though such apportionment, as I have shown, would result in an actual absurdity. 128 indeed, Mr. Oman himself observes that the tenant-in-chief, to discharge his obligation, might distribute the bulk of his estate in lots roughly averaging 5 hides to subtenants, who would discharge the service for him. 129, although a moment's consideration will show that this process would absorb not the bulk, but the whole of his estate. But all this is insignificant by the side of Mr. Oman's double error on the vetus fiefamentum. This begins on p. 359, which is headed The Old Enfeoffment, and which describes the distribution of fiefs by William among the tenants-in-chief. On the next page he writes of the Knights of the Old Enfeoffment, as William's arrangement was entitled, and proceeds to vouch my Feudal England as his authority for this statement. On the same page we read of the landholders, servitium debitum, according to the assessment of the vetus fiefamentum of the Conqueror, and further learned that Henry Roman II demanded a statement as to the number of knights whom each tenant-in-chief owed as subtenants, how many were under the old enfeoffment of William I, and how many of more recent establishment. We also read that the importance of King Henry's inquest of 1166 was twofold. It not only gave him the information that he required as to the proper maintenance of the debitum servitium due under the old enfeoffment of the Conqueror, but showed him how many more knights had been planted out, since that assessment, p. 363. Again, on page 364 we read of the old enfeoffment of the 11th century, and the phrase, which Mr. Oman quite properly places within quotation marks, occurs in at least 3 other passages. It is quite evident that Mr. Oman imagines the vetus fifamentum to be 1. The original distribution by the conqueror, 2. Among the tenants-in-chief. Both ideas are absolutely wrong. For one, it had nothing to do with William's arrangement, which determined the servitium debitum, a very different matter, and 2. It referred to the sub-enfeoffment of knights by tenants-in-chief. The dividing line between the old and the new fiefments was the death of Henry I in 1135. All fees existing at that date were of the antiquum fiefamentum. All fees created subsequently were of the novum fiefamentum. This essential date is nowhere given by Mr. Oman, who evidently imagined that the latter were those of more recent establishment than the old enfeoffment of William I. The frightful confusion into which Mr. Oman has been led by his double blunder is shown by his own selected instance, the Charter of Roger de Berkeley in 1166. According to him, Roger de Berkeley owed 2 nights and a half on the old enfeoffment. 132 distinct things are here hopelessly confused. It is difficult to understand how the writer can have erred so grievously, for it was fully recognized by Dr. Stubbs and by myself, Feudal England, pp. 237-239, that 1135 was the dividing point. 134. It may be as well to impress on antiquaries that fees de antiquo fifamento were fees which had been in existence in 1135, at the death of Henry I, just as tenures in Doomsday Book, TRE, were those which had existed in 1066 at the death of Edward, for with these two formulas they will frequently meet. It is the servitium debitum, not the antiquum fifamentum, which 61 runs back, as Mr. Oman expresses it, to the conquest. The result of his confusion is that his account of the origins, in England, of knight service is not only gravely erroneous, but curiously topsy-turvy. This is scarcely wonderful when we find on page 365 that he is hopelessly confused about knights and sergeants, not having grasped the elementary distinction between tenure by sergeanty and tenure by knight service. From what I have seen of the author's account of the Battle of Bannockburn, his errors, I imagine, are by no means restricted to the subjects I have here discussed. A curious combination of confidence and unwillingness to admit his mistakes, with a haste or confusion of thought that leads him into grievous error, is responsible, it would seem, for those misconceptions which render untrustworthy, as it stands, his History of the Art of War. Roman 4. The origin of the Exchequer. Historians have rivaled one another in their witness to the extraordinary interest and importance of the 12th century Exchequer. The whole framework of society, writes the Bishop of Oxford, may be said to have passed annually under its review. The regular action of the central power of the kingdom becomes known to us first in the proceedings of the Exchequer. Nuanced insists on its paramount importance, while finance is the centre of all government, and in her brilliant monograph on Henry II, Mrs. Green asserts that the study of the Exchequer is in effect the key to English history at this time. It was the fount of English law and English freedom. One can, therefore, understand Mr. Hall's enthusiasm for the most characteristic of all our national institutions, the stock from which the several branches of the administration originally sprang. Nor does this study appeal to us only on account of its importance. A glamour, picturesque, sentimental it may be, and yet dazzling in its splendor, surrounds an institution possessing so immemorial an antiquity that barons of the Exchequer meet us alike in the days of our Norman kings and in those of Queen Victoria. Its 63 tellers, at least coeval with the conquest, were only finally abolished some 60 years ago, while the Chancellor of the Exchequer is believed to represent that clericus cancellarii, whose seat at the Exchequer of the second Henry was close to that of the official ancestor of the present Secretary to the Treasury. Yet older than these, older even than the very name of the Exchequer, was its wondrous system of wooden tallies, that hieroglyphic method of account which carries us back to a distant past, but which Sir John Lubbock has observed was actually in use at the Exchequer until the year 1824. Of all survivals of an archaic age, this was probably the most marvellous. It is not easy to realize that even in the present century English officials were keeping their accounts with pieces of wood which had attained the dimensions, and presented somewhat the appearance, of one of the wooden swords of the South Sea Islanders. It was an almost tragic feature in the passing of the old order that when these antique relics were finally committed to the flames, there perished, in the conflagration said to have been thus caused, that palace of Parliament which, like themselves, had lingered on to witness the birth of the era of reform. But what, it may be asked, was the Exchequer, and why was it so named? The earliest answer, it would seem, is that of William Fitz-Stephen, who, in his biography of Becket, tells us that in 1164 John the Marshal was in London, officially engaged at the quadrangular table, which from its counters calculis of 2 colours, is commonly called the Exchequer 64 Scacarium, but which is rather the king's table for white money nummies albicoloribus, where also are held the king's pleas of the crown. 135. The passage is not particularly clear, but I quote it because it is not, I believe, mentioned by Mr. Hall 136, and because William Fitz-Stephen knew his London well. The questions I have asked above are those which avowedly are answered in the first chapter of the famous Dialogus de Scaccario, circ. 1178. I need not, however, repeat in detail the explanations there given, for they should be familiar from the works of Dr. Stubbs and of every writer on the subject. Suffice it to say that while in shape the Exchequer, with its ledge, as Mr. Hall observes, was not unlike a billiard table, it derived its name from the checkered cloth, which, says Dr. Stubbs, covered it, and which gave it a resemblance to a chess-board Scacarium. Antiquaries have questioned this, as they will question everything. But the fact remains that the symbol of the Exchequer, of which types have been depicted by Mr. Hall, is that which swings and creaks before the wayside chequers, which once, in azure and gold, blazed upon the hill of Lewes, and which still is proudly quartered by the Earl Marshal of England. In the present paper, I propose to consider the origin and development of the institution, and to examine critically some of the statements in the famous Dialogus de Scaccario, of which the authority has hitherto been accepted almost without question. It is alleged that a cruel hoax was perpetrated on the Royal Society by that merry monarch, Charles Roman II, who called on its members to account for a phenomenon which existed only in his own imagination. Antiquaries and historians have, with similar success, been hoaxed by Richard the son of Nigel, who stated as a fact in his Dialogue on the Exchequer that there is no mention of a Blanche firm to be found in Domesday Book. Richard proceeded to infer from this that those who spoke of Blanche firm existing before the Conquest must be mistaken. 137. Dr. Stubbs actually accepts the statement that the Blanche firm is not mentioned in Domesday, but declares that Stapleton, in his well-known argument 138, has clearly shown it to have had its origin in a state of things that did not exist in Normandy, and was consequent upon the monetary system of the Anglo-Saxons. The argument, he writes, is very technical but quite conclusive. Sir James Ramsay also, though writing as a specialist on finance, contents himself with citing Stapleton through Stubbs, and with adding a reference to white silver in the laws of Alfred, 139, and ignores the evidence in Domesday Book. Now the index to the government edition of 66 Domesday is a very imperfect production, but we need travel no farther than its pages to discover that there is no difficulty to solve, for the Alba Firma is duly entered under an Isle of Wight manor I-39b. Moreover, we read on the same folio of LX Solido's albos, and Roman 12 libras blancas, in a way that suggests the identity of the two descriptions. But further we find, scattered over Domesday, Liber Alb, Blanc and Candid, together with Liber de Albis Denariis or de Candidis Denariis, and Liber Alborum Nemorum or Candidorum Nemorum. The Blanche system, therefore, was already quite familiar. This, however, is not all. On the folio mentioned above I-39b we read of another manner. Tre Roman 25 lib, ad pensum et arceram. This can only refer to that payment in weighed and assayed money, the method of which is described in the Dialogue under quid ad militum argentarium and quid ad fusorum, I Roman 6. All this elaborate system, therefore, must have been already in operation before the Conquest. But the Dialogue asserts in its next and very remarkable chapter, A quibus vel ad quid instituta furit argenti examinatio, that this system was first introduced by the famous Roger, Bishop of Salisbury, the writer's great uncle, after he had sat at the Exchequer for some years, and had discovered the need of introducing it 140. Between this statement and the 67 evidence of Domesday, the contradiction is so absolute that a grave question at once arises as to the value of the writer's assertions on the early Norman period. Like the men of his time, he revelled in texts, and loved to drag them in on every possible occasion. One is, therefore, only following his example in suggesting that his guiding principle was, I magnify my office. The greatness and the privileges of a seat at the Exchequer were ever present in his mind, but to this he added another principle, for which insufficient allowance perhaps has hitherto been made, and this was, I magnify my house. Nor can one blame the worthy treasurer for dwelling on his family's achievements, and exalting his father and his great uncle as the true pillars of the Exchequer. He was perfectly justified in doing this, but historians should have been on their guard when he claims for Bishop Roger the introduction of a system which Doomsday Book shows us as already in general operation, 141. Enlightened by this discovery, we can more hardily approach a statement by the writer in the same chapter, which has been very widely repeated. One need only mention its acceptance by such specialists as Stapleton, in his work on the Norman Exchequer, and Mr. Hubert Hall, who in his work on the Antiquities and Curiosities of the Exchequer, refers to it 4 times 142. He first tells us that for half a century after the conquest there could have been very little need of a central treasury at all, since the greater part of these provisions formed an intrinsic portion of the revenue itself, which was still payable in kind. This point is both important and interesting, and has been hitherto somewhat overlooked by economic writers. The fact, which is probable enough in itself, rests on high authority, that of the famous treasurer of the first 2 Plantagenet kings, p. 4. Again, he writes on p. 161, "We have seen that in the earliest times, previously that is to the reorganization of the Exchequer under Henry I. The revenue of the sovereign was answered in 2 forms, namely in specie and in kind, the former drawn from judicial fines and farms of towns, and the latter rendered at an arbitrary assessment by the cultivators of the royal demesne." 143. The passage itself in the Dialogus, which Mr. Hall translates in extenso pp. 180–182, requires careful examination. The high authority of which he speaks proves to be in fact only tradition, for the opening words of the passage run, "Sicut traditum est a patribus." Now one would not strain unduly the words of the dialogue's author, but his meaning may be fairly understood to be that the rents of the royal domain were not only paid in kind, for that he clearly asserts, but were also valued in kind alone. For he thus describes the change introduced under Henry I. "Destinavit rex per regnum quos added prudentias et discretias cogniverat, qui circuant et oculata fide fundos singulos per lustrantes, habita stimation victualium, cdeheres salvabanter, redigerant in summum denarium." This can only imply the substitution of a money valuation for a rent payable in kind, and yet we have to go no further than this very chapter to learn that these rents had previously been reckoned in money, not in kind. For if, as stated in the note below, they had, when they were paid in kind, to be reduced by the king's officers to a money standard, it could only be because their amounts were due, not in kind, but in money. 144. Fortunately, however, we are not dependent on this obvious contradiction, for the evidence of Doomsday makes it certain that, just as the assay was employed under the Conqueror, and indeed under the Confessor, instead of being first introduced under Henry I, so the valuation in money of the rents from the royal domain was not a reform effected as alleged by the latter king, but was the rule under William I, and indeed almost as much the rule before the conquest. 145. We gather from Doomsday that the Conqueror advanced the commutation of the old firma unius dic, etc., for a sum of money, but even under his predecessor there were only a few localities in which the archaic system had lingered on. I have said something in Feudal England 146 of the 70, firma unius noctis, and I would now add to the evidence that I there adduced on this curious and interesting subject. In Devonshire we meet with a singular feature which I think has escaped attention. Exeter we read it Roman 18, lib per annum. I have elsewhere 147 discussed this payment and shown that it was strangely small, but I now proceed to a new point, namely, that the figure 18 may prove highly significant. Lidford, Barnstaple and Totnes, we read 148, rendered between them the same amount of military service as Exeter rendered. And this service was equally divided between them. 149. Now, if we turn from the service to the payments made by this group of boroughs, we find that the render of each was £3 a year, so that the whole group paid £9, exactly half the render of Exeter. 150. If we follow the clue thus given us, and turn to the manors which Queen Edith and Harold's mother and Harold himself had held, but which in 1086 had passed to the king. 151, we find these remarkable figures: £15, £30, £45, £18, £48, £112, £48, formerly £23, £2, £6, £23, formerly £18, £24, £3, £1,871, £3, £18, £12, £18, £24, £4, £24, £1, £7, £6, £6, £12, £8, £2, £3, £18, £20, £20, formerly £24, it is evident enough that these renders are based on some common unit, like the renders of the Communal manors in Somerset. 152. Moreover, we can trace in Cornwall something of the same kind, the manor of royal domain which heads its survey, Reddit Roman 12 lib. Ad Pondus et Arsaram, 153, and this is followed by renders of £8, £5, £6, £3, Arlim, £18, £6, £3, £7, £6, £6, £4, £5. Even a render of £8 was duodecimal in a way, for on Fo. 121b it occurs 4 times as £8 and thrice as Roman 12 mark. Not only is the rent of these manors distinguished from that of those in private hands by the form reddit, instead of valet, but the render is stereotyped, being normally unchanged, while the valet ever fluctuates. The explanation I suggest for these archaic renders is that they represent the commutation of some formerly existing payment in kind similar to the firma unius noctis. If the unit of that payment was commuted at a fixed rate, it would obviously produce that artificial uniformity of which we have seen the traces in Devon and Cornwall. We may thus penetrate behind these renders to an earlier system then extinct. This conclusion is confirmed, I think, by some striking instances in Hampshire 154 of Nettiham we read, tre et post valuet lxxvi lib, et Roman 16 sol, et Roman 8 den, I38, and of Brestone similarly tre et 72 post valuet lxxvi lib, et Roman 16 sol, et Roman 8 den, I38b. The explanation is found in these 2 entries on the latter foe. Bertun de firma regis e fuit et dimidium diem firm reddidit in omnibus rebus, tre velbat Roman 38 lib, et Roman 8 sol, et ei den, edlinges, hoc manerium reddidit dimidium diem firm tre velbat Roman 38 lib, et Roman 8 sol, et ei den. That is, I take it that the half-day's firm rendered tre was worth £38 4d, so that the 2 other manors, for each of which the sum was 76 £16, 8d, must originally have rendered a whole firma. This gives us the value of the firma for the other Hampshire manors which rendered. We will now return to the Dialogus and its statements on the firma comitatus. It is distinctly asserted in the above passage that the firma comitatus only dated from this reform under Henry I 156. This is at variance with the strong evidence set forth in my Geoffrey de Mandeville, that Geoffrey's grandfather, who was dead before this alleged reform, held Middlesex, Essex and Hertfordshire farm, the very amount of the farm due from him being mentioned, but indeed in Doomsday itself there are hints, if not actual evidence, that the firma was more or less in existence. In Warwickshire, for instance, tre vice comitatus de Warwick cum Burgo et cum regalibus mineres redibat 73 lxv libras, etc., etc. In Worcestershire also, vice comes, de dominicis mineres regis reddit cxci lib, et ei sol, ad pensum. Here we have exactly that summa summarum of which the Dialogus speaks as a novelty introduced under Henry I 157 again, in at least one passage, I 85, we recognize a distinct allusion to the ter dat system. De hoc manerio tenet Jesu episcopus unum membrum wetmore quad ips, tenuit de rege, e pro eo, computat, Wilhelmus Viscums in firma regis Roman 12 lib. Unquoque anno. Now we know the history of this manor, which had been detached from the royal domain about a quarter of a century before, when Edward gave it to Bishop Jesu on his return from his visit to Rome. It follows, therefore, that £12 must have been, ever since, annually credited to the sheriff. In consideration of the Crown having alienated this manor 158, we thus carry back to a period before the conquest that exchequer practice of the 12th century, which is thus alluded to in Stephen's Charter to Geoffrey Earl of Essex, 1141. Ida tamen quad Dominica de piardictis comitatibus data sunt, affirma piardicta subtrahanter et, ad scacarium computabunter, 159. I hasten to add that the Charter of Constance, the Conqueror's daughter, quoted by Stapleton from the Cartulary of Holy Trinity, Con, affords an exact parallel in the words, et I computabiter in su reditu cum dica. But the fact remains that we can prove the existence, under Edward the Confessor, of characteristic features of the later exchequer system, of which one at least, as Stapleton explained, must have been of English origin. What then was the change that took place on the introduction of the exchequer? How did it modify the system previously in existence? Our only clue is found in the well-known words of the Dialogus, quad autem hodi dissiter ad scacarium, olim dispater ad talias. Writing as a specialist on exchequer history, Mr. Hall contends that this expression in itself denotes the actual place of receipt and issue of the revenue, rather than a court or council chamber. 160, but one cannot see that scacarium in itself denotes a court or council chamber more than does talia. The one was a checkered table, the other a wooden tally. My own view is that the change really consisted of the introduction of the checkered table 161 to assist the balancing of the accounts. Previously, tallies alone would be used, and 75 it is noteworthy that even after the exchequer system was in full operation, the deduction for the loss involved by combustion was still affected by tally 162. I have little doubt that the combustion tally was in use in the 11th century for payments ad arceram et pensum. Instead, then, of the sheriffs' accounts being balanced by the cumbrous system of tallies, the introduction of the exchequer table, very possibly under Henry I, enabled them to be depicted to the eye by an ingenious system of counters. To the modern mind it is strange, of course, that, while the reformers were about it, they did not substitute parchment and work out the accounts on it. But doubtless for the benefit of unlearned sheriffs, the old system of ocular demonstration was still adhered to, and the treasurer's roll merely recorded the results of the game by which the accounts had been worked out upon the table. Mr. Hall's belief is best set forth in an article he contributed to the Athenaeum, November 27, 1886, and of which he reprinted this passage subsequently in Doomsday Studies, 1891. There is every reason for believing that the audit machinery of the ancient treasury at Winchester was sufficient for the purpose. It is true indeed that the earliest germ of the exchequer is perceptible in these accounts, which were, however, audited not ad scacarium, but ad talias, i.e., in the treasury or receipt at Winchester. We find in the pipe rolls the old treasury at Winchester used as a permanent storehouse for the reserve of 76 treasure, regalia and records, and we even find exchequer business transacted there by way of audit of accounts, which formed a special office or ministerium, as late as 1130, pipe roll 31 hen. I. The purchase of the Ministerium Thesauri Wintoni, recorded in the pipe roll of 1,130,164, does not affect the question of audit. There can be no question that the National Treasury, in 1130, was at Winchester, or that the Treasurer's official residence was there also. 165. The really important passages on the roll, passages which I venture to think have been generally misunderstood, are these. Et in piarterito anno quando comes glossestri, et brientius filius carmitis audirunt compatum de thesauro, apud Wintonium. De istis habuit Wilhelmus de Pontiac, xxx li, de quibus redidit compatum quando comes glossestri, et brientius audirunt compatum de thesauro, apud Wintonium. It has been assumed that these entries refer to the exchequer business of balancing the sheriff's accounts, and Maddox even went so far as to draw the conclusion, from their wording, that, at the time of the roll, Brian Fitz Count was treasurer. The true meaning was exactly contrary, and an interesting allusion is thus obscured. For the pipe rolls do not, as is sometimes imagined, display the national accounts. They probably do not exhaust the receipts for some, it is believed, were paid in camera, and they certainly only record a portion of the royal expenditure. What became of the money which is so continually entered as paid 77 in the Sorrow? It found its way into the national treasury, whence it was paid out as was required by writ of liberate, addressed to the treasurer and chamberlains. 166 of these outgoings in the 12th century there is, it would seem, no record, but they were certainly audited from time to time, the king calling on the treasurer to account for the money in his charge, as at the exchequer the treasurer himself had called on the sheriffs to account for the sums for which they were liable. To this generalis compatus, associated with the Winchester treasury, there are in the Dialogus several allusions which may have been somewhat overlooked. Quod thesaurarius a viscomite compatum suscipiat, hinc manifestum est, quod idem ab eo cum regi placuit requiriter. Sunt tamen qui dicunt thesaurarium et camerios obnoxios, tantum his scribuntur in Rochleys in the Sorrow, ut de his compatus ab is exigitur, I1. Raro inquam hoc est, cum a rege vel mandato regis, a magnis rigni 167, compatus a thesaurario et cameras rigni totius recepta suscipitur, I5. Thesaurarius et camera, nisi regis expresso mandato vel pr sidentes justitiarii, susceptum pecuniam non expendunt, apportet enim ut habent octoridatum rescripti regis de distributa pecunia, cum ab is compatus generalis exigitur, I6. De combustion, ut de summa ejus thesaurarius et camerae respondint, ib. These are sufficient allusions to the Treasury, as distinct from the Exchequer account. I invite particular attention to this Treasury audit, because, so far as I can find, it has hitherto escaped notice. The 78-second extract refers to the use of the £10,000 space on the checkered table, and therefore proves the use of such a table for the Treasury account as well. Now my point is that the Earl of Gloucester and Brian, Fitz-Count, in 1130, were magnates magni regni delegated by the king, as described in the second passage 168, to audit the treasurer's account, and this view is confirmed by the fact that William de Pont de Elarche, who here accounts to them, is styled by Dr. Stubbs, the treasurer, and is in any case subsequently described as custos thesaurorum regalium. Their mission had nothing, I hold, to do with that audit of the sheriff's accounts, which was the annual function of the Exchequer. There is a remarkable entry on the roll of 1187, which alludes to an overhauling of the national treasure at Winchester, at the beginning of that year, the date proving that it was wholly unconnected with either session of the Exchequer. Et in custamento numerandi et ponderandi thesaurum apud Wintonium post natal, et pro forialis navis ad reponendum undum thesaurum, et pro aliis minudis negociis, ad predictum opus, etc. et pro cariando thesauro a Wintonia ad Cerspirium et ad Oxenford, et ad Gelderford, et ad plura loca per Anglium 48 pounds. 3d. One might compare with these phrases the dialogus language as to the knights, qui et camerae dicuntur, quad pro cameraes ministrant. Item officium horum est numeratum pecuniam, et invasis lignes per centinos solidos compositum, ponderare, nisit error in numero, tunc demum in ferulos mitter, etc. I3. Also the description of the usher's office, hic ministrat ferulos ad pecuniam reponendum, etc., ib. But the latter part of the entry, which is duly quoted by item 169, is also of much importance. For in Mr. Hall's work under 1187, we only read, treasure conveyed abroad from Winchester. It is an essential part of Mr. Hall's theory, which makes the Westminster Treasury the principal treasury of the kingdom, 171, that the Winchester Treasury was merely an emporium in connection with the transport of bullion, and especially of the regalia and plate, as well as other supplies via Southampton or other seaports to the continent. 172, but the above passage shows us, on the contrary, treasure sent thence to Salisbury, Oxford and Guildford. It is manifest that treasure, dispatched from Westminster to Oxford or Guildford, would not be sent via Winchester. From this it follows that Winchester was still a central treasury, and not a mere emporium en route to the south. It is certain that under Henry I, some 60 years before, the session at Westminster of the Barons of the Exchequer did not, as Stapleton observed, affect the position of the national treasury at Winchester. It is, then, equally certain that the money received at that session must have been duly transmitted to the Winchester treasury, for that was where the treasure in coined money was kept when Stephen succeeded at the close of 1135. The whole difficulty has arisen from Mr. Hall's 80 inability to distinguish between the receipt at Westminster, where the money was paid in, and the national treasury at Winchester in which it was permanently stored. This is, roughly speaking, like confusing a man's investments with his balance at his banker's. The steadily growing importance of Westminster and the concurrent decadence of Winchester led, of course, eventually to the shifting of the central treasury, but at the time of the Dialogus, in the days of Henry Roman II, it is clear that the Exchequer was not looked on as the seat of a permanent treasury, for the storage of treasure is always implied by the payment for the light of the night watchman, and as to the watchman and his light, the evidence of the dialogue is clear. Vigiles officium idem est ibi quad alibi, diligentissima silicet de noct custodia thesauri principaliter, et omnium aerum kin domo thesauri reponuntur. Sunt et higs liberations constitut dum scacerium est, hoc est die qua convocantur usc ad diem qua generali secessio, vigil unum denarium, ad lumen cujusc noctis circa thesaurum, arbolum I3. There is absolutely no escaping from these words. A watchman is only provided for the treasure, while the Exchequer is in session. Its treasury is temporary, not permanent. The whole passage, as it seems to me, is absolutely destructive of Mr. Hall's hypothesis of the existence of a permanent financial staff under the Treasurer and Chamberlains of the Exchequer at Westminster. 173. The change from the Treasury to the Exchequer was, I hold, a gradual process. Careful AD1 study of the annual revenues bestowed by our sovereigns on the foreign houses of Tyne, Fontevrault, and Cluny 174 proves clearly how insensibly the treasury at Winchester was superseded by the exchequer at London as the place of payment. This is especially the case with Tyne, where Henry I's original grant, made about the middle of his reign, provides for payment to the Soro Mio, in festo Sancti Michaelis Wintoni. 175 under Richard I this becomes payable at Michaelmas from his exchequer at London. 176 documents between the two show us intermediate stages. Precisely the same gradual process is seen in the parallel development of the chamberlainship of the exchequer from that of the treasury. Just as Henry Roman II, shortly before his accession, confirmed the grant to Tyne as de the Soro Wintoni, 177, so he restored to William Mauduit, at about the same time, Camerium meme thesauri, which office was held by his descendants as a chamberlainship of the exchequer. The Dialogus shows us the treasurer and the two chamberlains of the exchequer as the three inseparable treasury officers. Domesday connects the first with Winchester by showing us Henry the Sorarius as a tenant-in-chief in Hampshire. I propose to show that it also connects one of the chamberlains with that county. In that same invaluable but unprinted charter of which I have spoken 82 above, which was granted at Leicester, 1153, to William Mauduit, Duke Henry says, in super etiam redidi idem camerium meme thesauri, cum liberation 178 et, cum omnibus pertinentibus, castellum silicet deporsestrat supradiximus, et omnis terras ad predictum camerium, et ad predictum castellum pertinens, sive sint in Anglia sive Normannia, sicut pater sus illam camerium, cum pertinentibus melius habuit et sicut Robertus maledoctus frater, susim habebat diquo vivus fuit et mortus. This carries back the Cameria thesauri, illam camerium, to the Domesday tenant, whose son Robert occurs in the earlier Winchester survey, and though dead in 1130 is mentioned on the roll of that year P37, in connection with the treasury in Normandy. The history of Portchester in the Norman period has yet to be worked out. Mr. Clarke, for instance, tells us that the castle was always in the hands of the crown, 179, yet we find it here appurtenant to the chamberlainship, and in Domesday 47b, it was a manor held by William Mauduit. The above charter, in my opinion, was one of those which Duke Henry granted without intending to fulfil. 180 Portchester had clearly been secured by the crown, and Henry was not the man to part with such a fortress. Of William Mauduit's Domesday fief Hartley Maudit, Herledge, also was held by the later Mauduits, 83, but they held it still, per Sergentiariam Camerari Domini Regis, 181, or per Camerium ad Scacarium, 182. It should be added that the other chamberlainship of the exchequer was similarly a sergeanty associated with land. It cannot, however, be carried back beyond 1156, when Henry Roman II bestowed on Warren Fitzgerald Chamberlain lands in Wiltshire worth £34 a year, and in Berkshire to nearly the same amount. 183. The former was the chamberlainship estate, and reappears as Sevenhampton near Highworth in his brother's Carter, 1166, where it is expressly stated to have been given to Warren by the king. 184. It was similarly held by his heir and namesake, with whom he is often confused, under John 185, and by the latter's heir Margaret de Rippereres, under Henry Roman III. 186. This estate must not be confused with that of 84 Stratton, Wilts, which was bestowed by John, to whom it had escheated on the later Warren Fitzgerald, to hold at a fee-farm rent of £13 a year. 187. It is necessary to make this distinction, because Mr. Hall, in dealing with the subject, speaks of it as held apparently by the Countess of Albemarle, as pertaining to the sick chamberlainship of England. 188 on the same page he speaks of a deed, on page 1024 of the same volume, whereby she secures to Adam de Stratton, clerk, an annuity of £13, charged on the farm of Stratton. Reference to page 1024 shows that, on the contrary, what she did was to make herself and her heirs responsible to the exchequer for the annual £13, which was the farm of Stratton, so that Adam might hold Stratton quit therefrom. This is a further instance of Mr. Hall's unhappy inability to understand or describe accurately the documents with which he deals. 189. I have now traced for the first time, so far as I can find, the origin of the two chamberlainships of the exchequer. That of Mauduit can be traced, we see, to a chamberlainship of the treasury, existing certainly under Henry I, and possibly under the Conqueror. Of the other, the existence is not proved before 1156. Both, I have shown, were associated with the tenure of certain estates. It is very strange that, in his magnum opus 190 Maddox 85 not only ignores, it would seem, this descent of the office with certain lands, but gives a most unsatisfactory account of those who held the office, confusing it clearly with the Chamberlainship of England, and not distinguishing or tracing its holders. For the different standards of payment in use at the Exchequer, our authority, of course, is the Dialogus, but the subject, I venture to think, is still exceedingly obscure. Even Mr. Hall, who has studied so closely the Dialogus, seems to leave it rather doubtful whether payment in blank money meant a deduction of 6d, or of 12d. On the pound 191 it will be best to leave the Dialogus for the moment, and take an actual case where the charters and the rolls can be compared, and a definite result obtained. In lands, Ms. 114 at Fo. 55 there is a series of extracts transcribed from a register of Holy Trinity, or Christchurch Priory, London, in which are comprised the royal charters relating to Queen Maud's gift of 2/3 of the revenues firm of Exeter. First, Henry I confirms it, late in his reign 192, as Roman 25 libras ad scalum, the charter being addressed to William Bishop of Exeter, and Baldwin the Sheriff sic. Then we have another charter from him addressed, Rogero Episcopo Sersperiensi et Baronibus Scacere, and witnessed at Winchester by Geoffrey de Clinton, in which it is Roman 25 libras blancas. Stephen's charter follows, addressed to AD 6 William Bishop of Exeter, and Richard son of Baldwin the Sheriff, in which again we have Roman 25 lib. Ad scalam. Lastly, we come to an important entry that seems to have remained unknown. In 11 AD on St. Martin's Day, King Henry issued Fecit Cura his new money in the 26th year of his reign, and as the Sheriff of Exeter Exarn, would not pay the Prior of Christchurch for Michaelmas term 1216 poundses, 3d. Secundum Pondus Blancum, Prior Stephen obtained from the king the following writ. Then follows a writ which clearly belongs not to 11 AD, but to an earlier period. It is addressed Prepositus et Civibus Exoni, and directs that the canons are to enjoy their rents as in his grandfather's time, test manicero biset dapifero, apud Weiercestrium. Next comes a passage so important that it must be quoted in the original words, although, like the whole of the transcript, it seems slightly corrupt. Comparut igiter paganus attornatus vice comitis predicti in scacerio, ubi inspecto rotulo regis in quo contimbater carta predicti regis, quad ecclesiam Christi London deba haber predictos denarios blancos, et ad scalum id est ad pondus, qui furint melias in pondia quam illa nova monita per Roman 6 s Roman 3d pro termino sancti mich, arch, predicto, et sic predictus prior et conventus haberant qualibit anno Roman 12 s Roman 6d de incremento Roman 25 li, blanc, prout patet in carta sequenti. The writ of the Earl of Cornwall in 1256, which follows, is obviously out of place for our period. Lastly, the canons record the triumph of their case thus. Per lectuista carta, constitutus est dies priori Stephana, ad petitionem pagani clerici, gerentis vices vice comitis exonia justitia idem cancellario, et baronibus scacere, ut in noteserat causam, istum vice comedi predicto. Et sic predicti, prior et conventus AD 7 reciperant predictos Roman 12 li. Roman 16 s Roman 3d infra Roman 12 dies natalis domini detaili monita qualis tunc currat. Et ibidem ie, inde furunt plegii Radulfus de Glanvilla tunc, justitia regis et Rodrus filius reinfridi et Alanus de Farnellis, coram Higgs testibus Goffredo episcopo Eliensi, Ricardo the Sorario regis postia episcopo Londoniensi, Roberto Mantello, Michael Bellet, Edwardo Clerico, Elia Heschirio et multis aliis. Ad terminum viro predictum Wilhelmus vicecums exoni de sic brewera etc. So at length the prior received the full amount, numeratos blancos ad scalum, tails eyes, quorum Roman 20 solidi numerati fecerunt libram regis. Corrupt though the text in places is, the outline of the story is clear enough, and is supported by such record evidence as survives. The local authorities clearly were directed to pay the canons £25 ad scalum annually. Hoc est, says the Dialogus, propter quam libit numeratum libram Roman 6d. This is fully borne out by the pipe rolls which both in 1130 and under Henry Roman II record the annual payment as 25 £12 6d. Numero. When the new coinage became current in 1180, the local authorities evidently claimed that as they had to pay in standard coin, they ought no longer to be liable for the 12s 6d excess which they paid under the old system. The case, however, was given against them, apparently on the ground that they were liable for 6d additional on every numbered pound irrespective of the quality of the coin. The difficulty is created by the use of the term blancos throughout as equivalent to ad scalam, an equation which is certainly found in the text of the charters. It will, however, be better to discuss this point when dealing with the blanche system as a whole. Before leaving the above case, we should notice first that the Crown had a roll, on which were recorded such charters as this of Henry I. I do not remember mention of such a roll elsewhere. The question irresistibly suggests itself whether we have not here the origin of those cartes antiques, of which the existence, I am given to understand, has ever yet been accounted for. On turning to these most interesting records, we find that Roll N commences with 23 charters to Holy Trinity Priory, all of them previous to the middle of Henry Roman II's reign. They are transcribed in a hand of the period, those which follow being later additions. It seems to me, therefore, that in this Roll N we may have the actual Rotulus Regis, produced in court before Glanville, which contained, as does Roll N, the charter of Henry I. It would seem probable that such charters were already kept in the Treasury, for reference under Henry I, though not as yet enrolled. For a writ of the latter king, addressed to Richard son of Baldwin, Sheriff of Devon, and G. de Fernelles, directs them to discharge the land of the canons of Plimpton, de Geldis et Assizes et omnibus aliis rebus, queer episcopus serum recognavit per cartum de thesoro meo quad ipsa, ex todo ita quieta est. 193. Secondly, we should note that, although the narrative assigns the issue of the new coinage to November 11, 1180, yet the sheriff's deputy raised his claim at Michaelmas for that half-year's term. That he did so is in harmony with the current pipe roll, which, as 89 Iton has shown, had numerous references to the change of coinage having been in progress. Lastly, we have here an exchequer case hitherto, I believe, unknown, and learn the names of the officials present, which harmonize with what we know aliund of the judicial and financial personnel at the time. Apart from the Rotulus Regis discussed above, the exchequer, it would seem, enrolled its decisions even under Henry Roman II. We read in the chronicle of Jocelyn de Breakland that Abbot Sampson, called upon to contribute on behalf of St. Edmund's Abbey to a communis misericordia imposed on the counties of Norfolk and Suffolk, went to the king at Clarendon, February 1187, and obtained from him a writ directing ut sex milits de comitatu de Norfolkia et sex de Suffolkia summonrenter, ad recognoscendum coram baronibus scacere, utrum dominia sancti di mundi, deberant esse quieta de communi misericordia. 194. When the knights had found their verdict, justitiarii assidents veredictum illorum inrolaverunt. We may now return to the reckonings in use at the early exchequer. It may fairly be said that in 1130 the normal method of accounting for the firm was the payment by the sheriff of silver ad pensum, the allowance to him of his outgoings numero, and the reckoning of the balance in blanche money. The counties of which the sheriffs paid in their silver ad pensum were Notts and Derby, Hampshire, Surrey with Cambridgeshire, Nindy and Hunts, Essex and Herts, Gloucestershire, Northants and Leicestershire, Norfolk and Suffolk, Warwick, Lincolnshire, Berks and Devon, 17 in all, Dorset and Wilts, Kent and Bucks and Beds, that is 5 counties, had their silver paid partly ad pensum and partly numero. Northumberland, Carlisle and Sussex were accounted for numero, in accordance with the Dialogus. For Yorkshire the silver was paid in numero, but the balance accounted for blanche. Cornwall seems to be accounted for numero. London and Staffordshire alone have sheriffs who pay in their silver blanche. In this labyrinth of account one point at least is clear. The outgoings credited to the sheriff numero were blanched, exactly as described in the Dialogus, by a uniform deduction of a shilling in the pound 196. This is proved by the account for the outstanding firm of Berkshire, rendered by Anselm Viscount of Rouen 197. He has to account for £522.18. Blanche. For this he pays in £251 6s, 8d. Blanche claims £63 5d. Numero for money disbursed by the king's writ, and is left owing £211 10s. Blanche. Now if we deduct a shilling in the pound from £63 5d, we obtain £60 1s, 212d. Blanche. Adding up the 3 blanche amounts, we have £522 17s, 1012d, which is within a penny halfpenny of the sum he has to account for. We may further say that this pipe roll reveals a tendency to reduce all the firms to a blanche denomination. That is to say that the balance left outstanding is normally given in blanche money, and accounted for accordingly in a subsequent year. Moreover, when it is so accounted for, the sheriff pays in his money, not ad pensum but blanche. Examples of this are found in the cases of Wilts and Dorset, Hampshire, Surrey with Cambridge and Hunts, Essex and Herts, Gloucestershire, Leicestershire and Northants, etc. It seems to be only when a sheriff is rendering his account, de nova firma, that he pays in money ad pensum. The provoking practice of not recording the amount of the firm to be accounted for makes it impossible to check these different methods of reckoning. In the case, however, of Barsham, we have the veredictum in the testa that its annual firm was Roman 42 libras arses et ponderatas, and though this of itself might be slight evidence 198, it is in harmony with the pipe rolls of Henry Roman II. Now in that of 1130 the firm is thus accounted for. Pound SD 2738 ad pensum 050 numero 080 ad pensum 16010 blanche. This is equivalent to £16 fives, 7d, blanche plus £27 11s, 8d, ad pensum. If then the total firm was £42 blanche, we have an excess of £117, 3d 92 ad pensum. If this calculation is to be depended on, it would give us a deduction of about 16p in the pound from the weighed money when subjected to assay. In 1157, the firm was accounted for as follows: £31 13s, 8d, blanche paid in by sheriff, 13s 4d, numero already to his credit, 12 £7 4d, numero paid out. Deducting as before a shilling in the pound from the sums reckoned numero, we find them amount to 12 £7 8d, blanche. Adding this amount to the £31 13s, 8d, blanche, we have £44 1s, 4d to the accountant's credit, but the firm was only £42 blanche. He had therefore a superplus of £2 1s, 4d, blanche, and that is precisely what the roll records that he had. We may then from this comparison conclude positively that the money paid in ad pensum was liable to a further deduction when the assay made it blanche. The case of Barsham certainly suggests that in the time of Henry I the firm on the Rotulus Exectorius might be reckoned in blanche money, even where the accountant paid in his cash by weight. But what is obscure is why the cash so paid should be merely entered ad pensum, instead of its assayed value being recorded as under Henry Roman II. For this value must have been ascertained in order to balance the account. It is noteworthy that, although the Dialogus speaks of payment ad scalem, as entered on the rolls of Henry I, the phrase is not found on the roll of 1130. In the case of Exeter, as we have seen, the 93 £25 ad scalam were entered on the roll as 25 £12s. 6d. Numero. Broadly speaking, the impression created by the roll of 1130 is that the administration was endeavouring to systematize the firm payments, which, we may gather from the evidence of Doomsday, had been almost chaotic in diversity. From the earliest rolls of Henry Roman II, we find a uniform blanche system, with the trifling exceptions the Dialogus mentions, which testifies probably to further reforms between 1130 and 1139, when Bishop Roger fell. There remained, however, the sad confusion caused by the several meanings of blanche, the true assay involving a deduction of variable amount, the fixed deduction of a shilling in the pound to blanche the money paid out numero, and the fixed addition of 6p in the pound, numero, to sums granted blanche, as in the Exeter case. If in conclusion it be asked what was the origin of the exchequer, the answer is not one that can be briefly given. In the first place, it must not be assumed that the exchequer was bodily imported, as a new and complete institution, from Normandy to England or vice versa. In the second place, the Dialogus we have seen is by no means an infallible authority for the events of the Norman period. In the third place, its author was biased by his eagerness to exalt Bishop Roger, his relative and the founder of his family. Leaving that treatise aside for the moment, the evidence adduced in this paper points to the gradual development of the exchequer out of the Treasury 94 under Henry I, and this view is curiously confirmed by the remarkable, perhaps unique, narrative in the Abingdon Cartulary 199 of a plea held in the Curia Regis, apud Winternium in the Sorrow. This plea cannot be later than 1114, and it is difficult to resist the impression that in the Sorrow is purposely introduced, and represents the ad scacarium of later days. That is to say, that the hearing of pleas was already connected with the financial administration 200, probably, because its records were, in certain cases, needed. I have suggested that the gradual change of name may have been a consequence of the introduction of the checkered cloth, scacarium, But this innovation, probably, was only one of those which marked the gradual transition to the final exchequer system, even under Henry Roman II. For instance, Master Thomas Browne and his third roll were, says the Dialogus, an utter innovation, and the place assigned to Richard of Ilchester seems to have been the same. Thus the system was by no means complete at Bishop Roger's death, nor, on the other hand, were its details even then his own work alone. He did but develop what he found. It is quite possible that further exploration of that most fertile field for discovery, the cartularies of monastic 95 houses, may cast a clearer light on this institutional development, for it was a belated document, transcribed in the cartulary of Merton, that has enabled me 201 to prove the existence of the exchequer eonomen in Normandy under Henry I. But it is not likely that such discovery will materially affect the views which I have enunciated above on the origin of the English exchequer. For after all they are, in the main, the same as those which Dr. Stubbs, with his sound instinct, shadowed forth when the evidence was even less. If I have gone further than himself, it has been in criticizing more searchingly the authority of the Dialogus de Scaccario for the reign of Henry I, in demonstrating the actual evolution of the Scaccarium from the Thesaurus, and in tracing the origin of the Chamberlain's office and its feudal tenurial character. The alternative use of blanc and ad scalam in the reign of Henry I is, I believe, a new discovery, and so, it would seem, is that treasury audit on which I have laid special stress. Petty details, it may be said, and of slight historical importance, so thought Richard the son of Nigel, pleading, nec est vel esse potest in eis subtilium rerum descriptio, vel jocunda novitatis inventio, 202, and yet he heard the students cry, cur scientium de Scaccario capens te plurima esse dissiter alios non dox, et ni tibi comoriata, scripto commendas, for as we have been reminded by the publication of the Red Book 96 of the Exchequer, it may be true now as then, even of those who are steeped in its records, that sicut qui in tenebris ambulant et manibus palpant, frequenter offendunt sic illic multi resident qui vidents non vident, et audience non intelligant. 203. V. London under Stephen. The famous claim of the citizens of London at the death of Henry I, that the election of a king rested with themselves. 204 and the prominent part they actually took in placing Stephen on the throne, after making special terms with him. 205 impart peculiar interest to such glimpses as records afford us of the government, institutions, and leading citizens of London in Stephen's days. Of these I have treated at some length in my work on Geoffrey de Mandeville, 206, but the information there given can now be supplemented by documents relating to the two ancient religious foundations of Holy Trinity Priory, Aldgate, and the Collegiate Church of St. Martin's le Grand. The earliest of these with which I shall deal is assigned to the second year of Stephen, and is taken from the cartulary of Holy Trinity, now preserved at Glasgow, of which there is a modern collated transcript 98 in the Guildhall Library. It has never yet, I believe, been printed. As Stephen was absent in Normandy from Midland to the end of November, 1137, the episode must belong either to the early months of the year or to its close. 207. The text seems slightly corrupt in places, but is trustworthy enough for all purposes. The first points of interest to be noted are that Arnulf, Archdeacon of Sees, afterwards the well-known Bishop of Lycia, who here appears at Stephen's court, had been, as I have shown, the year before, his spokesman before the Pope when his right was challenged by the Empress. 208, and that Andrew Buttuint, a leading citizen, was clearly Justiciar of London at the time, in accordance with my theory that such an office was actually created by the well-known charter of Henry I 209. It should also be observed that the question of title is carried back straight to the days of Edward the Confessor, and is decided by the oath of 21 men, familiar, evidently, with the locality, in the style of the 11th century. The list of jurors is headed by Ordigar Le Prude, who seems to have become a monk Monachus, since he had taken so prominent a part in transferring the soak of the Sea Knitting Guild to Holy Trinity Priory in 1125.21. The land in dispute was in East Smithfield, within the soak of the Sea Knitting Guild, which lay outside the wall from Aldgate to the Thames, and therefore adjoined immediately the Tower precinct. The Priory, having now acquired the soak, complained that successive constables of the Tower had encroached upon this land to make a vineyard. The document which follows records the result. 211. Secundo autem anno Rigni Stephani Regis quadam vice, cum esset rex Westministerio, adiet prefatus prior Normanus assistantibus, et auxiliantibus sibi Regina Matilda ipsius Regis conjud. Algaro episcopo Constantiensi, Rogero tunc Cancellario, Arnulfo Archidiacone, Saginci, Wilelmo Martel d'Apifero, Roberto de Cursi, Alberco de Ver, Goffredo de Magnavilla, Hugon le Bigot, Adam de Balnai, Andrea Butuant, pluribusc aliis Burgensibus Londoni. Adiet eam et diligenter ostendit qua Roman 6 vel injuria pars, ilia reliqua furit, separata advocat, et ashuilo coram rege caesitum est ob quo jur partum illam tenuset, et quid super eam clamaset, ips vero respondit si nil superi clamer, sed sicking quit. Tenui 212 tunc rex viva voce Andre justitiario su ceterisc Burgensibus, qui ibi adurant precepit, ipsis et ceterisc per breve suum mandavit quatinus certum diem priori, considerant in quo super, endum terram convenience rem rationabiliter examinarent, examinata autem sic permanerat quemad modum furet, in tempor regis sancti Edwardi. 213, quod si prior partuis et ostendir, partum illam esse de predicto jure ecclesi sine dilation satiator, quod ita factum est, statuto die super endum terram convenerunt, ex una part prior, cum codiutoribus sues, ex alia part Andreas Butuant et plurs alii maiors, et melius Londoni. Ration igiter deductor tempor sancti Edwardi regis usc ad illum diem quo hoc fibet, inventum est et ostensum illam partum ad reliquam pertina, et totem similiter de predicto jure, quod et ibidem probatum 100 est multis testibus et sacrament, ex jo hominum quorum hec sunt nomina, augurus monachus cognimento leprude, aelwinus filius redumph estmund ulfricius church, Brickrid Cutcher W. Alfred, Semmer Bartum Alci Berman W. Lci Faber Ulfwin Hallen Louisun Faber W. Elwin, Abbot Aelwin Clericus Algarus Frater Gerald W. Alfric Carnifex, Elfrit Cugel W. Alfric Edric Moduesun Godwinus Bal, et multi alii peridi furunt jure, sed isti judicati sunt sufficere. Hoc id ac modo h seque ration et justitia totera latera et socer adjudicatum est predict ecclesi, quam Stephanus Rex confirmat prefate ecclesi, vel priori, per cartam sequentum. Stephanus Rex Anglorum Episcopo Londoniensi justitiariis, vice committibus, baronibus ministris, et omnibus fidelibus sues Francis, et Anglis Londoni salutum, siedes quia redidi et concessi Dio, et ecclesi sanct Trinitatis, Londoni, et canonicis, regularibus ibidem Dio 214, servientibus pro anima regis Henrici, et pro salute, me et Matildes regin uxoris, me et Eustaci filii, me et alirum purorum meorum in perpetuum terram suam de Smethefelde quam comes, Goffredus preoccupaverat, ad vinim suam faciendum. Quer volo et firmiter principio quod beni et in pace et liber, et quiet et honorifice tenint, et habent terram predictam sicut Melius, et Liberius, et quaedius tenent alias terras, suas et sicut Rex Henricus illam eis concessit, et carta sua confirmavit. Testibus, Matilda Regina et Toma Capellano et Wilelmo de Ypres et Ricardo de Luci, apud Londonium, 215. The charter which follows, being granted by Geoffrey de Mandeville as Earl, may safely be assigned to 1140-1144. It is difficult to resist the impression, from the appearance among the witnesses of a Templar and 2 doctors, that this was an act of restitution by the Earl when he was lying on his deathbed, in 1144.216. Item Goffredus comes Essex ac constabularius principalis, terris renunciavit, tatum clamorum, suum de predicta terra ut patet per cartam sequentum. Goffredus comes Essex episcopo Londoniensi, et omnibus fidelibus sanct ecclesi salutum. Siedes me redidis ecclesi Christi Londoni, et fratribus in digentibus molendina sua juxta terram, et tatum terram extra, pertimbat ad Ingliscnithtingildum 217, cum Smethefelde et hominibus, et omnibus aliis rebus idem pertinentibus. Redo et eis dim, hidum de Brembelega in terra et pratis et pasquis, et omnibus aliis rebus, et libertatibus, et consudidinibus sicut, Wilhelmus filius Widenis emis dedit, cum canonicalum habitum reciperat. Et volo et principio ut prefatas terras tenint de me, et heredibus meis liberas et quietas, et salutas ob omni calumpnia et seculari servicio iter ut nec, hereds me nec meis impostorum aliquam, canc super his licet inurium vel contumelium irriger. His testibus, rohesa comitissa uxor me, Gregorio d'Apifero, Pagano de Templo, Verino filio Geroldi, Redulfo de Crichtot, 218 Goffredo de Querendon, Ernulfo medico, Ewodo medico. Et similiter concedo eis in perpetuum imarcam argenti de servicio Edwardi de Seligeford testimonio prescriptorum testium, et Wilhelmi archidiaconi London. Hec omnia acta furunt anno Igo regis Stephani istis ostantibus, audientibus et videntibus. Redolfo filio Algodi, Redolfo cancellario Sancti Pauli, Hacun decano, Wilhelmo Travers, Gilberto Presbytero, Lungo Presbytero, Wimundo Presbytero, Josefo Presbytero, Godfredo Presbytero, Johann Presbytero, Huberto Presbytero, Leofuino Presbytero, Godardo Presbytero, Alurico Presbytero, Riccardo Presbytero, Jacobo Clerico, Gervasio Clerico, Wilhelmo Clerico, Andrea Buttuint, Stefano Bucarul, Wilhelmo Camarillo, Redolfo Filio Andri, Laurentio Buttuint, Theodorico, Filio Dermani, Johann Buttuint, Stefano Bucarul, Gialberto Biquet, Gervasio Filio Agnetis, Hugon Filio Olgari, Eustachio Nepot Fulcredi, Waccolino, Roberto Filio Radolfi Fratribusque Ijus Riccardo et David, Aelwardo Faber, Edmundo Ward Aldermano, Edwardo Filio Simonis, Edgaro Fiulo, Edward Roberto Phil. But, Ulfigo Eluino Goduino Radolfo Godsun, et Algaro Filio Is et Edmundo Frater Ius Hunneman Suthin Edwardo 100 to her, Goduino Bredhers Hirwardo Geraldo Rufo Sexi Forfat, Goduino Oxifat Johann Filio Edwini Sawardo Sierdo Ceterisque Multis non Salium. With this latter portion of the document we return to 1137, and meet with names of considerable interest. Foremost among these is that of Gilbert Biquet, the first mention, I believe, of him in a document that has ever come to light. Ralph, son of Algode, who heads the list, had also headed the list of the 15 citizens by whom the Sea Nightingale soak had been given to the priory in 1125. He also appears in charge of one of the city wards in the list of circ. 1130, 219 was he identical with Ralph, son of Algode, who occurs as a canon of St. Paul S in 1104 and 1132. 220 for my part, I think that he was. Improbable though the combination may seem, there can be little doubt that the canons of St. Paul's were as closely connected at the time with secular life in London as they were with farming in Essex. Hugh, son of Wulfgar, to take another of these names, had been, like Ralph, among the 15 of the Sea Nightingale list, 12 years before, and like him, had charge of a ward in the list of circ. 1130. He was a London magnate of whom we shall hear more. The names of these two men raise an important question. That ancient and remarkable institution, the English Sea Nightingale of London, remains shrouded in mystery. It is known to us only through the gift of its soak to Holy Trinity Priory, and the consequent 103 preservation among that priory's monuments of charters confirming that soak, from Edward the Confessor downwards. Stowe made use of the priory's cartulary, and states the facts accurately enough. Mr. Coote in 1881 rendered valuable service by printing, from the Guildhall letter books, the documents relating to the English guilds of knights and their sarcan, 221, but fell into the error of supposing that, after thus parting with their land, all these gentlemen entered religion in the same convent which they had thus benefited. 222, writing some years later, 1887, with the St. Paul's documents before him, Mr. Lofty, in his well-known book, went further still. There can be no doubt. He writes 223, if any doubt existed before, that the governing body of London was the Nightingale, as Stowe calls it. This assumption seems to be based on the view that among its 15 named representatives, 1125, there was a very large proportion of aldermen 224, and that those who do not seem themselves to have held office were the sons or the brothers of aldermen. 225 admitting that a few out of the 15 can, like Ralph and Hugh above, be identified with those who had charge of wards temp. Henry I. This no more proves that the guild itself was the governing body of London, than would the presence of some aldermen among the members of a city company today prove that it occupied that position. It 104 is not improbable, by the way, that the guild had become, like a modern city company, a mere propertied survival. But apart from the question of its status, what we have to consider is whether the 15 magnates of 1125 did, as alleged, enter the priory themselves as canons when they made their gift. 226 Mr. Lofty positively asserts that they did. The lords of the adjacent manor, the Portsoken, then 15 in number, members of the Nightingale, and all or nearly all, aldermen 227, took the resolution, so characteristic of the religious life of the 12th century, to enter Norman's priory, dedicating their own lives, etc. 228. This view is absolutely erroneous, and rests on a misunderstanding of the words. Suscipiens fraternitatem et participium beneficiarum loci Elias per manum Normani prioris, qui eis et predecessors suos in societatem super textum evangelae recepit. 229. This, of course, is merely the usual admission of benefactors to a share in the spiritual benefits appertaining to the brotherhood. The fact that the benefactors, predecessors, were admitted also should have clearly shown that there was no question of personally becoming canons in the Priory 230. As a matter of fact, several of the 15 citizens can, from records, be identified and traced, if only we reject at the outset the whole of the wild confusion into which Mr. Lofty has plunged them. 231 we may take, for instance, Aelwinus et Robertus frater Ius filii Leostini, 232, whose father I make to be Leofston the son of Augur. These brothers witness one St. Paul's document in the time of Dean Ralph 233, and are mentioned in another 234, and they are addressed in a letter of Archbishop Theobald, 1139-43. 235 Robert accounts for the Weavers' Guild of London in 1,130,236, while the Wine, who witnesses a deed under Dean William, and 2 under Dean Ralph, will also be found witnessing a charter of the Earl of Essex in 1142-3. 237 It is this the Wine, Aelwinus, who is wrongly identified by Mr. Lofty with the father of the first 106 mayor, and with Aelwyn child, and with a son-in-law of Augur le Prude, who, by the way, was Augur the deacon, and not Augur le Prude. 2 other interesting members of the 15 are Leostenus Orifaber et Wiso Filius Ius, for the latter is clearly identical with that Whitso Filius Leostini, who, so far from being an Austin canon, owes in 1130 half a mark of gold, pro terra et ministerio patris sui. 239, and with that Wiso Orifaber, who, with Edward his brother and John his son, makes an agreement with the canons of St. Paul's. 240. Returning to the second list of 1,137,240, one we recognise in Hacken the Dean, not a dean of St. Paul's, but a witness of the Sea-Knitting-Guild's gift in 1125. 242 Thierry son of Diorman was the heir, perhaps the son of that Derman of London, who is entered in Doomsday as holding half a hide at Islington, and the father of Bertram, Filius Theodorisi Filii Derman, otherwise Bertram de Barwy, who held Newington Barrow in Islington. 243 who was a benefactor to the nuns of Clerkenwell, and whose son Thomas bestowed a serf upon St. Paul. About the beginning of the 13th century. 244, the mention of this family leads me here to introduce a most singular genealogy, evidently adduced to prove temp. John, that Peter son of Alan, was heir to Thierry, a grandson and namesake of Thierry son of Derman. Hubert vint de Cam et engendra Elaine et Gervais et Wilhelmi Blemont le Ville et Alters, Elaine la Isni engendra Piers, et Piers Elaine, et Elaine Piers, Gervais engendra Henry, et Henry Johann Caifu Dunia Hughes de Neville, will Blemont prist la sua Bertram de Barrow et engendra Will et Terry et Alters, will de Vint Chan in a Saint Ternite sic de Lunders et Terry, prist la Phil Ernod la Ruse et engendra un Phil si cum lem dist, Isist Phil Fudunia un Pedi Fis Johann Ville 245 dunt si, Elea Marti sans air de soy. Les airs al devant dit Elaine sunt airs, car il sunt les Isnes. 246. This genealogy, which we shall find is certainly incorrect, gives us a pedigree as follows. We know from the names of his son and granddaughter that the Gervais of the text must be Gervais of Cornhill, who, as a matter of fact, had a brother Alan. But we also know that their father was Roger Nepos Huberty, 248 not Hubert. As there 108 seem to be traces of another Hubert with sons Gervais, and Alan 249, this may account for the confusion. The mention of William Blemond is of special interest, because it is from this name that Bloomsbury, Blemonsbury, is derived. His wife, being a sister of Bertram de Barrow, 250, was a daughter of Thierry the son of Derman, which accounts for one of their sons bearing the name of Terry. The belief that this great civic family sprang originally from Caen is a fact to be noted. We know that Ralph Filius Andry, p. 101, must have been a son of Andrew Bucuint, for Andreas Bucuint et Radulfus Filius Igeus. Witness a Ramsey charter under Henry I 251. William Camerius is, no doubt, the William qui fuit Camerius Londoni, who accounts for London debts on the roll of 1130.252. We have seen above that Andrew Bucuint Bucca Uncta was in 1137 Justiciar of London. This clue is of great importance, for, according to another portion of the Holy Trinity narrative, Andrew Bucuint was the leading witness at the investiture of the priory, with the Sea-Knitting-Guild soak by the 2 sheriffs of London, in 1125.253, He was also a leading witness to that agreement between Ramsey Abbey and Holy Trinity Priory, which I place between 1125 and 1130.254. The charter to which we are now coming shows him addressed by Stephen as the leading man in London in the latter part, we gather, of 1139. Since the appearance of justiciars under Henry I, among those to whom writs and charters were addressed, they always took precedence of the sheriff, and my contention is that when a magnate is named in that position, it is because he was justiciar. The charters dealt with in this paper afford several instances in point. This one, for example, may be given here, although of somewhat later date. Stephanus Rex Anglorum Ricardo de Luci, et vice commedi Essex I salutum, Principio quad episcopus Wintoniensis, frater Muse, ita beni et in pace tenit, 255 et capella, suem, qua canonis iduration averant sicut Rogerus episcopus Salisburiensis melius tenuit tempor comitis Eustatia de Bologna, et dainceps usc ad diem qua rex Henricus avunculus Muse fuit vivus et mortus, et super hoc non ponenter canonici, sui de sancto Martino, in placetum versus prepositum de viatella de vel de pecunia sua, et Mauritius viscums quietus sit de plegio Elias, et pecunia canonicorum quam replegent. Test Roberto de Verapud Windsors, 256. The address of this charter would seem to support the view I suggested in Geoffrey de Mandeville, p. 109, that Richard de Luci may have held the post of local justiciar of Essex 257, for the sheriff clearly was Maurice de Tyrt, i.e. Tilty. 258 imperfect though it be, we can, I think, connect the subject 110 in dispute with an aggression consequent on the conquest by the pious founder at Writtle. 259. Let us now return to the document of which I speak above, p. 109, L1. Stephanus de Gratia Rex Angli Andri Butuant et Vice Commedi, et Civibus Sues Londoni Salutum, Principio quad Rogerus Episcopus Sesbiriensis, tenit Ecclesiam Sancti Martini Londoni, et omnes terras, idem pertinens in civitate et extra ita beni et honorifice sicut, melius tenuit tempor regis Henrici, et modo postia, et de quacunc desacidus est ips vel ecclesia suet canonici, sui adjustum ecclesi postquam discordia inceptor inter nos, resacienter, et nominatum de terra olderescate disacidi, sunt ips et canonici sui pro filiis Huberti juvenis, et beni et in pace tenint, sicut tenerunt melius diquarex Henricus fuit vivus et mortus, et modo postia 260. In 1139, therefore, as in 1137, Andrew was the leading man in London, and if, as Dr. Stubbs believes, he was of Italian origin 261, we have a somewhat unlooked-for foreign influence in the midst of the citizens of London at this most critical epoch. One is indeed reminded of the Buccanigra family and the great part they played at Genoa in the 13th century. It is also suggested by Dr. Stubbs that the Andrew of London, who led the citizens, contingent at the taking of Lisbon, 1147, is not improbably the Andrew Buckwint, whose son Richard was 11 the leader of the riotous young nobles of the city, who in 1177 furnished a precedent for the Mohawks of the 18th century. 262 The episode in question, although entered under 1177, seems to belong to 1174. But apart from chronology, we cannot believe that quidem latronum illorum, Andreas Buckwint qui citeros pribat cum face ardenti, 263 was himself the crusading leader of 1147, still less the London magnate of half a century before. The Richard who is styled his son by Dr. Stubbs proves to be merely another reading, in one of the texts for Andrew himself, 264 the Great Andrew, of 1125-1139, had a son Ralph 265, and also a son John, who made Gervase of Cornhill and his son Henry his heirs. 266. It is very tempting to identify this Andrew Buckwint with Andrew of London, but Andreas de Londonia is found as a witness to a Ramsey charter under Henry I 267112, while Andrew Buckwint used to attest under his own name. There is also a group of 3 charters of this John son of Andrew Buckwint in the Colchester Cartulary, Fo. 133, which have points of interest. The first is witnessed inter alios by Thierry Theodricus, son of Derman, and his brother 268 by Edwine the alderman, and by Gervase of Cornhill. The second grants land in custodia Blackstony, to Baldwin clerico patris me et magistro meo. The third grants to him the land in which stood the fornax of John's father Andrew in St. Stephen S. Walbrook. 269. I would here insert an observation on the riots of 1177. The Jester Henrici describes the episode under 1177, but dates it in tertio PR sedenti anno. Miss Norgate accordingly places it about June or July 1174, and points out that Hoveden omits the above words, thus confusing the chronology 270. Now the Jester asserts that Andrew Buttuint denounced among his companions quidem nobilissimus et ditissimus civium Londonirum qui nominatus est Johann Senex, qui cum per judicium arxi mandari non passet, obtulit quingentas marcas domino regi pro vita habenda, sed queer ips per judicium expirierat, noluit denarios illos accipa, et pr sepit ut judicium deo ferit, et suspensus est 271. I suggest that Senex is merely an elegant Latinization of Veal, the name of a leading London family 272 which was usually Latinized Vetulus, and 113 we have but to turn to the pipe roll of 1175, 21 Hen Roman 2, to find this entry. Viscums reddit compatum de Roman 42, es et Roman 90 de Catalis Johannis Vetuli suspensi, et Johannis lafate 273 fugitivi, p. 20. Here we have the proper formula under the Assize of Clarendon, 274, with which we may compare Clause V in the Inquest of Sheriffs, 1170. De Catalis fugitivorum pro assissa de Clarendune, et de Catalis aerum qui per assissum illam perierunt, inquirita quid actum sit. Et an aliquis ritatus relaxatus furit, vel rus, pro premio vel promission vel amore, et quis in de premium exceperit. Here we have Henry denouncing in 1170 that escape of criminals through bribery, which we have seen him above refusing to connive at 4 or 5 years later, when he was offered quingentas marcas. Miss Norgate says 5,000, but one must not be severe on a lady's Latin. But if the accuracy of the Jester tale is thus remarkably confirmed, we can hardly accept its description of the man whose chattels produced so little for the crown as one of the richest of Londoners. I have not observed him elsewhere on the rolls, so that probably he was only a youthful member of his family. To return, Andrew of the oily mouth must have ceased to occupy his high office shortly after Stephen's writ of 1139, for we soon find it held by no less interesting a man than Osbert Octodenarach, otherwise 114 Hewittdeniers. This was no other than Becket's kinsman and employer, whom Garnier terms unrich Hume Lundres, qui mult ert coniers et de frans et dinglays. Other biographers of Thomas describe him as ver insignis in civitate et multarum possessionum, qui non salium inter concivs, verum etiam apud curials, grandis erat nominis et honoris. 275. It has been concluded that the future primate was in Osbert's employment somewhere about 1139-1142, 276, and according to William Fitz-Stephen, Receptus est in partem solicitudinis rea public Londoniensis. From the evidence now about to be adduced we learn that Osbert was actually in power at the very time when his young kinsman is believed to have been in his employment. The agreement, therefore, is curiously complete. Stephanus Rex Angli etc. Osberto octodenare et omnibus baronibus et vicecommedi et ministris sues Londoni salutum, principio quad faciatis recesiri, ecclesiam sancti Martini Londoni, et canonicos de terra, et de domibus sues de Aldersgate, under filii Huberti juvenis eus injust, et sine judicio de caeserunt sicut, in de saecidi furant antiquam episcopus Cersperiensis captus fuiset, apud auxonium, et sicut precepi per aliud breve meum, et quad ipsi postia separant redi facite just, et postia si ipsi quicquid in terras clamaverint episcopus Wintoniensis cuius ecclesia est et canonici tenint eyes in directum, et vidit ni audium amplius in declamorum. 277. This writ, which it would seem has never yet been printed, is subsequent not only to the one which is given above p. 110, but to the death of the Bishop of Salisbury in December 1139.278. From it, we learn that the deanery of St. Martin's, which had been held by Roger, was given by Stephen at Roger's death to his own brother, the Bishop of Winchester. It is probable that this deanery was a very lucrative appointment, and that its estates were separate from those of the canons of the church. Count Eustace, in his charter addressed to Hugh Dorival, Bishop of London, speaks of retaining for himself the lands, propri furunt in Gelrisi et ad decanatum pertiner debint, and a charter of the Empress similarly speaks of the houses and lands in London, pertinent ad decanatum. The subject of these deaneries of houses of secular canons seems to deserve working out, as the great bishops of Salisbury and Winchester held successively the deanery of St. Martin's, so the protégé of the 116 latter prelate, Hilary Bishop of Chichester, seems to have held that of Twynham both before and after his elevation to the South Saxon see, while the bishops of Exeter from Osborne the Norman seem to have combined the deanery of Barsham with their episcopal office. Maurice Bishop of London 1085 held the deanery of Wimborne. In Normandy, similarly, Philip of Harcourt, who had been Stephen's chancellor, was, as a bishop, dean of the House of Holy Trinity of Beaumont before its annexation to Bec. We next come to a writ of the Empress, which must belong to the year 1141, and which similarly recognises Osbert Huitdeniers as the leading man in London at the time, and, as I maintain, its Justitia 279. Imperatrix Henrici Regis Filia et Angli Domina Osberto Octodenare, et Vice Comedi et Civibus Londoni Salutum, Principio quad satiatis Henricum Episcopum Wintoniansum, et Apostolic Sedis Legatum de Domibus Illis Londoni, et terris ubi Petrus, mansit pertinent ad decanatum Sancti Martini Londoni et Ecclesiam suum, et ipsi dissesati sunt, sicut Rogerus Episcopus Sesberiensis decanus ejustum Ecclesi, et fulturus sacidi furunt vivi et mortui, et domos suas, et omnia kinda post mortem Rogeri oblata sunt, facite illi redi, et terram ipsum et cetera omnia pertinentia Ecclesi Sancti Martini, in pace illi tenor facite. The connection of this great Prince Bishop with St. 117 Martins leads me to speak of his striking mandate on the subject of the schools of London. H. de Gratia Wintoniensis Ecclesi Minister Capitulo Sancti Pauli, et Wilhelmo Archidiacona, et Ministris Sues Salutum. Principio vobis pro obedientia ut trina vocation, sententiam anate martis in eis pro fratres qui sine licentia Henrici Magistri Scholarum in tota civitate London Ledger, presumpserint praeter eis qui scholas, Sanct Maridarche et Sancti Martini Magni regunt. Test Magistro Ilario apud Wintonium. 280. No date is assigned to this charter, for Henry's long rule at Winchester lasted till 1171, but my paper on Hilary Bishop of Chichester, 281, enables us to identify him with Magister Ilarius the Witness, and to date the charter as previous not only to 1147, but also in all probability to 1141, by which time he was Dean of Christ Church. This then carries back our charter to the vacancy in the See of London, 1130–1141, which explains the Bishop of Winchester interfering thus forcibly in its affairs. I have now proved the existence under Stephen, in accordance with Henry's Charter 282 of 3 Justiciars of London, all leading citizens, namely, Andrew Butchewint, Osbert Huitdeniers, and Gervase of Cornhill, 283, but we must not forget the grant of the office to Geoffrey de Mandeville, Earl of Essex, a grant made by Stephen 284 and confirmed by the Empress. Here again the charters of St. Martin's enable us to complete 118 our evidence, for in one of them, issued from his stronghold the Tower, we find Geoffrey taking, as if he were proud of it, the style of Justiciar of London. We may safely date it 1142-3. Galfredus de Gratia comes Essexi, et Justitiarius Londoni Roberto, idem Gratia Londoniensi Episcopo, et Archidiacono, et omnibus baronibus et hominibus sues, et omnibus tenentibus, et amicis sues Londoni, et Essexi tam clericis quam lacis, salutum, quam 285 super modum peccavi, et male vivendo, et bona ecclesiastica piarter rationum diripiendo diem effendi, ex penitentia mi immerita dampner ecclesi sancti Martini Londoni, quadam modo restitura, et voluntati canonicorum satisfacia propasui, etc. This curious charter of the dreaded and unscrupulous Earl restores to the canons their Essex manners. Kin just Elisa Blat sunt quietas d'operationibus, et auxiliares vice comitis et placitis sicut Melius, et Liberius et Quidius tenerunt tempor regis Henrici, et postia Melius. Testibus, Rohesa comitissa uxormi, et Wilhelmo Archidiacono Londoniensi, et Waltero frater Ipsius Gregorio Clerico, et Osberto Clerico, Wilhelmo Archidiacono, 286, et Wilhelmo de Moching 287, et Ricardo, filio Osberti constabulario, 288 et Gist 289 Viscomite, et Eluino filio Lopston, 290 et Roberto de Pont, et Hugon filio Ulgeri, et Mauricio de Tertet. 291 apud Londonium interi, coram Menaches Westministeri. That this charter was wrung from the Earl in a 119 passing fit of repentance, consequent on grave illness, is rendered probable by a singular document, of which the text was communicated to me by the Bishop of Oxford. It is, unfortunately, imperfect. Domino AC Patri Roberto de Gratia Londoniensi Episcopo, et todo capitulo Sancti Pauli, et omnibus fidelibus Sanct Ecclesi, Goffredus comes de Essexa salutum, et debitem obedientiam, gratias ago Dio mio qui me oberantem, et jam Judam in Babylonum lapsum misericordita revocavit, queer enim miles ad ecclesi defensionum constitutus furem, ejus impunator et crudelissimus persecutor hactenus, me molestia et infirmitate gravitas, me in matrum meme sanctum eccle, under et penitens veniam pito, polisens et vovens debita satisfaction, varbis illata integralita restitura, et pro sensu et facultate, debitem reverentiam atque manutenamentum et protectionem, quoque inter me et reginam furet de Casello de Stortford, sancto polo clamo quietum in perpetuum, hugis autem satisfactionis, me met comatissa uxor me et comes gast, i.e. gislibertus suem, confirmationum vero hugis restitutionis usque ad festum omnium sanctorum, capituli catala nostra in animalibus, et ceteris vero pecoribus et rebus kin me balia sunt vel ad pr sens invenienter sine dilation, varbis redi faciam. 292. We will now revert from the crisis of Stephen's reign to the years preceding his accession, when we shall meet with several of those citizens of whom I have spoken above. A group of 3 charters formerly at Barrington Hall, but now in the British Museum ad. Cart. 28 344-6, brings before us several of the leading citizens of London at the close of the reign of Henry I. Badly drawn, as deeds their meaning in places is obscure, but the gist of them seems to be that certain land in 120 Hertfordshire, which was held of the Count of Boulogne by Romualdus in Doomsday, was given by Romualdus, the same or his namesake, and his sons Payne and Bernard, to Hugh son of Wulfgar, who was one of the 15 magnates of the English Sea Knitting Guild of London in 1125. 293 further, it would seem that these lands were the dower of Hugh's sister, who had married one of Romuald's sons. The first of these charters, 294, records the consent of Romuald's lord, William of Boulogne, to this transaction. 295 I assign it to about the year 1129. First in order among its witnesses come tenants of the honour of Boulogne, then local Surrey men, 296, and lastly, a group recognisable as Londoners. Gervasio filio Rogeri, Fulcun filio Radolfi, Johann filio Radolfi filio Everardi, Hugon Cordello, Guilelmo Gernon, Gialberto de Sancto Victor, Radolfo d'Oxenfordia, Riccardo Bucciarello, Stefano Bucciarello, Rogero filio Ancetilli. Gervase, who had just succeeded his father, a former sheriff of London, was afterwards eminent as Gervase of Cornhill, as son-in-law of Edward of Cornhill, of the Sea Knitting Guild, Justiciar of London and Sheriff. 297 Fulk pays for his release from imprisonment on the London Pipe Roll of 1,130. 298 John occurs on the same roll. 299, and was closely associated with Gervase. 300 Hugh Caudle in 1130 accounts for his release from imprisonment. Ralph of Oxford is one of his pledges. 302 The Butcherells were a great city family, whose name is said to be preserved in Bucklersbury, and who were doubtless of Italian origin. 303. The second of these charters, from its many points of interest, fairly deserves to be given in extenso. Fulquius Viscoms Nepos Gisliberti de Soraya concedit, Hugoni filio Ulgeri, et heredibus sues conventions de terrador Flaidwicher, et de Hiscentuna sicut conventio, est inter Bernardum filium Rumoldi, et Hugonum filium Ulgeri, et sicut siragraphum quad factum est inter ius testata, per iage marcas argenti quas dedit mihi Hugo, et hoc est requisition Milanis de Gloucestria et fulcredi camerae Londoni, et asperti Romanate Denarii et Andri Buccuint et Enchetilli, et istud concessum fuit factum anti Wilhelmum abbatum de Certesia, et Ricardum Basset et Albericum de Ver, et Mainfaninum Britunum, et Robertum de Tailwarder, et Rodbertum Dapiferum abbatis de Certesia, et Walterum Clericum, et Radolfum Bloy. 304. We may safely recognise in the grantor that Fulcus qui fuit Viscoms of the 1130 Pipe Roll 3 or 5 p44, who had in 1129 preceded Richard Basset and Aubrey de Ver as Sheriff of Surrey, Cambridgeshire and Hunts. A church was quitclaimed to the Abbot of Colchester before him as Fulquio Viscomite de Soraya. Not later, it would seem, than 1126.306, it is probable that the de surveyor of the above clumsily drawn charter refers to his sheriffwick rather than to Gilbert, of whom, we here learn, he was the nepos. This statement enables us to connect him directly with Gilbert, a previous sheriff of Hunts, and 122, it seems, of Surrey. For a charter witnessed by this Gilbert as sheriff is also witnessed by Fulcuinus Nepos vice comitis. 307 Fulcuin must have been sheriff of Hunts in 1127, for a charter of May 22, in that year, is witnessed by him. 308 he further witnessed, as Fulcuinus Viscomes, a transaction of which the date seems not quite certain. 309 Gilbert, his uncle, was sheriff as early as 1,110,310, and in 1114 or 1116, 311, and occurs as Gilbertus Viscomes de Sutherea, in a charter of 1114-1119, 312. From this it would seem that he was sheriff like his nephew, of Surrey as well as Hunts, including, doubtless, Cambridgeshire. He was also no other than the founder of Merton Priory, whose Austin canons were the teachers of Becket. Having reached this conclusion, I turn to the curious narrative of the foundation of Merton Priory, which exists in Ms. at the College of Arms 313. Here we find the striking passage: Erat autem Gilbertus Viscomes trium comitatuum, Sutheray, Silicet, Cantabrigi, et Huntendoni. In qua videlis et Huntendona per aliquot jam annos in ecclesia gloriosissime genitricis, de Marie canonicorum regularium, ordo floruit et exemplis, bonorum operum odorum su notici circumquoque diffuderit, Fo. 1d. Incidentally, we have here evidence that the Austin Priory of St. Mary's, Huntingdon, had been in existence some years before the date of which the writer 123 was speaking, namely, 1114, but the really important point is that Gilbert is here asserted to have held the shrievalty of precisely those 3 counties, which from other evidence I had concluded to have been subject to his rule. We may therefore safely assert that these 3 counties, under Henry I, had for some 20 years a single sheriff, first the above Gilbert, and then his nephew Fulcuin. This is a welcome gleam of light on the administrative system of Henry I. But further, the independent confirmation, in this particular, of the above narrative, raises its authority and value. I have seen enough of it to say that it certainly deserves printing, apart from its history of the actual foundation and the early abandonment of the original site, a point hitherto unknown. It has a long and curious story in connection with a great council at Winchester in 1121, and above all, a precious glimpse of the sheriffs before the exchequer about the middle, we may fairly say, of the reign of Henry I. Ad scacerium autem cum de tota Anglia vicecomites generaliter cogenerenter universi, pro pavor maximo concuteranta, ist solus inter rapides, sic et hilaris adveniabat atque, confestima receptoribus advocatus pecuniarum, inter illos sees mitibat, sic quae cumiles qui unius ex illis securus, et a lacer simul sedibat, Fo. 10d. Of the persons named in the above charter, Mainfeninus Brito was clearly the Mainfeninus, who in 1129 had preceded similarly the same 2 officers as sheriffs of Bucks and Beds. 314 miles of Gloucester 124 was another active royal officer, sheriff in 1129, and 1130 of Staffordshire and Gloucestershire. 315, so that we have here sheriffs presiding over 7 English counties in 1129. Andrew Buckwint and Aspert Hewitt Deniers were successively, as shown in this paper, justiciars of London, and Fulcrid is of interest as a chamberlain of London, not mentioned at least as such in the roll of 1130, and only incidentally named in the MSS. Of St. Paul's 316 he occurs, however, under the same style in a Ramsey Charter of February 2, 1131, if it is not 1130, 317, and was doubtless the Fulcrid whose Nepos Eustace appears in 1137, next to Hugh the son of Wulfgar. 318. Roman 6. The Inquest of Sheriffs, 1170. Several years ago there were discovered at the Public Record Office a number of parchment scraps relating to East Anglia, evidently belonging to some group, and of singularly early date. My friend, the late Mr. Walford Selby, showed them to me at the time, and asked me what I thought they were. As was announced at the time in the columns of the Athenum, 319, I pronounced them to be nothing less than fragments of original returns to the Great Inquest of Sheriffs in 1170. Dr. Stubbs, when editing the text of that document for his well-known Select Charters, declared that the report, if ever it was made, must have been a record of the most interesting kind conceivable. It was believed, however, that no trace of the returns could be found. Mr. Selby intended to publish these fragments as an interesting appendix to the Liber Rubius, and when Mr. Hall succeeded him as editor, he printed them as Appendix A320. Having studied for himself these fragments, he rejects their connection with the inquest of Sheriffs 126, although, as he frankly observes, he has only ventured to do so with considerable hesitation. An entire section of the preface pp. cc. ccxi is devoted to his reasons for rejecting the above view and for advancing a wholly different explanation. Approaching the question with an open mind, we find the facts to be as follows. These records relate to an inquest held, so far as we can date them, in 1170, and covering the doings of the 4 years 1166–1170. Moreover, they describe that period as postquam dominus rex transfretivit, with slight variations in the phrase, which is precisely the starting point prescribed for the inquest of sheriffs. In all this they answer to the inquest, and all this Mr. Hall admits, but he raises curiously vague difficulties, which resolve themselves at last into the assertion, upon which we read he must insist, that there is nothing more than a superficial resemblance, and certainly nothing to correspond to the articles of inquiry as they are alone known to us. Here at least we have a definite issue. Let us then adopt the simple plan of printing side by side the second article of inquiry from Dr. Stubbs' text and the very first of the returns on Mr. Hall's list. Article Returns. Similiter inquiritor do archiepiscopis, episcopis abbatibus comitibus baronibus et aerum senescalis et ministris, quid vel quantum exeperint per terras suas post terminum predictum postquam dominus, rex transfretivit de singulis hundredis, et de singulis velati sues, et singulis hominibus sues, per judicium vel sine judicio, et omnis praeses elas scribent separatim et causas et occasions eram, hc est inquisitio de manierio comitis arendelli in snetisham, silas et quad homines suae dederunt postquam dominus noster rex anglorum extremo, transfretivit in Normanium, quando comes perixit ad servandas les marches de Wales pluribus visibus, silas et homines de domnio su dederunt Cicelidos, et Ricardus filius atrac, et suae pairs d'uno saccagio dederunt Roman 3 marcas gratis, quando comes redit de Francia, itrum dederunt, nc and c. I have slightly altered Mr. Hall's punctuation, 127, which seems to me erroneous, but this in no way affects the argument. It is to the enquiry I have printed above that these interesting documents are undoubtedly the returns. Their common feature is that they record payments made by vills or by individuals to their lords, that they record them separatum, and that they specially record their causes et occasions. We may go further. The very phrase in the above article, per judicium, 321, occurs no less than 11 times in the return for the Valens barony, being duly appended as prescribed to the several payments and their causes. The correspondence of inquest and returns being thus close and indeed obvious, one is led to wonder how their editor can have committed himself to so unfortunate an assertion. He would seem, instead of studying the articles, to have started with a preconceived and erroneous view of their character, and then rejected my own view because the returns are not specially connected with the alleged maladministration of the fiscal officers, which was the subject of the above inquiry, but with the private feudal relations 128 of the same, i.e. individual barons, with their subtenants. He cannot have read the second article, which is specially concerned with the latter relations, and which stands in every way on a level with the first, concerning the fiscal officers. Moreover, by a lucky chance, there is preserved among these documents at least one fragment of the return to the enquiry as to the king's officers. For we read that the men on one manor, nil dederunt vice comedi nec prepositis regis piarter Roman 16d quos, dederunt ad Castellum Fernandum de Orford, etc., etc. Nay more, we can identify at least 2 of these returns as having been made in reply to the third article of the inquest. Et similiter inquirent de hominibus illis qui post terminum illum habuerant alias balivas de domino regem custodia, sive de episcopatu, sive de abbatia, sive de baronia, sive de honor aliquo vel escita. The returns numbered 55, 56 PCCLXXX are classed by Mr. Hall among barony insert. They relate, however, to the barony or honour of William Fitz-Alan, which had been for many years in the king's hands. It was farmed in 1170, as it had been for 10 years, by Guy L'Estrange, wido extraneous. Guy had a brother John 322, who appears in these returns as in charge of the Norfolk portion of the honour. Since Michaelmas, 1165, a part of William Fitz-Alan's land had been granted out to Geoffrey de Vere, and we accordingly find, at the end of the second return, one of William Fitz-Alan's 129 knights 323 William de Pagrave, making him a payment. Now all this might have been explained by an intelligent editor. Mr. Hall has elaborated instead a series of fantastic errors. I have dwelt on the point at some length because, apart from the intrinsic interest of these curious returns, which have thus come to light after more than 7 centuries, they establish the fact that this great inquiry extended to private landowners, a fact which even Dr. Stubbs, I fear, seems to have overlooked in the analysis he gives of the inquest. And further, they corroborate the articles of inquiry where we can apply the test, and thus confirm the authenticity of the document in which those articles are found. We must not, however, ignore Mr. Hall's own hypothesis, for the Rolls edition in which it is enshrined gives it an official cachet, and there may be those who think that arguments of this character require an answer. So far as it is possible to understand it, this hypothesis would connect these inquests with the scutage of Ireland (PCCX), which was duly accounted for annatatum in 1172, the expedition falling within the financial year Mich. 1171, Mich. 1172, 324. In that case, these inquests, on Mr. Hall's own showing, could not have been held earlier than 1172, at the conclusion of the campaign, PCLXXXVI, but they must have been held in 1170, for, as he observes 130 pp. CCXI, one of the fragments speaks of Istos Eage Annos PCCLXVI, reckoned from March 1166. But we have much stronger evidence than this. We read at the outset of these documents that it will be evident that they are connected with some inquest of military service during the reign of Henry Roman II. This is an extraordinary assertion from one who is himself their editor, for we have only to turn to the second on the list to find in it nothing but a detailed record of the sums given individually by some 40 burgesses of Castle, rising towards paying off the mortgages of their lord the Earl of Arundel, who was clearly in the hands of the Jews, and the long and most curious return from the barony of Robert de Valines deals with a humble reeve who neglected his master's hay, a shepherd who had charge of his lord's fold, Brian, who looked after the wood, Gilbert, who kept the bees, and other dependents fined for negligence. We may even say, most confidently, that the idea of an inquest of military service could never occur to anyone who perused the whole of these documents with an unbiased mind. They are simply the result of an inquiry into the payment of moneys, and the reasons for such payment. But Mr. Hall has a theory to advance, and can only see these records in its light. Briefly stated, that theory is that these documents answer very nearly to the description of such an inquest on knight service as is referred to in the return for the honour of Arundel, assigned to 1166, that these documents are later in date, that they do not suggest an inquest on knight service, that 131 even if they did, they have no concern with an inquest restricted to a Sussex honour. All these objections are as nothing to Mr. Hall. He is as ready to hazard the supposition that conflicts with all the evidence as he was loath to accept a solution that fits in every way the facts of the case. May one not raise a strong protest against the sacrifice of a dozen pages, within a strictly limited space, to the enunciation of wildly conjectural and absolutely erroneous theories, not in the book of a private author, but in a government publication, intended to form for all time the standard edition of a famous work? Let us now turn to the Pipe Roll of 1172, 18 Hen Roman II, which plays an important part in Mr. Hall's arguments. He tells us that an entry occurs in several different counties, which has proved a source of difficulty to several generations of historical students. The entry in question is headed, De Heres qui cartas non miserant, certain assessments being appended in each case for the scutage of Ireland, PCCI. We refer as invited to the roll itself, only to find that, on the contrary, it first records the assessments for the scutage of Ireland, and then heads the lists which follow. De his qui cartas non miserant, 325, it is this very sequence that is responsible for the error of Maddox, who held, as Mr. Hall observes, that the charters in question must have been returned for the purpose of the scutage of Ireland in 1171. 326 Swirford, on the other hand, wrote of the 1172 roll, Quo quidem rotulo supplementa nomina illorum qui cartas non miserant anno ziegio, prout superius tactum est, p8. He is wrong, of course, in stating that the charters were returned in the 13th year, an error which his editor carefully ignores, but perfectly right in his explanation if we substitute 12th for his 13th year. Yet, having thus rightly shown that Swierford's explanation is the true one, his editor closes the paragraph thus. The simple solution of the difficulty is that the tenants who were in debt for the aid of 1168 were so entered on the occasion of the next assessment, 1171, in a conspicuous form, PCCI. Really, this wanton confusion is enough to make Swierford turn in his grave. The entry which has caused the difficulty refers, not to the tenants who were in debt for the aid of 1168, but to those who had made no returns, cartas non miserant, in 1166. Mr. Hall assigns Maddox's error to his finding no corresponding entries, under Sussex in 1168, 14 Hen Roman 2. For those in 1172, 18 Hen Roman 2. And yet all three entries in the latter year of the Earl of Arundel's tenants 327 have their corresponding entries in 1168.32, 8. The real cause of Maddox's error has been explained above. It is, we read, significant that in 1168 the Earl's assessment actually does not correspond with that recorded in the existing charter of 1166, PC Civ, for it only gives 8412 fees for the Earl's Sussex 133 barony, while the inquest referred to in his charter had the result that 13 more were acknowledged by the Earl as chargeable upon his domain, raising the total to 9712. Therefore, we are almost tempted to suspect that the Earl's charter was not returned in 1166 at all, but only after an interval of several years, on which, of course, a theory is built. Ingenious enough, is it not? Yet, as usual, a house of cards, for we find the barony charged only with 8412 fees in 1,194,329 in 1196, and in 1211 13 John, 330 precisely as in 1168. The total had not been raised at all, and the house of cards topples over. The same unhappy paragraph closes with these words: "It is quite clear that the dispute was practically settled in the 18th year, only 2 refractory tenants remaining to be dealt with, and that the Earl paid the whole of his assessment in the 21st year. We turn to the rolls, and find as usual that not 2 but 3 tenants ut supra were recalcitrant in the 18th year, and that the Earl in the 21st, 1175, did not pay a penny of his assessment 8412 fees, but was forgiven the whole of it 331. Not content with his own confusion, Mr. Hall proceeds to assign to others errors which they neither have made, nor would dream of making. He even asserts that Mr. Eighton and I maintain that the honour of Arundel was granted to William de 134 Albini by Henry I. PCCV, an assertion for which there is not the faintest shadow of foundation. Such a view would imply an absolute ignorance of all the facts of the case, and it was as foreign to Mr. Eighton 332 as it is to myself 333. One cannot be expected to waste time over his theory that the baronies mentioned in these fragments were specially involved in debt, which is a mere fantasy. But we may note, as the date is of importance, that Avelina de Rea was compelled to atone for her offence, in making her son a knight, by a heavy fine, not in the 15th year, but in the 14th 334 in the same paragraph, PCCX, we are told that this barony, like the honour of Arundel, was still unable to contribute towards the next scutage of 1171, 335 as a matter of fact. It paid at once £30 out of £35, the total for which it was liable 336, a very creditable proportion, while the honour of Arundel was not even charged with any payment for this scutage, which was only assessed on those qui nec abirunt in Hibernia, etc. But enough of this error and confusion. If the reader is tempted to grow weary, what must be the feelings of the writer who has thus to remove, brick by brick, this vast edifice of error, so perversely and wantonly erected, before the simple facts can be brought to the light of day? It is weary, it is thankless work, and yet it has to be accomplished. 135 I am tempted to quote these apposite remarks from the critical articles by Mr. Thomas Bond on a no less misleading work. Numberless difficulties are suggested where none really exist, and possibilities and probabilities unaccompanied by proofs are offered for their solution. The narrative is so diluted and confused that it is difficult to follow it shortly and comprehensively. I can therefore only select some of the most remarkable errors and notice them seriatim, quoting the author's own words in order to avoid the risk of unintentional misrepresentation. It may be asked, where is the difficulty which requires these strange, far-fetched probabilities for its solution? All this is fanciful and mere imagination. In reply to all these supposed possibilities, let us turn to certainties. I have thus laid before the reader some of the numerous inaccuracies into which the author of this work has fallen, and have stated some of the singular theories he has advanced. 337. We have in the Red Book preface the very same features. It is perhaps in his treatment of these interesting fragments, 1170, that we detect most vividly Mr. Hall's strange capacity of inventing difficulties that do not exist, and of dismissing those that do. In the teeth of the clearest possible facts, we are given such vague probabilities or possibilities as these. This will perhaps be, it is probable that, it can only be surmised that, we are almost tempted to suspect that, we may perhaps hazard the supposition that, would probably have been, it might be held that, we might perhaps identify etc. pp. CCVI. The fact is that, as I have said, this preface is really the fruit of a habit of mind, a mental twist which distorts the writer's vision, and seems to impel him 136 irresistibly, to arrive at the wrong conclusion. 338. We trace this singular tendency throughout, but its effect has nowhere proved more disastrous than in his treatment of these returns to the great inquest of sheriffs. That these records should have been so treated in the first work that gives them to the world is a really lamentable matter. Romans 7. The Conquest of Ireland. 339. A brilliant but paradoxical writer, I refer to Mr. Standish O'Grady, has with unerring hand sketched for us the state of Ireland when as yet the Norman adventurer had not set foot upon her shores. 340. To those who dream of a golden age, of a land in the enjoyment of peace and happiness, till invaded by the ruthless stranger, the scene his pen reveals should prove a rude awakening. That Mr. O'Grady writes with unrivalled knowledge of his subject is neither his only nor his chief claim to the confidence of those we speak of. They are more likely to be influenced by the fact that his sympathies are all with the Irish, that he cannot conceal his admiration for government by battle-axe, and that he strives to justify what to English eyes could be nothing but a glorified Donnybrook fair. He is wrathful with Mr. Freeman for picturing Ireland as only the scene of waste tribal 138 confusions, aimless flockings and fightings, a wilderness tenanted by wolves and wolfish men, and claims that her history in each generation was at this time that of some half-dozen strong men striving for the mastery, a most salutary warfare, inevitable, indispensable, enjoined by nature herself. No, freedom, whose smile we shall never resign. Go tell our invaders, the Danes, that 'tis sweeter to bleed for an age at thy shrine, than to sleep but a moment in chains. If we cannot agree with this able champion in viewing the warfare he describes as a healthy process of evolution, we may at least gladly admit that some knowledge of this dark period, lighted only by the lurid torch of rapine and internecine strife, is as essential to a right understanding of the Anglo-Norman settlement as is the study of English history. For some generations before the conquest, the necessary prelude to a comprehension of the Norman conquest itself. It is not, however, for the conquest only that this knowledge of the true state of Ireland ought to be acquired. The light it throws on the Irish people, their inherited and unchangeable tendencies, is of value from the parallel it presents to the latest modern developments. Tribes and nations, writes Mr. O'Grady, had ceased to count. The struggle was one in which, released from all control, some half a dozen rival kings fiercely battled like bulls for the mastery of the herd. No lively imagination, surely, is required to see the spirit of this strife renewed in the leaders of the present Irish party, or prophesy a revival under Home Rule of the days when Turlough 139 O'Connor and Tiernan O'Rourke were terribly at war. Ireland, the chronicler adds, a shaking sod between them. Although, in the true Hibernian spirit, Mr. Standish O'Grady can speak of this as a vast and bloody, but not ignoble strife, I hold that its animating spirit was an ambition as ruthlessly personal as that which leads the presidents of South American republics to wade through blood to power, and to reduce their country to a shaking sod for the gratification of their rivalry. It is the absolutely personal character of this strife which is fatal to Mr. O'Grady's argument that a strong ardryship, or central rule, was an actual process of evolution before the invaders arrived. Where that rule was based only on personal prowess or strength of character, it was liable at any moment to be broken up by death, and once more replaced, if not by anarchy, at least by such internecine strife, as has been the fate of Mr. Parnell's party since the removal of his strong hand. There was, as Mr. O'Grady is never tired of reminding us, but one way in those halcyon days of securing the hegemony of Ireland. A normal Irish king had to clear his way through the provinces, battle-axe in hand, gathering hostages by the strength of his arm. He had to move forward step by step, battle-axing territory after territory into submission. The only vote known was given by the mouth of the battle-axe, and for the dissentient Irishmen of the time, there were always ready battle-axes and trained troops of swift raiders and plunderers. Nor was it necessary for the Irish king to set his trained plunderers and cattle drivers at work on every occasion. The convenient 140 and recognized institution of hostages provided him with someone he could hang or blind without the least trouble, and thus anticipate the fate which might very probably be his own. Remember the glories of Brian the Brave. Though the days of the hero are o'er, even the danger of interference from without could not permanently unite the Irish among themselves. The Scandinavian settlers had turned this weakness to account by siding now with one and now with another of the factions, and had finally made good their possession of the seaport towns, where they stood towards the rest of the island much like the Ulstermen of today, a hardy race of alien origin and long of hostile faith, merchants and seamen to whom the natives left all the traffic with other lands. One cannot but think from the small part they seem to have played in the struggle between the Irish and the Norman invaders that their heart was rather in trading than in war, and that the old Viking spirit had flickered down among them, or at least found a new vent. Not so with the Norman adventurers. That marvellous people had as yet preserved their restless activity, their boundless ambition, and their love of martial enterprise. Conquerors, courtiers, or crusaders, they were always lords in the end. The glamour of lordship was ever present above the Norman horizon. Ireland alone knew them not, and thither they had now begun to cast eager eyes. The wave that had spread itself over England and Wales had now gathered up its strength anew, and the time had come for it at last to break on the Irish shore. It is at this point that the curious poem Mr. Orpen has so ably edited comes to our aid, as an historical authority of singular value and importance. Although long known to scholars from Mitchell's publication of its text, 1837, it was described by Mr. Dimmock, who knew its value in the preface to his edition of Geraldus, as then in great measure useless from the want of competent annotation. He observed with truth that no more valuable contribution, perhaps, to the history of the first few years of the English invasion of Ireland could be made than a worthy edition of this poem. Such an edition Mr. Orpen may justly claim to have produced. The corrupt and obscure condition of the text demanded elucidation, no less urgently than the Irish names, with which it teems, required special knowledge for their correct identification. It is not too much to say that Mr. Orpen has shown us how much can be done by skillful editing to increase the value of an authority. Avoiding the over-elaboration that one associates with German scholarship, he has provided his readers with an apparatus at once sufficient and concise. Text, translation, notes, map, chronology, and glossary, all are admirable in their way, and the patience with which the barbarous names, both of places and of persons, have been examined and explained is deserving of warm praise. As to the way in which a text should be treated, scholars will generally differ in certain points of detail, but Mr. Orpen's method shows us, at least, the exact state of the text from which he worked. There is still room, perhaps, for further conjectural emendation, for instance in the lines Crandon pusse unbaren, Ricard le Fleming out annen, where the editor is fairly baffled by Crandon. Perfect sense might at once be made by reading Slaen donat pusse unbaren, which would satisfy at once the conditions of metre, of locality, and of the context. So too in the interesting Lacy Charter printed on page 310, the editor might have detected in Adam de Totipon, the Adam de Futipoi of Geraldus, and the Adam de Fapo of the poem. In records the name appears in both forms. The case of this man, one may add, is peculiarly interesting, because I have detected him as a knightly tenant of Hugh de Lacy in England in the returns of 1166, in which he seems to be disguised as Putipo. He thus came, we see, to share in his lord's greatness, becoming one of the leading barons in his new dominion of Meath. It is necessary to explain that although this poem, in the form here preserved to us, dates only from about 1220 to 1230, it enshrines materials contemporary with the actual invasion and conquest, for it is based upon a narrative which seems to have closed not later than 1176, and for which the trouver or compiler of the poem was indebted to Maurice Regan, the interpreter, and one might almost say, the diplomatic agent of King Dermot, whose matrimonial adventures were the causa-causans of the whole story. In giving to the poem the name of the Song of Dermot and the Earl, the editor has brought out the fact that its narrative is chiefly concerned with the doings of Dermot and his son-in-law, Strongbow. As 143, the Earl of Pembroke has been commonly named 341 it is not improbable that the original work was only carried down to the Earl's death in 1176. Mr. Orpen lays special stress on the fact that there are but two allusions pointing to a much later date, and claims it as a remarkable fact that, with the exception of these two allusions, there is nothing, so far as I have observed, pointing to a later date than 1177. He would seem, however, to have overlooked an allusion to John de Courcy's subsequent troubles in Ulster in the lines De Courty out an Iohen, Kai pus isafri maint ahen. This, however, like the other two, would be only an addition by the later versifier, and does not affect the main fact that we are dealing with a metrical version of a story contemporaneous with the conquest, and enshrining in LL 3064-3177, the only connected account of the subinfeudation of Leinster and Meath. That has come down to us, a sort of original doomsday book of the first Anglo-Norman settlement. As such, it has the advantage of date over the expugnatio of Geraldus. It is also instinct with evidence of native local knowledge, and above all, it stands apart from any other authority in its independent point of view. Geraldus wrote, as is well known, largely with the object of glorifying his relatives, who made the invasion of Ireland almost a family undertaking. In Regan, on the other hand, we have the panegyrist of Dermot and the Earl of Pembroke, 144 who carried to such a height the spirit of party faction as to denounce as traitors all his countrymen who were opposed to Dermot and his foreign allies. The opening lines are, unfortunately, imperfect, and so obscure that the nature of the materials from which the trouver worked and the exact share in their authorship due to Regan have been, and must remain, to some extent matters of conjecture. Mr. Orpen himself inclines to the belief that Regan supplied the unknown trouver with a tale already put into metre, but Dr. Lieberman has rightly urged the improbability of our poem being merely an adaptation of one previously composed. Indeed, that eminent scholar has advanced a theory of his own, namely, that the real original source was a lost chronicle about the conquest of Ireland, which Geraldus Cambrensis had used in 1188 for his expugnatio. And this theory he bases on some striking parallel passages, 342 to the few typical parallels adduced by Dr. Lieberman. I would myself add some taken from the stirring tale of the saving of Dublin, when, mad for revenge, the ousted Northmen assembled from all the isles of the north to regain their lost dominion. This sudden upleaping for a moment of the old wicking flame was but a splendid anachronism. Like the Highland rising of the 45, it was curiously out of date, yet the old Scandinavian spirit, if dulled among the traders of Dublin, still burnt in the hardy rovers they had now summoned to their aid. And the Irish chieftain who stood aloof watching with his men the surging fray as the little 145 band of Anglo-Normans strove to repel the onslaught, saw not merely rival conquerors quarrelling like vultures for the spoil, but deadly foes whose own lives hung on the issue of that fight. But while in a fit of berserker fury, John the Mad led the attack against the eastern gate, Richard de Coggan, the governor's brother, had privily sallied from another one. Est vos Johann le Dieu, vers duelin tut ser, vers la site ad sargent, endrait la porte del Orient, thoe la site unt dunca sali, duce Johann agnomine the woad, viri bellicosi, ordinatis termis ad portum orientalum muros invadant. Then marching round till he reached the rear of the assailants, he fell on them suddenly with a mighty shout, and the Northmen, caught between his brother and himself, wavered at last in their attack. The Danish axe still whirled in the hands of John the Mad, cleaving its way, as of old, through helm and coat of mail. De un haik ben temper, carsut le ire uncheviler, quella quis lui fist voler, ad tut la haik de fer blanc, lui fist voler la quis al champ, melitis quoque coxifero utrink vestita uno securis ictu cum pano loric piarcisa. But John himself fell at last, and the sons of the Wikings fled to their ships. Hasculf, their king, captured alive, hurled at his captors words of scorn, and was by them promptly beheaded, per sun orgel ises fus dis, or, as Geraldus tersely puts it, insolenti verbo. If Dr. Lieberman's theory be accepted, it would 146 involve, as he reminds us, the important consequence that we have in our poem and the expugnatio, not two independent authorities, but narratives drawn from a common source. The discrepancies, however, between the two are so numerous and so significant that we cannot accept this new view as at all satisfactorily proved. But turning to a third source of information, known as the Book of Howth, I have no hesitation in saying that its nature has been quite misunderstood. It is difficult to render clear within a short compass the hopeless confusion that surrounds the subject, and that is virtually all to be traced to an error of that ardent collector, but most untrustworthy antiquary Sir George Carew, whose voluminous MSS at Lambeth include both the Regan poem and the Book of Howth, and to whom we should have felt more grateful if he would only have left them alone. But the worst offender was Professor Brewer, whose work it is the fashion to rate very highly indeed, though I have found it by no means unimpeachable even in his calendars of the state papers of Henry Roman VIII. 343. Now the professor ought to have been quite at home on this Irish subject, for it fell to his lot to edit the first 4 volumes of Geraldus as well as the Book of Howth. Yet he not only stereotyped and carried further Carew's original error, but found fault, somewhat unjustly, with Mr. Dimmock's remarks in his preface to the Expurgatio. The real facts of the case are these. So popular were the works of Master Gerald, as Mr. Dimmock 147 observed, that they survive not only in many MSS, but in several early translations. The pedigree of these translations has not been properly worked out. At Trinity College, Dublin, we have 2 in E3, 31 and F44, while at Lambeth we have the so-called Conquest of Ireland by Bray, published by Messrs. Brewer and Bullen with the Book of Howth, and in the latter pp. 36-117, there is included another and more modernized version. Of these, the one assigned to Bray was held by Professor Brewer to have been written about the end of the 14th or beginning of the 15th century, and to be so interesting and curious a specimen of English as spoken in the Pale, that he decided to print it in full and to retain the original orthography. But E3, 31 was, he admitted, a still earlier version. Yet this latter Ms., when submitted by Mr. Dimmock to so competent an authority as Mr. Earl, was pronounced by him to be a truly interesting specimen of 15th century Hibernian English. He added that it well deserved publication, in which remark I certainly concur, its language being most curious. Professor Brewer P. Roman 23 declared it an error of Mr. Dimmock and others to term this Ms. a translation of Geraldus, but the real error we shall find was his own. The other Dublin MS. F44, to which he does not allude, is assigned by Mr. Dimmock to the 16th century, PLXXV, and declared to be a transcript from the earlier E3, 31, a description which unfortunately misses the point. The solution, I believe, of the whole mystery is that there was a very early and exceedingly free translation of Gerald's Expurgatio, 148, which, after the medieval fashion, spoke of him at times in the third person, and thus assumed in places a quasi-original form. This original translation, which seems to be now lost, was copied both by the writer of E3, 31 and by Bray in his Conquest of Ireland, the latter only modernizing somewhat the language. Then come the 2 other MSS, both of the latter part of the 16th century. Of these the distinctive feature is that while still copying, though further modernizing, the original translation, for internal evidence seems to prove that the Book of Howth at least was derived from neither of the above copies, they interlard it with certain passages taken from another and distinct source. This discovery, which corrects Mr. Dimmock and overthrows the conclusions of Professor Brewer, is based on collation of the essential passage in the Book of Howth with its parallel passage in the Dublin Ms. F4, as given in Hardy's Catalogue of Manuscripts Relating to the History of Great Britain, on the authority of Mr. W. M. Hennessy. Book of Howth Trin. Col. Ms. F44. This much Camerance left out in his book aforesaid with other things, more for displeasure than any truth to tell, the cause afore doth testify. God forgive them all. This much that is in this book more than Camerons did write of, was translated by the Primate Dowdall in the year of our Lord 1551, out of a Latin book into English, which was found with O'Neill in Armagh. This much Camerons left out of his book, with other things more for displeasure than any truth to tell, the cause before do testify, God forgive them all. This much that is in this book more than Camerons did writ of, was translated by the Primate Dowdall in the year of our Lord God 1551, out of a Latin book into English, which was found with O'Neill in Armagh. Nothing can be more clear than this reference to 149 the interlarded portions, which can all, I may add, be identified and separated from the Geraldus portion. But Carew carelessly wrote, in the margin on fo. 6, that the whole narrative was translated out of an old book of O'Neill's written in Latin, and put into English by Dowdall, Primate of Ardmagh, beginning in anno 1167. Though Professor Brewer had the words of the original before him, and though he could not but admit that Bray follows closely the footsteps of Geraldus, Yet he was so misled by Caro's unlucky slip as to assert that the MS. E. 331 was nothing more than a translation of the Latin chronicle once in O'Neill's possession, which Caro calls The Conquest of Ireland, written by Thomas Bray, p. Roman 23. These, on the contrary, are precisely the versions which have no interpolations from that source. The Armagh book was devoted to the deeds of John de Courcy, conqueror of Ulster, though, by a crowning error, Professor Brewer was careful to distinguish it from a chronicle of the jests or doings of John de Courcy, Earl of Ulster. Apart from the interest of its contents, the book has a special importance from a significant allusion by Geraldus, when closing his chapter on John, who was never, by the way, Earl of Ulster. Sed H.C. de Johan summatum, et quasi sub epilogo commemorantes, grandiaque justum gesta sues explicanda scriptoribus relinquents, etc., etc. Having now cleared up all this confusion, I need not dwell on Professor Brewer's further failure to detect the share taken by Christopher Lord of Howth in the compilation of the book that bears the name of 150 His House, but will resume our discussion of the Anglo-Norman poem. Although, as I have said, the nature of the materials supplied to this 13th-century trouver must remain as yet conjectural, the question is of some literary interest in its bearing on the relation of the Carmen Ambrosa to the Itinerarium Peregrinorum, if not to the Chronicle of Richard of Devizes, in which cases, by a converse process, we find a French poem utilized by a Latin chronicler. It is the plausible suggestion of M. Paul Mayer that the trouver to whom we owe this poem composed it by desire of the Countess of Pembroke, daughter of the Earl, and granddaughter of Dermot, just as the great Martial poem, now in course of publication, was written for the glorification of her husband's family. 344, that the writer was a Pembrokeshire man, is rendered extremely probable by his evidently close acquaintance with that district, and his recognition of the Flemish element in Little England beyond Wales. A curious test of his accuracy is afforded by his mention of the king's departure for Ireland. Li Ray Henry quant escaper, a la Croix en mer entre. It is a warning to the critical school of historians that Miss Norgate very naturally supposed the poet to have here mistaken Crook, in Waterford harbour, where Henry disembarked, for the place where he took ship. Mr. Orpen has shown conclusively from records that the Croix was the usual place of embarkation for those leaving Pembroke for Ireland 151. We have thus a peculiar feature of the poem in its combination of the Irish knowledge, possessed by the original informant, with the acquaintance of its later versifier, with men and places in that district, from which the adventurers had so largely come. Among the points on which this poem gives us special information, we may note its mention of a man who played no small part in the royal administration of Ireland 345. We read that on the coming of King Henry, Willem le fils Odeline, ad Louis Vinter cel termin LL, 2634, belonging to the same type as the men whom the first Henry had steadily raised to office and to power as a check upon the turbulent feudal nobility. William was called upon to play a similar part in Ireland as the representative of the royal power among the eager adventurers who had flocked to the land of promise. Hence their bitter complaints against his rule to the king, and the violent criticism of his personal character, to which Geraldus gave utterance from the point of view of his kinsmen. Now Professor Tout rejects the statement, in the 2 lines we have quoted, that William came with the king, and infers from the jester that Henry had dispatched him some time before from Normandy to govern till he came. But there is evidence, though unknown it would seem to historians, that throws fresh light upon the question. Mr. Eiton, in his Court and Itinerary of the King, could not discover any document belonging to his stay at Pembroke, 29th September to 16th October, 152, while waiting to cross to Ireland. It was there, however, on the 7th of October, as the date is in this case given, that he granted a charter to the men of Maldon, 346, from which we learn that with him at the time were the Earls of Cornwall and Clare, Hertford, Roger Bigard, 3 of his dapifery, or household officers, William Rufus, Alfred de St. Martin and William Fitz Odelin, with 2 men, Hugh de Gunville and Robert Fitz Bernard, whom he took with him to Ireland and left there. It is clear then that if William Fitz Odelin and Robert Fitz Bernard met him on landing at Waterford, they can only have preceded him at most by a few days. This discovery vindicates the virtual accuracy of the poem. Mr. Eiton's work, to which I have referred, records p. 165, another charter of interest for its date. It belongs to Henry's stay at Wexford, in March 1172, on his way back to England. As only the first 2 witnesses were known to Mr. Eiton, A full list may here be appended as illustrating the king's entourage on this expedition. Testibus, Carmite Ricardo Filio Gilberti, Wilelmo de Breasa, Wilelmo de Albinio, 347 Reginaldo de Courtenay, Hugon de Gundavilla, Wilelmo Filio Aldolini d'Apifero, Hugon de Cressy, Wilelmo de Stotvilla, Redolfo de Iasic, Reginaldo de Pavili, Redolfo de Verdun, Wilelmo de Gerpenvilla, Roberto de Ruili, apud Wessifordum, 348. Turning now to other subjects, one of the most curious allusions in this poem is that which refers to the practice of tendering a folded glove as a gauge for waging one's law. Maurice de Prendergast is accused of treason in protecting the king of Ossory from the perfidy of his foes. E Maurice a son guant pli, a son saner lad bail, quen sarcurt ad dresserate, de quant quil mespris oit, asses lunt repleges, de vassals ingles aloses. So too, when Robert Fitzstephen was brought as a traitor before King Henry, le fils Estefine playa son guant, al rey le tendi maintenant, de quant lui saurat retter, lui vadret Robert adresser, en sarcurt mult eulenters, par la garde de tuz sespers, asses le pledgerant errant, Francis flamings e Normand. Mr. Orpen aptly quotes the case of the dying Roland, when Porces pecis deporifrit lo guant, and refers us to vadium in duello, and plicer vadia in ducange, but the most instructive remarks on this custom will be found in Professor Maitland's introduction to Precedents for the Court Baron 349. The formula he finds for this antique wager runs thus: he shall wage his law with his folded glove, de son guant pli, and shall deliver it into the hand of the other, and then take his glove back and find pledge for 150 for his law. The learned writer explains that the folded glove typified that chattel of value which, in very old times, was the vadium, wed or gauge constituting the contract, and that this was now supplanted by a contract with sureties, who had become the real security for the party's appearance in court. This procedure, it will be seen, is brought out in our poem, which was written about a century earlier than the treatise Mr. Maitland quotes. The mention here, I may add, of his peers, and the phrase, as Mr. Orpen points out, li rise reçut le cause, L 2635, suggest surely that the writer of the poem had a special knowledge of legal formulas. The careful reader will detect also a constitutional hint in the summons to the tenants by night service to come to the assistance of King Henry in the rebellion of 1173. Chevaliers barons e main, a chescun baron par se, par le commandement le rey, que tuz passent la mer, en Normandie li rise ada. For we see here an allusion to that special summons, to which, whether for council or for war, each baron was entitled. One of the grievances of Becket, it may be remembered, at Northampton was that he had not been summoned par se, but only through the sheriff. Perhaps, however, the most important contribution made by this poem to institutional history is found in that most important passage, LL 3064-3177, which the editor describes as a sort of original doomsday book of the first Anglo-Norman settlement, 155, and as presenting all the appearance of being, in substance, a contemporary account, for, apart from its obvious value as the only connected account of the subinfeudation of Leinster and Meath by Earl Richard Fitz-Gilbert and Hugh de Lacy, respectively, it affords a very striking confirmation of the new theory on night service advanced by me in the pages of the English Historical Review, in which, as against the accepted view maintained by Dr. Stubbs and Mr. Freeman, I contended that the quota of night service was determined not by the area of the fief, but by the unit of the feudal host, and is therefore reckoned in round numbers, and is almost invariably a multiple of 5, if not of 10.35. I proved this to be the case for England, and appealed to the Irish evidence as confirming the discovery. But I did not quote this remarkable passage, from which we learn that in Meath, which Henry had granted to Hugh de Lacy for the service of 50 knights L. 2730, Richard Fleming was in fief to serve with 20 knights, and Gilbert de Nugent, as we learn from charter evidence, with 5, while in Leinster, which the Earl, as we learn from charters, held by the service of 100 knights, Maurice de Prendergast received his fief, per dis 10 chevaliers service. Walter de Riddlesford was bound to furnish 20 knights, and a certain Reginald was assigned 15 as his quota. Our confidence in the poem is increased by the fact that it names 50 knights as the service due from Meath, which we know to be correct, while so good an 156 authority as the jester makes it 100. The whole of this curious passage is ably annotated by Mr. Orpen, and the puzzling place names identified, but familiar though he clearly is with almost every source of information, he would seem to be unacquainted with the valuable Gormanston Register, which contains, I believe, a transcript, Fo. 190A of the actual charter by which Earl Richard granted to Maurice Fitzgerald Nas and Wicklow LL 308592, the former for the service of 5 knights 351. The same register has copies of 3 charters Fas. 5b, 188b, showing how the lands spoken of in the poem as granted to Gilbert de Nengle came, under Richard I, to Walter de Lacy, who granted them in turn to his brother Hugh. The comparative ease and rapidity with which a handful of adventurers had parcelled out among themselves the most fertile portions of the island is perhaps the most surprising feature of the whole story. It is certain that the native Irish were by no means wanting in courage. Indeed, they were then, as they always have been, only too ready to fight. Their weapons were good and were skillfully wielded. But like the wild Celts of Galloway, who had hurled themselves in vain, at the Battle of the Standard, against a line of mailed warriors, they scorned the use of defensive armour. Their mode of warfare was essentially suited to woods and bogs and passes, while their assailants were accustomed, from continental warfare, to cavalry actions in the open. Combining the evidence of our poem with that of Master Gerald, we can see clearly that, as in so many decisive 157 encounters, from Hastings itself to Culloden, the issue turned on the conflict of wholly differing tactics. Precisely as at Hastings, the Normans, now the Anglo-Normans, enjoyed the enormous advantage derived from the use of the bow. Geraldus, whatever his defects, was a shrewd and sound observer, and he tells us of the demoralizing effect on the natives, in the early days of the conquest, of the arrows against which they had no means of defense. Careful investigation shows that each band of the invaders landed with a force of knights and archers, the latter being usually found in the proportion of 10 to 1. In the combined action of these two arms, as at the great battle which had decided the fate of England, the Normans excelled. In Hiberni's Conflictibus, wrote Gerald, Hoc sumoper curandum, ut semper arcere militibus termis mixta magicianter, as Harold had discovered before the conquest, how unsuitable was a force composed of heavily armed English infantry for pursuit of the nimble Welsh, as Richard was shortly to find his host of mailed knights and men-at-arms harassed to death by the swift movements of the light Saracen cavalry. So, writes Gerald, the Irish could only be successfully attacked by troops able to pursue them among their mountain fastnesses. Nor are his criticisms less true for being animated, as they evidently are, by the scorn of his gallant relatives, as the pioneers of the conquest, for those later comers who despised their experience, and on whom they looked in their fierce warfare, as a rough colonist of the present day would look on a pipe-clayed guardsman. The very first battle in which the invaders took 158 part, proved that the Irish could not hope to stand against them in the open. Forcing their way with Dermot into Ossory, through the woods and bogs, they found themselves deserted at a critical moment by almost all their native allies, who lost heart suddenly and fled. Maurice de Prendergast, one of their leaders, saw that the little English band was likely to be rushed by the natives, with whom the woods were swarming, quails lure curusant sure. In accordance with the old Norman tactics, he detached his archers to form an ambush, and then spurred for the open field. The natives followed in hot pursuit, and their wily foes, reaching ground on which cavalry could act, turned and rode them down. The archers in their rear completed their discomfiture, like the English sharpshooters at Poitiers, and the native friendlies, with their beloved axes, were soon spread over the field, pleasantly engaged in decapitating the corpses of their fellow countrymen. I see no reason to doubt the tale of King Dermot, gloating over the heads that his followers brought and piled before him, and leaping for joy as with a loud voice he rendered thanks to his Creator on detecting among them the face of a specially hated foe. It may have been the thought of his own son, blinded by his kingly rival, that made him, we read, clutch the head and gnaw the features with his teeth. Such a deviation from humanity, to quote a famous phrase, will not seem incredible to those who have seen his countrymen, centuries later in the history of civilization, burn alive a woman as a witch 352 deliberately mutilate defenceless 159 men, or dance in the very blood of the murdered Lord Mountmorres. In all this internecine conflict, the only motive that can clearly be traced is the passionate desire for vengeance. To glut that desire, Dermot was ready, not only to call in the alien against his fellow countrymen, but even to promise Strongbow the succession to Leinster and his followers' landed possessions, which he could only do at the cost of enraging his own kinsmen and subjects. Giraldus, indeed, is at pains to justify the position of the English in Ireland, and to claim that it was virtually brought about by consent rather than by conquest. Here again we may best picture to ourselves the situation by comparing the treaties or concessions wrung from barbarous potentates by the adventurous Englishmen of today. Dermot had notoriously promised what was not his to give, without the least consideration for the rights or interest of his people. But just as at the conquest of England itself, Norman casuistry had enabled William to claim the succession by gift of his kinsmen, and to forfeit as traitors all those who opposed that claim, and just as his followers, by Norman law, though standing in the shoes of English thanes, assumed the position of feudal lords, so in Ireland the new settlers looked at things from a feudal standpoint, and so originated that conflict of irreconcilable polities which has practically continued without intermission ever since. In the end, indeed, especially outside of Meath and Leinster, they adapted themselves, as is well known, to the native system of government, and became, in the eyes of the English, more or less Irish chieftains. But at 161st the necessities of the case accentuated their alien status, for on the one hand the weakness of the royal power, and on the other the danger of their position, conspired to give their settlement an intensely feudal character. Our poem, as we have said, shows us the lords of Meath and Leinster, respectively, enfeoffing their followers to hold of them by knight service, and these became, it should be noticed, the barons of Meath or of Leinster, a term which in England was only found in the border palatinates of Chester and of Durham. These barons were encouraged to construct castles at once as the best defence against those sudden raids, in which the Irish were wont to indulge, in accordance with the policy of the Romans in their day, and with our own at the present time. When extending the borders of the empire, the shrewd Gerald strongly urged that the country should be opened up by constructing roads through its wilds, and then held by fortified posts, or, as he expressed it, by castles. Writing within 20 years of Earl Richard's landing, he had already to lament that the Irish had learnt from their foes the use of the bow, and had so greatly improved their tactics that the easy victories of the early invaders were no longer possible. By castles alone could their successors hope to hold the land. In the conquest of Ulster, we have perhaps the most striking exploit of the whole invasion. Accomplished by individual, and indeed unauthorized, enterprise, it was not complicated, as in the south, by native co-operation or royal interference, but was carried through by the reckless daring of a single 161 adventurer and his band. With 22 knights and some 300 followers, John de Courcy set forth from Dublin, about the close of January, 1177, to conquer the kingdom of Ulster. Eager for plunder and the joys of the foray, there had flocked to his standard those adventurous spirits who chafed beneath the strict rule of the governor, William Fitz-Audlin. In the depth of winter they hurried forth, and reaching down by forced marches on the 4th day from leaving Dublin, were enabled to seize it by a coup de main. Masters thus of the capital of the land, they had also secured a maritime base invaluable for their further operations. The Irish, stunned by the suddenness of the blow, had fled, carrying their king with them, and the adventurers were soon revelling in the plunder they had sought. In vain the natives, rallying from their flight, endeavoured to recapture their lost stronghold. Like the garrison of Dublin when beset by Roderick O'Connor and his host, John and his handful of followers sallied forth upon their foes. Giraldus shows us their leader as he lived, towering in height above his fellows, a man of war from his youth up, whose only fault was the martial ardour that led him, when the battle raged, to forget the general in the soldier, as he charged headlong on his foes. Mounted on his famous white war horse, he now performed, as usual, Homeric deeds of valour, lopping off the heads and limbs of his enemies with a sweep of his tremendous sword. The Irish, though beaten at length, attacked him again in the summer, only to experience again defeat at his hand. But so desperate was the struggle for the land that in one of 162 his battles he was left with only 11 knights. With their horses slain and without food, the little band fought their way for 30 miles, through their foes, and made good their escape. By sheer hard fighting Ulvester, now Down and Antrim, was at length virtually subdued, and then castled by John. In time there rose on every side those strongholds of which the crumbling ruins long bore witness to the harassed lives of the alien lords of the land, dreading the perils of the cloud-swept glens, and creeping from rock to rock within sound of that troubled sea. The barons of Ulster, in their eyries, perched on the basalt crags, wrought about the land a belt of conquest of which we have the noblest relic in the wild glory of Dunluce. Their heirs still lingered on, 4 centuries later, clinging in great poverty and peril to the lands their ancestors had won. The Savages, the Jordans, the Russells could still be recognized by their names, but we read of the Fitzurses, now degenerate, and called in Irish MacMahon the Bear's son. 353. Like the proud lords of Leinster and of Meath, John de Courcy had his feudal officers, his constable and marshal, his seneschal and his chamberlain. Ulster, in fact, had duly become a typical feudal principality, essentially obnoxious as such a development must have been in the eyes of the English crown. Its weakness in Ireland compelled it to temporize, nor could it find any better way of checking this growth of feudal power than by playing off, in Ulster, the Lacys against de Courcy, just as it played them off against the Fitzgeralds in the south. Thus was initiated that policy of seesaw which in practice has always been, and is still, pursued. A striking passage on the subject in the quaint Book of Howth is not inapplicable at the present time, when the prospect of that steady government which Ireland so badly needs seems as distant as ever. 354. By reason that the Irish heard this alteration and change of governors, they did wholly swear never after to obey to the English men, and said, seeing that themselves cannot agree, why should we condescend to them ever after? For seeing that they cannot love each one another of themselves, they would never love us that is strangers and their mortal enemies. Therefore let us take part together, and do that which please God we shall. And first, here is in Connaught some of their knights, and if we get the upper hand upon them we shall the easier win the rest. Divide et impera was the policy adopted, and the spirit of faction which the nobles seem to have imbibed from their Irish neighbours was thus encouraged by the crown. This system may be said to have lasted down to the days of Elizabeth, to be succeeded in the 17th century by the new rivalry 164 of Catholic and Protestant, Cavalier and Roundhead. But still, the island was allowed to become the battle ground of parties, favoured now in turn by England, according to the government in power at the time. But never, perhaps, has this unfortunate system been more recklessly or disastrously pursued than since Mr. Gladstone's bid for the votes of the Nationalist Party. Although Giraldus has been bitterly assailed for criticising with no sparing hand the undoubted failings of the Irish, he showed, we think, on the contrary, far more fairness than might reasonably be expected from a writer in his position. But he did far more than this. It might indeed be truly said of him, rem acu tetigit. He boldly gave the reasons why the conquest of Ireland was a failure, and added frank and shrewd advice as to its government in the future, even as we have been often told that Cromwell would have settled the Irish question, had only his thorough policy been relentlessly pursued. So Giraldus justly reminds us that the first flood of conquest was checked by Henry Roman II, when the work was only half done, and that Henry himself, in like manner, only put his hand to the plough to turn back at once and leave the work to others. Those others, again, were commissioned only to be recalled. The strong, centralised administration that was shaping the English realm was never organised in Ireland. The crown harassed, but it did not govern. The four prophets of Ireland, he wrote, had duly foretold that the island would not be mastered by the English till the eve of the day of judgment. If he accused the Irish of shiftiness and treachery, as the 165 failings that accompanied their natural quickness, he sternly rebuked his own countrymen for despoiling their native allies of their lands, and wantonly insulting the native chieftains when they came to pay their respects to John as Lord of Ireland. He even charges them with being corrupted by their intercourse with the natives into sometimes imitating their treachery. That this charge was not without foundation we learn from the French poem, which gives a spirited description of the action of Maurice de Prendergast, one of its heroes, when he brought his ally the King of Ossory to the English camp, having pledged his word for his safety. The King of Munster urged that his rival should be treacherously seized. Ely baruns san mentir, le voliant tus consentir. But Maurice, indignantly denouncing their contemplated breach of faith, swore by his sword that he would cleave the head of the first man who should dare to lay a hand upon the king. It is chiefly, I think, because his evidence is fatal to the idle dream of an Irish golden age, that the evidence of Giraldus on the state of the country has been so bitterly assailed. For my part, I believe his statement as to the corruption in church matters to be entirely honest, and deem them in accordance with what we know from other sources. In his curious sketch of the lay ecclesiastics, with their long flowing hair, and with nothing clerical about them but the absence of weapons, he touches one of the worst abuses from which the Church suffered in Ireland. The very See of Armagh itself had been held for at least 2 centuries in hereditary succession by lay 166 chieftains, and the practice had spread widely to the degradation of the Church. For half a century, indeed, before the coming of the invaders, efforts had been made at church reform, but the initiative had come from England and from Rome, and little encouragement was given by the native rulers themselves. Nor will those who are acquainted with Irish society in the past reject as improbable the statement of Geraldus that the clergy, though greatly distinguished by their chastity and fervent devotion to divine service, were apt to spend their evenings in drinking somewhat deeply. But even to this he is careful to add, there were found honourable exceptions. The important fact to be remembered is that, if Ireland had once been a centre of Christianity, a bright star in a heathen age, its church had deteriorated, not advanced, amidst the ceaseless and murderous strife of native rule. To say that the Anglo-Norman settlement with its conquest, or rather half-conquest of the country, proved a blessing to Ireland, is a proposition that no one probably would care to maintain. Why this should have been so is one of those fascinating problems that must ever arouse the speculation and stir the interest of the student. The far earlier Scandinavian settlements in Normandy and in eastern England have little in common with the exploits of Strongbow's daring band. Sicily in every way affords a closer parallel. Nearer in time to the events we have discussed, its conquest also was no less essentially a private enterprise. What the sons of Tancred had accomplished in the south, the children of Nestor 167 well might hope to bring to pass in the west. Indeed, the adventurers of the 11th century had faced a task, to all seeming, harder than that which confronted the adventurers of the 12th. Some might hold that the Norman race was no longer in its prime, that its great conquering and governing powers were already impaired, that its enterprise was less ardent, that in England it was settling down, is no doubt the case. From the turbulent regions of Wales adventurers were still forthcoming, but the pioneers of Irish conquest were not supported by that inflow from England which was needed for so great an undertaking, and which in earlier days would probably have hastened to their support. But this was only one among the causes of the great Irish failure. Sicily, like England, fortunate in its kings, was fortunate also in that position of isolation which enabled its Norman conquerors to work out their own destiny. If only Ireland had enjoyed the same geographical advantage, if it had been far enough distant from England, its invaders might in the same fashion have established a dynasty of their own, and have quickly accommodated themselves, with the marvellous adaptability of their race, to those native ways to which indeed many of them did, ultimately, so strangely conform. It is now recognized that the kings of England did not, and could not, become true English kings, till the loss of their Norman possessions drove them to find in England their true home and country. Geraldus was right when he urged that his friends should have been let alone, or the royal power, if brought into play, exercised in full force. One can indeed imagine 168 what might have been the fate of England, if half conquered by adventurous bands of Normans, she had then been half governed from abroad by a Norman duke. Deeper still, however, lay the root of the trouble. The Normans had found England a kingdom ready-made, its people accustomed to governance and recognizing the reign of law. Coming of a kindred stock, and possessing kindred institutions, the English had only to receive the addition of a feudal system for which their own development had already made them ripe. In Ireland, on the contrary, the newcomers found no kindred system. Its tribal polity had placed between its people and themselves a gulf impassable, because dividing two wholly different stages of civilization. With no common foundation on which to build, they could only hope to become Irish by cutting themselves off from their own people. If, on the other hand, they wished to substitute law and order for native anarchy, there was no indigenous machinery for the purpose such as the Norman kings had found and used in England. They had no alternative but to introduce the system they had brought with them, a system absolutely irreconcilable with all native ideas of land tenure. Whether Ireland, if left to herself, would even yet have emerged from the tribal stage of society becomes doubtful when we contemplate the persistence of the mores hibernicae, a comparison of the changes in our own people between the 12th century and the days of Queen Victoria, or even of Queen Elizabeth, and those discernible in the Irish people, suggests relative stagnation. It clings to its 169 ways as the peasant clings to that patch of soil which he will not leave, and on which he can exist only in squalor, and in want 355 of one thing at least we may be sure. No fonder dream has enthralled a people's imagination than that of an Irish golden age destroyed by ruthless invaders. The first invaders who entered Ireland did so by the invitation of one of her own sons, and they found it, as an Irishman has said, a vast human shambles. Let Erin remember the days of old, ere her faithless sons betrayed her. We went to Ireland because her people were engaged in cutting one another's throats. We are there now because if we left they would all be breaking one another's heads. When an eminent patriot is good enough to inform us of his desire, but for the presence of a British judge to wring a brother patriot's neck, we are reminded that the sacred fire still burns in Celtic breasts. Vum non animum mutant. 356. The leaders of the Irish people have not so greatly changed since the days when King MacDonch had blinded King Dermot's son, and when Dermot, in turn, relieved his feelings by gnawing off the nose of his butchered foe. Claiming to govern a people when they cannot even govern themselves, they clamour like the Babu of Bengal against that Pax Britannica, by the presence of which alone they are preserved from mutual destruction. No doubt, as one of them frankly confessed, they would rather be governed badly by themselves than well by anyone else. But England also has a voice in the matter, and she cannot allow the creation of a pandemonium at her doors. Roman 8. The Pope and the Conquest of Ireland. One of the hottest historical controversies that this generation has known has been waged around a certain document popularly, but erroneously styled, the Bull Laudabiliter, duly found in the Roman Bullarium, 1739, and in the annals of Baronius, its authenticity had remained unshaken by sundry spasmodic attacks, and some 30 years ago, it was virtually accepted as genuine by Roman Catholic and by Protestant historians alike. But since its learned examination and rejection by since Cardinal Morin in November, 1,872,357, the tide of battle has surged around it, the racial and religious passions it aroused imparting bitterness to the strife. It is a question with me, Mr. Gladstone wrote of Adrian's alleged donation, whether as an abnormal and arbitrary proceeding, it did not vitiate at the fountain-head the relation between English and Irish, and whether it has not been possibly the source of all the perversions by which that relation has been marked. In Ireland the English fought with an unfair advantage in their hands. They had a kind of pseudo-religious mission, a mission with religious sanctions 172 but temporal motives. I do not see how this could work well. 358. It may be as well to explain at the outset that, as befits an Irish controversy, the famous bull in dispute is not really a bull at all, and that of the two assertions for which it is so furiously assailed, the one is not to be found in it, but comes from another source, while the other rests upon documents which even an assailant of the bull admits to be certainly authentic. But amidst the smoke and dust of battle, these elementary points seem to have been hopelessly obscured. For the benefit of those who may not be acquainted with the Bull Laudabiliter, 359, I may explain that the document in question is inserted in the Expugnatio Hibernica of Geraldus Cambrensis, 360, published in or about 1188, and is asserted by him to be the document brought from Rome by John of Salisbury in 1155. He also gives with it a confirmation of it by Alexander Roman III, obtained, he states, by Henry Roman II, after his visit to Ireland. Apart altogether from these two documents are 3 letters from Alexander Roman III, which are, similarly, only known to us at second hand, being transcribed in what is known as the Black Book of the Exchequer, 361, broadly speaking. For the moment only, the main difference between these letters and the Bull Laudabiliter is that while in the latter, Pope Adrian commends the intention of King Henry to go to Ireland and reform the gross scandals prevailing 173 there, Pope Alexander in the 3 letters commends the action of the king in having gone there for that purpose. Having thus given a general idea of the 5 documents to be considered, I must now glance at the motives that have animated the attack on the bull. The first of these is the reluctance of the Irish, as Roman Catholics, to believe that it was the Pope who authorized an English king to reign over Ireland. The second is their refusal to admit that the state of things in Ireland is truly described in the bull. Taking these reasons for attack separately, the first, as I hinted at the outset, is a curious misconception. I need only to prove that it is so, print side by side the words of 2 bitter assailants of the bull, Father Gasquet and Father Maurice. Father Gasquet, Father Maurice. By this instrument, Adrian Roman IV gave the sovereignty of the island to our English King Henry Roman II. From time to time, the fact that an English pope made a donation of Ireland to his own countrymen is used for the purpose of trying to undermine the inborn and undying love and devotion of the Irish people for the sovereign pontiffs. But Dr. Morin, the learned Bishop of Ossory, adduced many powerful, if not conclusive, reasons for rejecting the bull as spurious 362, the document by which Pope Adrian is supposed to have made over Ireland to Henry Plantagenet. In this letter there is not one word which suggests the idea of temporal domination, 363. The fact is that the unfortunate document, denounced for its sanction of Henry's enterprise, does little, if anything, more than the 3 Black Book letters, which emphatically approve that enterprise when undertaken and sanction its results. Yet these letters are accepted, we shall see, while the bull is denounced as spurious. So also, the general charges against the character and morals of the Irish people at the time, implied by the words of the bull, are actually eclipsed by those formulated in the Black Book letters. And yet the authenticity of the bull is assailed on the ground of these charges, while that of the letters is either accepted or discreetly let alone. It may have been observed that, in my opinion, these letters have by no means played that important part in the controversy to which they are entitled. The reason, perhaps, may be found in the fact that while the defenders of the documents in the Expugnatio Hibernica are conscious that these letters by no means help their case, the assailants would rather ignore evidence which confirms those statements in the bull that have specially aroused their hostility and forced them to denounce it as spurious. Father Gasquet, for instance, only refers to these letters as affording some very powerful arguments against the genuineness of Pope Adrian's bull, 364, and is careful not to commit himself, personally, to their authenticity. The vigorous attack by Father Maurice in his 175 Adrian Roman 4, and Henry Plantagenet, 365 on the document by which Pope Adrian Roman 4 is supposed to have made over Ireland to Henry Plantagenet, is painfully disappointing, for he tells us at the outset in his introduction that, were it not for the argument which it is supposed to carry with it against the character of the Irish Church in the 12th century, the document itself would not have much importance, p. Roman 32. It is, therefore, his avowed aim to redeem the character of that Church, and his attack on Adrian's bull is only undertaken to that end. He wishes to destroy the impression that the Church in Ireland in the 12th century was corrupt and disorganized. He repels the accusation that Ireland, in the 12th century, had lapsed into barbarism, and had so far lost her place in the Christian commonwealth that the Pope was in a way compelled to come to the rescue. To prove his case he is bound, of course, to deal with and reject the 3 letters of Alexander Roman 3, 1172, which contained so detailed and fearful an indictment of the state of morals and religion in Ireland at the time. What then is our astonishment when he abruptly observes, "Our inquiry comes down no farther than Pope Adrian. Subsequent letters of Roman pontiffs on the subject of Ireland stand by themselves, p. 141. Is it possible that he felt himself estopped by the verdict of his predecessor, Cardinal Moran, whose judicial spirit he commends 367, and who, while rejecting 176 laudabiliter, accepts as certainly authentic these awkward letters? It seems to me equally uncandid in Miss Norgate to avoid discussing the privilegium of Alexander Roman 3, and in Father Maurice to ignore his letters in the Liber Niger, which affect so gravely his case, and indeed impugn his arguments. In their blind animosity to the bull, its Roman Catholic opponents have been led into most astounding, and indeed contradictory, assertions. Father Gasquet, for instance, prints side by side with laudabiliter the letter of Adrian to Louis Roman 7, in order to prove that their opening passages are almost word for word the same, 368. Yet Father Maurice, who appeals to this letter, and assures us that there is no question as to the authenticity of this document, 369, insists that the style of laudabiliter is in glaring contradiction to all the authentic bulls of Adrian Roman 4, 370. It may be retorted that the letter to Louis was not a bull, but then no more was laudabiliter. The 2 documents belong to precisely the same class. Stranger still, in assailing what he terms the spurious letter, he points out as a flaw that, in the supposed commission to Henry the judge comes, as it were, with lance in rest, as if he were charging the Moslem, without any reference to those undiminished rights, jura illibata, of each and every church, in the defence of which, as we have seen, Pope Adrian was ever inexorable. 371. It will scarcely be believed that the spurious letter, 177, contains the very words for the omission of which it is condemned, jur nimmerum ecclesiarum illibato et integro permanent, and that the test of Father Maurice thus recoils against himself. It is difficult to treat seriously so careless, or so reckless, a controversialist. Having now briefly explained on what documents the controversy turns, I may mention that my own reason for joining in so fierce a dispute is that I hope to be able to contribute towards its decision 2 facts which, so far as I know, have as yet escaped notice. Wishful to approach the subject from an independent standpoint, I have not studied the German papers dealing with the subject, but have contented myself with those of Cardinal Moran, 1872, the Analecta Juris Pontificii 1882, Father Gasquet 1883, Father Malone and Father Morris 1892, with Miss Norgate's resume of the case and unhesitating defence of laudabiliter in the English Historical Review, 1893, 372. Miss Norgate in her lengthy article 373 defended the bull with some warmth, recapitulating and answering the arguments of its various assailants. There are, however, involved two distinct questions, which, to quote a phrase of her own, have been somewhat mixed up, 374 by her. For clearness' sake I give them thus. I have read through not once or twice, but time after time with the greatest care, Miss Norgate's article defending the authenticity of the bull, and I cannot find that this distinction has even dawned upon her mind. Yet, to adapt her closing words, one who fully accepts the first of these propositions may yet dare to say of the other non sequitur. To the first of the above questions I give no negative answer, I merely quote the two passages on which the assertion rests. Ad prex meis illustri regianglorum Henrico secundo Adrianus concessit et dedit Hibernium jure hereditario possidendum, sicut liter ipsius testantur in hodionum diem, nam omnis in su de jure antiquo, ex donation Constantini, dicuntur ad Romanam ecclesiam pertiner, annulum quoque per me transmissit aureum, smaragdo optimo decoratum, quo ferit investitura juris in gerenda Hibernia, idem huc annulus in curiali archivo publico custodieri jussus est. John of Salisbury, privilegium quad idem rex Abadriano Papa Alexandri decessor Antia perquisierit, per Johannum Salisburiensum, postmodum episcopum carnotensum, ramam ad hoc destinatum. Per quem etiam idem Papa Anglorum rigi annulum aureum in investitur signum PR centivit, qui statim, simul cum previlgio, in archivis Wintoni repositus furet. 375, Geraldus Cambrensis. As I only described at the outset the documents, I have not hitherto touched on the passage in the Metalogicus. But it should be observed that just as Miss Norgate confuses two distinct questions, so Father Gasquet attacks laudabiliter for a statement found, not in that document, but in this passage from the pen of John of Salisbury 376. It is with the second of the above two questions that I am immediately concerned, assuming for the present that a document was actually granted by Adrian. What ground have we for believing that the text in the Expugnatio is authentic, between the appearance of her England under the Angevin kings and that of her article in the Review? Miss Norgate seems to have discovered from P. Flug Cartung that there was no copy of it, as she had imagined, in the Vatican archives. 377, she admitted, therefore, that the letter actually rests upon the testimony of Gerald of Wales and the writer of the last chapter of Metalogicus. But here we see that confusion of thought of which I have spoken above. The authenticity of the letter given in the Expugnatio rests on the authority of Gerald, and on his alone. Let us then inquire what credence we should give to those documents he professes to quote verbatim. The two which naturally occur to one for comparison with laudabiliter are the letter of Dermot to 180 Strongbow, summoning him to Ireland 378, and the privilegium of Alexander Roman III. Confirming that of Adrian 379, the former begins with a normal address and then breaks at once into a quotation from Ovid. 380, this gives us a clear issue. Does Miss Norgate believe, or does she not, that a warrior, and a savage summoning a warrior in the days of Henry Roman II, would parade his classical erudition by dragging in tags from Ovid? And if she does not, how can she ask us to accept as genuine a document because it is given by Geraldus? As to the other test document, the privilegium of Alexander Roman III, Miss Norgate is curiously shy of touching it. I can only find an incidental allusion to the letter whereby Alexander Roman III is said to have confirmed the favour granted by his predecessor to Henry, and even this mention of it is merely introduced to protest against arguments which are only appropriate to that letter being used as fatal to the authenticity of laudabiliter, also 381 indeed, by writing as she does of the silence of Alexander Roman III. As to Adrian's letter 382, she implies that the document given by Geraldus as his is an absolute imposture, and she uses, we shall find in another place, an argument directly fatal to the authenticity of its contents. 383, and yet Geraldus sets forth these two privilegia together as jointly constituting the title to Ireland derived by Henry from Rome. The two must stand or fall together. If 181 Gerald was capable of composing the one, he was certainly capable of composing the other. Having now shown that the fact of a document being found in the pages of Geraldus Cambrensis is no proof of its authenticity, I turn to the first of the 2 points that I hope to establish. The publication in Ireland of the Bull Laudabiliter is thus dealt with by Miss Norgate. It is acknowledged on all hands that there is no sign of any attempt on Henry's part to publish the letter in Ireland before 1175. In that year Gerald states that the letter was read before a synod of bishops at Waterford up, v. 315-6. This statement, however, rests upon Gerald's authority alone. Beyond this there is no direct evidence that the letter was ever formally published in Ireland at all. 384. In another passage she admits, I understand, that it does not appear to have been published by Henry until 1175 at the earliest. 385 now. It is true that this date is so generally accepted that Father Gasquet in assailing, and Father Malone in defending, the authenticity of the bull, are both agreed upon this point. The former indeed boldly writes, "It is a matter beyond dispute that no mention whatever was made by Henry of this grant of Ireland by the Pope, till at earliest AD 1175. 386 Father Morris similarly adopts 1175 as the date when Henry is said to 182 have exhibited it at a synod held at Waterford. 387 Yet, when we turn to the passage referred to by Miss Norgate, we find that no year is named by Geraldus himself. Mr. Dimmock appended the marginal date, 1174 or 1175, and this was also the date he adopted in his introduction. It was doubtless from him that Professor Tout adopted this date in his Life of William Fitz-Audlin. Fitzaldhelm 388 was also sent in 1174 or 1175 to produce the bull of Pope Adrian. He soon left Ireland, for he appears as a witness to the Treaty of Falaise in October 1174.389. If William was sent to Ireland, as alleged in 1175, it is obvious that he cannot have returned thence by October 1174. It is clear in any case that, on examination, the date accepted on all hands as a fixed point is a guess. Let us then see if from other sources light can be thrown on William's mission. There is an entry on the pipe roll of 1173, which reads thus: "In passagio Wilhelmi filii Aldolini, et socirum suorum et herniserum suorum in Hibernium Roman 27 Sol, et Roman 6 Den, per breve Riccardi de Luci, p. 145. Professor Tout oddly assigns it to an alleged dispatch of William to Ireland in 1171, for in that case it would duly have been entered on the pipe roll of that year. 390, it must, in the absence of evidence 183 to the contrary, be held to refer to a mission of William between Michaelmas, 1172, and Michaelmas, 1173. Is it then possible that this was the date of the mission of which we are in search, and not 1175, or even 1174? The answer, we shall find, involves more than a mere question of chronology. Gerald, Miss Norgate writes, is certainly no chronologist. 391 Mr. Dimmock was even more emphatic: there can be no worse authority than Geraldus wherever a date is concerned. In this case, however, as I have said, Geraldus does not even commit himself to a date, he merely uses the vague inter re. We must therefore deduce the date from the sequence as he gives it himself, and that sequence is perfectly clear. He takes us straight back to the Council of Cashel 393, and tells us that the document dispatched by William and his colleague to Ireland had been sent by the Pope in reply to the report of the proceedings at that council. Here are his own words. Council of Cashel. Ubi requisitis et auditus publis ter Elias et gentes tam enormitatibus quam spersites, et in scriptum etiam sub sigillo legati lismoriensis, qui ceteris ibidem dignitate tunc prorat, ex industria redactis, etc. v. 280. Alexander S. Privilegium, cum piarnotatis spersicarum literis in synodo Cassiliensi per industrium quasitis, directis ad curiam Romanum nunciis, ab Alexandro tertio tunc pr sident privilegium impetrivit, etc. v. 315. Miss Norgate, both in her history and in her article, seems to have overlooked this latter important passage, doubtless from its occurring in another part of Gerald's work. She has thus not only missed his sequence, but has failed to adduce his direct testimony to the dispatch of documents to Rome after the Council of Cashel. Roger Hoveden is the only chronicler she quotes as an authority for the statement that the bishops joined with Henry in sending to Rome a report of his proceedings, and their own 394 now the jester Henrici, is a better authority to quote from here than Hoveden. And from it, therefore, I take the following statements. We have then the independent evidence of Gerald and of the jester. A. That Henry sent nuncii to Rome after going to Ireland. B. That these nuncii took with them documentary evidence, in the form, according to Gerald, of letters from the legate and prelates at Cashel, but according to the jester of sealed recognitions by the several Irish prelates of Henry and his heirs as kings of Ireland. C. That the Pope in reply, according to Gerald, sent a privilegium empowering Henry to rule the Irish, and reform their ecclesiastical condition 395, but according to the jester, confirmed Henry in possession of the kingdom of Ireland, and appointed him and his heirs kings thereof forever. Here we have sufficient discrepancy to mark the independence of the writers, combined with a distinct agreement to the effect that Henry sent nuncii to Rome, that they took something with them to support the king's petition, and that the Pope, in reply to it, sent something back. What was it? Here we must turn to a third quarter, where the evidence is wholly independent. This is the Black Book of the Exchequer, in which are entered the 3 letters from Pope Alexander, all of them dated 186 from Tusculum, 20th September, 1172. Miss Norgate in her history referred to them as documents of undoubted authenticity, 396, but in her article, though stoutly maintaining that their evidence was not hostile to the genuineness of the bull, she seems to have felt uneasy on the subject, for she changes her tone, and writes that they purport to have been written by Pope Alexander Roman III. Nay, even speaks of them as Alexander's letters, if they indeed are his. 398. To these letters, which Cardinal Moran pronounced certainly authentic, I now invite attention. The first, which is addressed to Christian Bishop of Lismore the legate, the 4 archbishops by name, and their suffragans the bishops, speaks of the Viterum enormitates made known to the writer by their letters, ex vestrarum seri literarum, ex vestris litteris, and the abominationis spursitium. 399. No more exact agreement could be found than this document presents with the statement of Geraldus that the legate's letters, on behalf of the assembled prelates, recited tam enormitates quam spursitias of the Irish. Again, the third letter, to the kings and princes of Ireland, similarly charges the Irish 187 with enormitatem et spursitium viterum, and it confirms not only Geraldus but the jester by its words, in vestrum regem et dominum susapistes, et I fidelitatem durastes, vos voluntate libera subdidistes, fidelitatem quam tanto regi sub juramenti religioni fesistes, there juramenti debitum et fidelitatem predicto regi exhibitam, is spoken of also in the letter to the prelates. Passing now to the second letter, which is to Henry himself, it introduces a new element, for while that to the prelates had referred to their letters and alirum etiam veridica relation, a vague phrase which in the letter to the princes reappears as communi fama et certa relation, the Pope, in writing to the king, gives as his sources of information, first, the letters from the legate and prelates, and then the viva voce statements of Ralph, Archdeacon of Llandaff. 400. Now we know from the jester that this Ralph was sent by Henry to hold the council of the Irish prelates at Cashel. 401, and we further know that the king had sent him to Rome as an envoy in the Becket business some 2 years before 402. We have then, in this letter, confirmation of the fact that Henry sent a mission, with the prelate's letter, to 188 Rome, while the envoy it names is the very one whom he was specially likely to send. So far, then, we find a most convincing agreement. Pope Alexander relied mainly for information as to the state of Ireland, and as to the action of Henry on the written report of his legate and the other prelates of Ireland, and on the personal statements of the king's envoy who came with it. As to these points, there can really be no question. But the best proof, to my mind, of the authenticity of these letters is that neither Geraldus nor any of the chroniclers used them, and that, so far at least as the jester and Hoveden are concerned, they must have been purposely kept back. For the points of discrepancy are even more instructive than the points of agreement. It may have been observed that the jester speaks of the documentary evidence as consisting of the prelates, sealed letters appointing Henry and his heirs kings of Ireland. Geraldus, on the contrary, makes it consist of a report from the Council of Cashel on the state of Ireland. The letters explicitly confirm the latter statement, and wholly ignore the evidence described in the former. Moreover, the assertion in the jester that the Pope made Henry and his heirs in reply kings of Ireland forever is at direct variance with the letters, which do nothing of the kind. We must then, it seems to me, conclude that the jester and Roger Hoveden deliberately strove to represent the Pope as doing what he did not do, and dared not therefore quote the letters, knowing them to be not at all what was wanted 403. It seems to me a strong argument in favour of the letters to Henry himself, and one which may have been overlooked, that Pope Alexander pointedly speaks of Henry's fresh expedition as undertaken, like a crusade, by way of penance for his sins. Ragamus itac regium excellentium, momus et exhortemus in domino, atque in remissionem tibi peccatorum inungimus quatinus, etc. Ut sicut pro tuorum venia peccatorum adversus eam tantum laborum, ut credimus, a subsisti, etc. Even if the words do not imply that Henry himself had so represented it, they afford an answer to those who urge that the Pope could not have approved of such an enterprise by one who was himself at the time under a grave cloud. Broadly speaking, they express the Pope's warm approval of Henry's expedition as a missionary enterprise. It is as the champion of the Church, and especially of St. Peter and his rights, that they praise him for what he has done. Specially significant is the fact that the rights claimed by Rome under the donation of Constantine over all islands are not asserted, as by John of Salisbury, as justifying the grant of Ireland to Henry, but as entitling the Papal See to claim their rights for itself, 404. Accepting, then, these letters as genuine, let me briefly recapitulate how the case stands. Their contents agree, we have seen independently in the most indisputable way, with the narrative of Giraldus. Moreover, that narrative, when carefully examined, leads us to infer that the Pope's answer was dispatched in reply to Henry's mission, and with that inference the date of these letters, 20th Sept. 1172, agrees fairly enough. Such a date as 1174 or 1175 would not agree with it at all. Lastly, Giraldus tells us that the Pope's confirmation was dispatched to Ireland with William Fitz-Audlin, and indeed, we should naturally expect that Henry, when he had succeeded in getting it, would lose no time in publishing the fact. Both the statement of Giraldus and that expectation are confirmed by the Pipe Roll entry, which proves that William Fitz-Audlin did visit Ireland between Michaelmas, 1172, and Michaelmas, 1173, which is just the time that he must have done so, if he went there in charge of the Pope's letter, or letters. But now comes the hitch. If Giraldus had given us the text of the letter which the Pope really sent, and which is entered in the Black Book, it would have agreed with and confirmed his narrative in every respect. Instead, however, of doing this, he gave a letter, which even his champions do not venture to defend as authentic, a letter which does not agree with his narrative, for it ignores the legate's report 191 and the other information supplied, a letter which, for all we can find in it, was written in complete ignorance, not only of Henry's visit to Ireland, but of every other fact in the case. In short, it is a mere general confirmation of Adrian's famous bull, and might as well have been issued before as after the king's expedition, and so clumsily is it introduced that Giraldus does not even make the king ask for anything of the kind. I have said that even his champions do not defend its authenticity. Miss Norgate, who defends with equal fervour Giraldus and Laudabiliter, admits that its critics are right in stating that the Pope's letters in the Liber Niger make no mention of any papal grant, nor of the tribute of Peterpence, which Laudabiliter expressly states that Henry had undertaken to establish in Ireland, 405. But she urges, it was most improbable that the Pope would refer to Peterpence in 1172. It would have been much more surprising, because highly derogatory to his tact, wisdom, and justice, if he had mentioned it at that moment. To expect that he should assail them with an instant demand for money before they had time to settle down in their new relations would be to charge him with equal recklessness and rapacity 406. I do not say that I agree with the argument. It could, I think, scarcely be weaker, but the point is that Pope Alexander, in the letter given by Giraldus, and asserted by him to have been sent in reply to the letters from the Council of Cashel, 1171-2, is represented as confirming the bull of Adrian, 192, Salva Beto Petro, de singulis damibus annua unius denarii pensioni. That is to say that if the letter is genuine, he did exactly what Miss Norgate assures us he would not have done. It follows then, from her own argument, that the letter cannot be genuine 407. I must here again remind the reader of the cardinal point in my case, namely, that Giraldus has been misunderstood as assigning to 1175 the dispatch of the Pope's privilegium, whereas his narrative clearly shows that he treats that privilegium as obtained by Henry in reply to the report of the Council of Cashel, 1171-2, and as the papal sanction of what he had done in Ireland, that the king was anxious to obtain this sanction, and to publish it when obtained as soon as possible, we may readily believe, but that he obtained it as soon as possible, and having done so made no use of it till he suddenly, in 1175, dispatched it to Ireland apropos de Barts, is an unintelligible hypothesis. In any case, we are confronted with the fact that both the Privilegium 408 and the Black Book letter purport to have been dispatched from Rome in reply to Henry's mission. But they could not both be the Pope's reply. One or the other must be false. This being so, we need not hesitate to decide in favour 193 of the Black Book letter. For the Privilegium given by Geraldus is virtually abandoned, we have seen, even by Miss Norgate. The conclusion, then, at which we arrive is that Geraldus substituted for the true reply of the Pope a false one merely confirming the bull laudabiliter. From this conclusion we advance to the question whether, if he was capable of concocting, or giving it currency when concocted, a spurious letter of Alexander, he was not also capable of concocting, or giving it currency when concocted, that letter of Adrian, which he published with it, in the Expurgatio, and which, in fairness, must be treated as inseparable from it, 409. We saw clearly at the outset that he can have had no scruple as to inserting in his narrative, I will not say a forged document, but one of which the text was the work of his own pen. On this point, therefore, we need not hesitate. We may proceed then to inquire whether Henry Roman II was likely to keep silence as to Adrian's bull when he entered Ireland, the very time when he might be expected to make use of it, and then produce it at a subsequent time with no particular reason. Two propositions are here involved. As to the first, Father Gasquet has observed, it was of vital importance when he went over to receive the homage of the Irish, and could never have been withheld or concealed at the Council of Cashel in 1172, at which the papal legate presided 410. Father Burke, whom he quotes, has bluntly insisted on the fact, and Father Morris has similarly dwelt on the king's suspicious silence. So great, indeed, is the difficulty of supposing that Henry made no mention of the bull at the very time when, if ever, he was likely to make use of it, that Miss Norgate wrote as follows, in her England under the Angevin Kings, Roman II, 115. We hear not a word of Pope Adrian's bull, but we can hardly doubt that its existence and its contents were in some way or other certified to the Irish prelates before they met in council at Cashel in the first weeks of 1172. Going even further in another passage, Roman II, 81, she boldly spoke of Henry's conquest won with Adrian's bull in his hand. And yet, when afterwards in her article she wished to deny the difficulty, she could turn round and confidently urge that Henry said nothing about the Pope's letter, because it was a matter of no practical consequence whatever. 411. Such a volte-face as this does not tend to inspire confidence in her arguments, but even if we accept this her later conclusion, it only increases the difficulty of explaining why Henry Roman II formally made the bull public a year or two later, and still more, why he should have done so, as she holds he did, in 1175. And this difficulty, so far as I can find, she does not attempt to meet. Everything then, it seems to me, points to the clear conclusion that Geraldus substituted for the genuine letters from the Pope, in the Liber Niger 195, a concocted confirmation of an equally concocted bull from his predecessor Adrian. Having arrived at this conclusion, I propose to ask three questions. As to the Welshman's motive, it has been urged by his critics that he wished to gratify the king. Miss Norgate retorts, at no period of his life is it likely that Gerald would have had any personal interest in putting in circulation, for King Henry's benefit, a document which he knew or suspected to be forged. Least of all would he have cared to do it for the sake of bolstering up Henry's claims upon Ireland, 412. But whatever may have been his personal feelings towards Henry Roman II, his eagerness to prove the right of the English crown to Ireland is one of the leading features of his Expurgatio Hiberni. He sets forth more than once the arguments on which he bases it, and he treats the papal action as the crowning argument of all. Et quod salium sufficere posset ad perfectionis cumulum, et absolut consummationis augmentum, summorum pontificum, qui insulas omnes sibi specially quadam jure respiciunt, todius Christianitatis principum, et primatum confirmans accessit auctoritas, v. 320. The reference in this passage to the donation of Constantine, and therefore to laudabiliter, is clear. I pass to my second question. How were the documents concocted? The unfortunate theory was advanced by the Analecta writer that laudabiliter was adapted from a genuine letter of Adrian written, in 1158, to Henry of England and Louis of France, forbidding them to enter Ireland, as they proposed to do in conjunction. It was urged that this genuine letter had been altered into the bull laudabiliter, and thus made to bear the very reverse of its meaning. It was necessary for this solution to hold that the genuine letter did not refer, as had been supposed, to Spain Hispania, but to Ireland Hibernia. Although this bold theory was adopted by Father Gasquet, 413, he seems to have been conscious of its weakness, for he leaves it with the words, "Whether this theory as to the origin of the bull be correct or not, etc., etc." The words Pagani in the genuine letter are of themselves fatal to the theory, and Father Malone had no difficulty in showing that it was preposterous. 414. It is true that, as Miss Norgate admits 415, between the introductory sentences of the two letters, there is certainly a close verbal similarity. But even if this letter, relating to the Spanish Crusade, was placed under contribution by the concoctor of our document, I should nonetheless advance as my own theory the view that Gerald employed, largely at any rate, the genuine letters of Alexander Roman III, entered in the Liber Niger. In support of this theory I might adduce certain suggestive parallels. The letter the bull sicut comparimus, ad subjugandum tu dominio gentem illam, et ad extirpandum tant abominationis spursitium, tuum animum irrexisti. Christian religionis suscipiat disciplinam, ida etiam de salutis perfectu coronam meriris susciper semper nam. Quia sicut tu magnitudinis excellentia, cognoscit Romana ecclesia alia jus habit in insula quam in terra magna et continua, etc. significasti. Nobis, T. Hiberni insulam ad subdendum illum populum legibus, et viterum plantaria extirpanda vel intrara. Crescat fidei Christian religio, et cad honorum Dei et salutum pertinent animarum talita ordinenta, uta Dio sempiternum mercedis cumulum consequi meriris. Sane Hibernium et omnes insulas, ad jus bidi petriet sacrosanct Roman ecclesi, quod tua etiam nobilitas recognoscit, non est dubium pertiner. The very fact that these coincidences are rather suggestive than verbal favours, I think, the theory of concoction, but I am chiefly influenced by the fact that laudabiliter does little more than paraphrase and adapt the contents of Alexander's letter. Even its clause as to Peter's pence might be based on Alexander's insistence that Henry was not only to guard jura bidi petri, but si etiam ibi non habet, jura, as was the case with Peter's pence, to establish them himself. And now as to my third question, was there a conspiracy? I doubt if sufficient attention has been paid to the remarkable words of the Gesta Henrici, followed as they were by Hoveden. 416 that they were introduced of set purpose is evident from their repetition. 417, it should be observed that the story told 198 in the Metallurgicus of Adrian, and in the Gesta of Alexander is to the same effect. Metallurgicus, Gesta Henrici, Regianglorum Henrico secundo, Papa, concessit et dedit Hibernium duo hereditario Poseidondum, summus pontifex, confirmavit I et heredibus sues regnum illud, et ius in perpetuum reges constituit. Neither the letters in the Liber Niger, nor even the documents given by Geraldus can justify these expressions, yet this must have been what we may term the view officially adopted, as the Black Book letters of Alexander Roman III could not be made to support this view. Its upholders preferred to fall back on the alleged grant by Adrian as the source of Henry's title, and to pretend that his successor Alexander had merely confirmed it. Laudabiliter did not, it is true, go so far as was required, but it carried back the title to Adrian's action, and so far supported the story. The subsequent attitude of Rome towards the English story is a matter of obvious interest, but as yet of much obscurity. Cardinal Morin relied on the personal information of Thaner for the statement that nowhere in the private archives, or among the private papers of the Vatican, or in the Regesta, which Jaff's researches have made so famous, or in the various indices of the pontifical letters, can a single trace be found of the supposed bulls of Adrian and Alexander 418. In the strict sense of the words, no doubt the above 199 statement may be absolutely true, but in the document below, from Thaner's own work 419 we have, surely in the words de voluntatis sedis ipsius, a most distinct reference at least to Adrian's alleged action. In the preamble to a papal dispensation of the 13th century, we find these words: Exposita siquidem nobis dalcti filii nobilis viri Gulfridi de in villa patris tui, fili Simon, petitio contimbat quod cum terra Iberni ac ius in col, ut tenenta, nec sedi idem, nec regi Angli obedirunt, sed velat efferens per campum licenti ducerenter, clare memori Henricus alim rex anglorum de voluntate sedis ipsius, armata manuterum predictum intravit, et ac habitatus ipsius ad adjustum sedis obedientium suac, sic, pro passi reduxit, et tam idem rex quam ejus successors in regno prefato probos virus nationis ulterior studerunt, successu temporis in terra memorata iberni, ad continuendum inibi sedis, adjustum obedientium collicer. The words of this preamble should be most carefully studied, for though, as I have said, it clearly refers to the action of Pope Adrian in its statement that Henry invaded Ireland at the wish of the Papal See, yet the words velat efferens per campum licenti ducerenter must surely be derived from the tanquam effrenis passim per abrupta deviat viscerum of Alexander's letter to Henry entered in the Liber Niger. If so, they are evidence, even though they stand alone, that the existence and contents of this letter were known in Ireland at the time. There is another and far later reference to laudabiliter in a papal document which I have not seen mentioned, although the document is one of great consequence for Irish history. When Innocent X 200 dispatched Rinuccini as papal nuncio to Ireland, 1645, he gave him formal instructions, in which was comprised a brief outline of past events. In it we find this definite and most striking passage. For a long period the true faith maintained itself, till the country invaded by the Danes, an idolatrous people, fell for the most part into impious superstition. This state of darkness lasted till the reigns of Adrian Roman IV, and of Henry Roman II, King of England. Henry, desiring to strengthen his empire and to secure the provinces which he possessed beyond sea in France, wished to subdue the island of Ireland, and to compass this design had recourse to Adrian, who, himself an Englishman, with a liberal hand granted all he coveted. The zeal manifested by Henry to convert all Ireland to the faith moved the soul of Adrian to invest him with the sovereignty of that island. 3 important conditions were annexed to the gift. First, that the king should do all in his power to propagate the Christian religion throughout Ireland. Second, that each of his subjects should pay an annual tribute of 1 penny to the Holy See, commonly called Peter's pence. And third, that civil liberty should be guaranteed, and the privileges and immunities of the Church be held inviolate for 20. This clear testimony to the Pope's belief, in 1645, that Adrian had, by laudabiliter, invested Henry Roman II with the sovereignty of Ireland, can hardly be agreeable reading to Father Gasquet and his friends. Roman Knight. The coronation of Richard I. The first coronation of an English king of which we possess a detailed account is that of Richard I, 3rd Sept. 1189. It was carried out, says Dr. Stubbs, in such splendour and minute formality as to form a precedent for all subsequent ceremonies of the sort. 421, as a more recent writer has observed. The order of the procession and the details of the ceremonial were arranged with unusual care and minuteness. It was the most splendid and elaborate coronation ceremony that had ever been seen in England, and it served as a precedent for all after time 422. It is consequently of some interest to learn on what authority the narrative of this coronation rests. The original authority is that of the writer formerly described as Benedictus Arbus, but now virtually known to have been Richard Fitz Nigel, 423, who was not only a contemporary writer, but as the king's treasurer, would probably have been an actual spectator of the ceremony he describes. His account is repeated by Hoveden, 424, who was also a contemporary 202 and possibly present, but adds only matter of extremely small importance. 425, we then come to Matthew Paris, writing some 2 generations later, who gives, says Dr. Stubbs, a similar account of the coronation more closely resembling that of Benedict. In the few and unimportant places where the two differ, he indicates the common source of information, the rolls ed. Watts p. 154 or Consuetudine's abbreviatio ed. Madden Roman 3, 209 of the Exchequer 426. This view was accepted by Dr. Luard, 1874, who says of the narrative given by Matthew in his Chronica Majora, Roman 2, 348-350. This account is taken from Benedict. The original source, the Consuetudine Scaccara, is referred to in the Hist. Angle, Roman 2, p8 and the abbreviatio Chronicorum Roman 3, 209. See Madden's note Roman 3, 209.427. We are thus referred to Sir Frederick Madden, who, as keeper of the MSS. at the British Museum, possessed special knowledge and who wrote thus, 1869. The details of Richard's coronation do not appear either in the Red or Black Books of the Exchequer, but they are given by Benedict Arbors pp. 557-560 and copied by Hoveden, from whom Wendover somewhat abridges them, and thence repeated in the Greater Chronicle of Matt. Paris ed. Watts p. 153 and Hist. Ang. Roman 2. 6.428. This, it will be seen, hardly commits the writer to the view that some Exchequer record was, as alleged above, the original authority, but such, no doubt, might be the inference from this comment on the text. As important inferences have now been drawn from 2 or 3 this era, as I venture to deem it, we must glance at the actual passage on which the theory is based. Unconnected with the narrative of the coronation, which is complete without it, there is found in the Historia Anglorum, Roman 2. 9 this marginal note. Officia prelatorum et magnatum carb antiquo, jure et consududine in regum coronationibus sibi vindicant et face redebent, in Rochely's scacere potrant reperiri. This obviously refers not to the narrative in the text, which is that of the coronation ceremony alone, but to the services performed by ancient rite and custom in the king's house on that occasion. Of these there is no description in the text. In another work ascribed but doubtfully to Matthew Paris, the so-called Abbreviatio, the coronation is mentioned but not described, and there is added a similar note. Et queer exigit plenitudo historia officia quorundum magnatum qui in coronationibus habent impla, de antiqua consududine, lectorum hugis libelli abbreviati ad historiam transmitto prolixirum, kin consududinibus scacere potrit reperiri. 429. In both cases, it will be observed, an Exchequer record is referred to solely for the customary offices or services rendered by certain magnates, and in both cases the present tense and the word coronationibus imply that the reference is general, and is not merely a description of what happened at Richard's coronation. Now my contention is that the record referred to is that of Queen Eleanor's coronation in 1236, which is preserved, at the present day, in the Red Book of the Exchequer, and which was known to 2 or 4 Matthew Paris, who appends to his narrative of the services at that coronation the marginal note, HC omnia in consududinario scacere Melius et Plinius reperiunter. We actually find in that record the words, de piardictis autem officiis nullus sibi jus vendicavit, etc., which at once remind us of the marginal note found in the Historia Anglorum. The solution, therefore, which I propound is that the narrative of the coronation, which is admittedly derived from the jester, was written by its author from his own knowledge, and certainly not derived by him from an Exchequer record. In the first place, it is nowhere said that he did so. In the second, it is little less than absurd to assume that Richard would refer to a record in his own Exchequer for a ceremony which must have taken place while he was writing his chronicle, and at which he was probably present. The idea arose, as I have shown, from a simple misunderstanding, and has led those who adopt it to direct self-contradiction, for if Matthew derived, as admitted, his narrative from the jester, he could not also have derived it, as Dr. Luard writes, from some Exchequer record. As Richard had not described the coronation services, Matthew, for these, refers us to that precedent preserved at the Exchequer, Eleanor's coronation, which was, we shall find, the recognized precedent for coronation services so late as 1377.432. We may now pass to Mr. Hall's theory that the non-appearance in the Red Book of the Order of Richard I's coronation, referred to, as he holds, by Matthew Paris, is a third instance of palpable omission, 433 of transcripts it formerly contained. His only reason for denying that the above marginal notes refer, as I hold, to Eleanor's coronation, 1236, is that Hoveden, Brompton and other authorities give an abbreviated narrative, which implies the existence of such a record as is supposed to have been lost. But Hoveden, as we have seen, copies his narrative from the jester, which he does not abbreviate but expands, and does not describe the services, which is what we want. Mr. Hall's meaning, however, is, as usual, obscure, for having cited the supposed narrative as at one time existing in our Red Book, p. Roman 18, he next tells us, it can scarcely be doubted that Matthew Paris' reference was to some Exchequer precedent book which no longer exists, p. Roman 19, although we read it was certainly from our existing Red Book that he took his description of the pageant of 1236, pp. Roman 19, Roman 32. He calls it the customal consududinarium of the Exchequer, and yet on page Roman 29, we read of Matthew referring to the customal of the Exchequer, wherein a certain document of the reign of Richard I is said to have been entered, which no longer exists in the Red Book or in any other Exchequer MS. So also we learn on page LZA that Swearford compiled a lost work, which was the customal known to 2/6 Matthew Paris, and the probable exemplar of the Red Book of the Exchequer. So Matthew's customal consuetudinarium was not the Red Book itself, but its now lost exemplar. Yet on page Roman 19, we are told that this, the only customal mentioned by Matthew, was beyond doubt the Red Book of the Exchequer. It is here with Mr. Hall the same as elsewhere. His work is marred throughout by that confusion of thought which makes it almost impossible to learn what he really means. In any case, my own position is clear. I assert that the note by Matthew Paris refers not to the narrative of the coronation which he derived from the jester, but to a description of the services, and I hold that he found this description not in a lost Exchequer record, but in the Red Book's account of Queen Eleanor's coronation. X. The struggle of John and Longchamp. It is needless to insist on the critical character of the year 1191 in England. From the moment when the watchers on the coast of Sicily had seen the passing of Richard, this country found itself, for the first time, cut off for all purposes from communication with its king. The sovereign had gone and his seal with him, and ministerial government, a government by officials, was thrown on its own resources. If Henry and his grandfather had taught their subjects faithfully to obey the ministers of the crown, with the king ever at their back, the case was altered when the king had left them for a distant land, and men's thoughts turned to John, not only as the visible representative in his brother's absence of his house, but as not improbably their future king, and that, it might be before long. John, traitor at heart, saw the strength of his position, and Longchamp was far too clever to ignore the danger of his own. To the tale of their inevitable strife for power, the acknowledged master of that age's history has devoted special care. In his edition of the Gesta Regis Ricardi, 1867, and again in that of Hoveden 1870, he has given the conclusions at which he arrived concerning 208 the order of events in 1191. We have in the former the footnote to Vol. Roman 2, pp. 208-9, and in the latter pp. LVI, LZiv of the preface to Vol. Roman 3, and the long note on pp. 134-5 of the text. The last of these is perhaps the one which sets forth most fully and clearly the final conclusions of the bishop. These conclusions, I may add at once, have been accepted without question by Mr. Howlett, in his William of Newburgh, 1884, 434, and his Richard of Devizes, 1886, 435 by Miss Norgate in her England under the Angevin Kings, Roman 2, 298-301, and her Life of Longchamp, 436, and by Mr. Hunt in his Life of John 437. Summing up the narratives found in the Jester, Hoveden, Richard of Devizes, and William of Newburgh, Dr. Stubbs holds that their divergency arises from the fact of the struggle falling into two campaigns, in which certain details are repeated. There were 3 conferences at Winchester, 2 attempts on the Chancellor's part to seize the castle of Lincoln, and 2 settlements. He then gives the harmonized dates on this hypothesis in detail. As to the first of these dates, the conference at Winchester on Mid-Lent Sunday, March 24, recorded by Richard of Devizes, no question arises, and I am in a position to adduce documentary evidence in its confirmation, for Longchamp occurs as present at Winchester on March 28 in 2 separate documents. 438 it is when we come to the 2 campaigns, 209 one in the spring and the other in the summer, that the difficulties begin. I propose, therefore, to append a sketch of the sequence of events as recorded by William of Newburgh, the Jester, and Richard of Devizes. Hoveden practically repeats the Jester narrative, and may therefore for convenience be omitted. William of Newburgh, Richard of Devizes, Jester. The Archbishop of Rouen arrives, April 27. 439 The Archbishop of Rouen arrives, April 27. Longchamp refuses to recognize his authority. John plots against Longchamp. Richard having left Sicily for the east, April 10. John hearing this begins to plot against Longchamp. Matters are brought to a crisis by Gerard de Camville being summoned by Longchamp to give up Lincoln Castle to him, and by his refusing and joining John. At length, matters are brought to a crisis by Gerard de Camville doing homage to John for Lincoln Castle, which is declared to be treason. Longchamp sends abroad for mercenaries, but hastens to besiege Lincoln Castle. Longchamp hastily collects troops, compels Roger Mortimer to surrender Wigmore, and then besieges Lincoln Castle. Longchamp collects forces after midsummer, and besieges Lincoln Castle, depriving Gerard of his shrievalty. John surprises and seizes Nottingham and Tickhill. John is enabled to seize Nottingham and Tickhill. Nottingham and Tickhill are surrendered to John. Thereupon he orders Longchamp to raise the siege of Lincoln. He orders Longchamp to raise the siege of Lincoln. He orders Longchamp to raise the siege of Lincoln. Longchamp, knowing many of those with him were for John, withdraws Confucius. A few days later he learns that his office of legate had expired by the Pope's death. Longchamp is quite taken aback, but recovering himself, sends the Archbishop of Rouen to summon John to restore the castles he has taken. Longchamp, terrified, withdraws with his army. Friends mediate. The Archbishop arranges with John a conference for July 28. Longchamp consents and withdraws. Many bishops and other of the king's lieges mediate. 440. Longchamp makes peace as best he could. Description of agreement between John and Longchamp, wrongly dated April 25. Brief summary of agreement, which Hovenden recites in full. Soon after, Longchamp hears that his mercenaries have landed and repudiates the agreement. At length, however, they come to terms on a fresh footing. It is the contention of Dr. Stubbs 210 that William of Newburgh in the first of these columns describes the first or spring campaign, and that Richard and the jester describe in the other two the second campaign later in the year. The difficulty I always felt in accepting this conclusion is the almost incredible coincidence of the sequence of events here described occurring twice over, in exactly the same order. But one would not be justified in questioning a view confidently enunciated by Dr. Stubbs, and accepted, it would seem, by everyone else on the ground merely of improbability, however extreme. Let us see, therefore, on what evidence the accepted view is based. In the first place, we are told that the above sequence was repeated twice over. The authorities, however, are all agreed in mentioning one such sequence, and one only 441. Why then are we to convert it into two in the face of all probability? The only definite reason I can find for so doing is that, according to William of Newburgh, Longchamp's proceedings against Lincoln took place early in the spring, before the death of Pope Clement Roman III was known, or the Archbishop of Rouen landed April 27, 442. While the jester distinctly state that Longchamp only set out against Lincoln after midsummer. If this were so, the discrepancy would be obvious, but leaving aside, for the moment, the question of the Pope's death, we find on reference that William of Newburgh, so far from placing the campaign, etc., before the Archbishop's arrival, actually places it after that event 443, the one real discrepancy, therefore, is found to have no existence 444. As to the date of Longchamp receiving the news of the Pope's death, it must first be observed that William of Newburgh does not assert categorically that it reached him shortly after the fall of Lincoln. What he says is that the Chancellor learned that his office of legate had expired through the death of the Pope. 445. If this merely meant that he heard of the Pope's death, it would be irreconcilable with William's own statement that all this happened after, and some time after, the Archbishop's arrival, April 27. Those, therefore, who would take the words in this sense, must admit that William has blundered, for he contradicts himself. This would be sufficient for my argument, but I think we may hold, in fairness to William, that what Longchamp heard after withdrawing from Lincoln was that Pope Clestine had not renewed his legation, and therefore that it had expired with the death of the late Pope. 446. Great mystery surrounds, it is admitted, the date of the eventual renewal, and one point, it seems to me, may 213 have escaped notice. According to the envoy's report in Hoveden, Pope Clestine himself had been earnestly entreated by Richard to make Longchamp legate, but Clestine was not elected pope till 4 days after Richard had left Sicily for the East. If, therefore, the renewal was granted at Richard's instance, there must have been considerable delay before the grant was obtained. Moreover, those who uphold the view at present accepted have to explain a difficulty they hardly seem to have realized. The jester assigns the Pope's death to April 10, 1191, but so uncertain is the date that we find Dr. Stubbs writing, Clement Roman III died about the end of March, and the news of his death would reach England about 3 weeks later. Jester, p. 208. Note: Pope Clement dies April 10, the news would reach England in a fortnight or perhaps less. The Chancellor, trembling for his legation, makes a hasty peace. Rog. Hav. Roman III, 135. Note: if Clement died April 10, the date adopted by Mr. Howlett and Miss Norgate 447, the difficulty is that the news must have reached not merely England, but Lincoln ex hypothesi, in time to allow of preliminary negotiations between John and Longchamp, of a conference at Winchester being agreed to, and of their both reaching Winchester in time for that conference on April 25. For this the news must have reached Lincoln hardly later than April 20. Could it possibly have done so? Those who have thus far followed my argument will have seen that I hold there to have been only one 214 campaign, followed by a conference at Winchester, which campaign did not begin till after midsummer. The spring campaign, with the alleged conference of April 25 at Winchester, I hold to be wholly imaginary. In case anyone should still be in doubt, I now bring up my reserves. The undisputed statement that Longchamp was at Winchester on March 24 was supported, we saw, by record evidence that he was there on March 28. Of more importance is the record evidence that he was at Lincoln on July 8448, for it strongly confirms the statement in the Jester that he set out, after midsummer, and, having rapidly reduced Wigmore, laid siege to Lincoln Castle. Although I have been trying for years to collect evidence of Longchamp's movements in this eventful year, I have not been able to secure many fixed points. It is certain, however, that he was at Cambridge on April 21, 449. This affords welcome support to the crowning discovery I made, in a document preserved in France, that he was there on April 24.45. It will, I presume, not be disputed that if the Chancellor was at Cambridge on April 24, he cannot have devoted the following day to a conference with John at Winchester. I have purposely refrained as yet from discussing 215 a distinct question, namely, the terms of the agreement or agreements between Longchamp and John. For they do not affect the question of the sequence of historical events. We have A. in Hoveden what purports to be an actual recital of the agreement made after the Chancellor's enforced withdrawal from Lincoln. B. in Richard of Devizes a resume of such an agreement effected, according to him, at a conference on July 28, also it would seem, consequent on the Chancellor's retreat 451. Dr. Stubbs has argued as against Palgrave, and apparently with complete success, that two distinct agreements are in question, but this does not establish their date or respective dates, nor even their right sequence. I have already disposed of the alleged conference on April 25, and both agreements therefore must be later than the Lincoln business in July. Now it is singular that William of Newburgh distinctly speaks of two agreements, and implies that the second was the less unfavourable to the Chancellor's claims. This is at first sight in striking harmony with Dr. Stubbs' conclusion that the agreement recited by Hoveden is the later of the two, and that in it, the Chancellor gave way somewhat more than was wise, but less than he had done in April, i.e. in the agreement described by Richard of Devizes. But a more minute examination than Dr. Stubbs could give reveals a serious difficulty. According to him, the earlier agreement engages the Chancellor to support John's claim to the Crown 216 in case of Richard's death, 453, while the later one contains no such provision. On this distinction he lays stress because the succession of Arthur, he holds, was a main point of Longchamp's policy, 454, while the Archbishop of Rouen also, he urges, would have sacrificed other considerations too, obtaining the omission of any terms which would have openly asserted John's claim to the succession, 455. But on turning to the Jester, and to William of Newburgh, we find that the former in what is admittedly, and the latter in what he explicitly makes, the later of the two agreements, declare the recognition of John as heir, in case of Richard's death, to have been the feature of that later agreement, in which, according to Dr. Stubbs, it was conspicuously omitted 456. This grave discrepancy would seem to have escaped notice. I do not profess to determine absolutely the sequence of the two agreements, but I think it not impossible that the one recited by Hoveden may prove, after all, to have been the earlier of the two. They have hardly perhaps been examined with sufficient care. Dr. Stubbs, for instance, writes that in the agreement described by Richard each party chooses 11 commissioners, while in Hoveden each chooses 7. But the latter were merely sureties for the oaths of the parties to observe the agreement 458217, not arbitrators for arranging its terms, while in the other agreement the 11 were actual arbitrators, chosen, as for the provisions of Oxford, for drawing up the agreement independently of the parties. Again, closer investigation shows that the agreement described by Richard of Devizes is in some ways more, not less, favourable to the Chancellor than the other. Hoveden, for instance, makes John surrender Tickhill and Nottingham, not to the Chancellor, but to the Archbishop as representing the King. Richard, on the other hand, makes the Chancellor not only receive the castles, but personally take hostages from their keepers for their safe custody. In Hoveden, indeed, the possession of these two castles is made, on the contrary, a kind of security for the Chancellor's good behaviour. Richard, to speak more generally, brings the Chancellor to the front and leaves the Archbishop in the background, which is precisely what might be expected when Longchamp felt himself strong enough to pose once more as the King's representative. Moreover, we have a hint as to the order of these agreements in their provisions as to Gerard de Camville. In Hovden's document we read that he is to be provisionally restored, then to have a fair trial, and if convicted, is to lose his castle and his shrievalty. 459 Richard, on the contrary, describes him as restored to the Chancellor's favour, and therefore to the permanent 218 custody of the castle. 460, the latter, surely, is a later stage. On all these grounds I lean strongly to the view that Richard of Devizes describes the later and final compromise, which, unlike its predecessor, was arranged by formal arbitration. On this hypothesis the Archbishop of Rouen had refused to give way about the succession. 461, while the Chancellor purchased concessions from John by throwing over Arthur. But as I do not claim to have demonstrated this, I hope my view will be discussed by some duly qualified critic. On the other hand, the earlier part of this paper does, I hope, demonstrate that the accepted view of the order of events in the year 1191 must be altogether abandoned. This, of course, involves the correction of no fewer than 4 works in the Master of the Rolls series, and of every modern history of England which deals with the period in any detail. Yet the chief interest of the enquiry will be found in its bearing on historical probability, and in its demonstration of the value of minute critical study. 462. The Commune of London. When in 1893, the 7th centenary of the year in which a mayor of London first appears, I read before the Royal Archaeological Institute a paper on the origin of the mayoralty of London. 463, I expressed the hope that some document might yet be discovered which would throw further light upon the mayor, and on his connection with the Commune of 1191. Such a document I have since found. Its confirmation of the fact that a commune was actually established in London is as welcome as it is important. But the essential fact which it enables us to determine is that this foreign organisation was transplanted bodily to London. It has hitherto been supposed that the only change involved by the erection of the commune was the appearance of its typical officer, the mayor, as an addition to the pre-existent sheriffs and the aldermen of the city wards. It can, however, now be shown that the aldermen of the wards had no part in the communal organisation, which was modelled exclusively on foreign lines, and was wholly unconnected with the old and English system. The historian's time can be profitably spent on minute and thorough examination of London institutions in the 12th century, for the origin and development in England of municipal liberties is still, in spite of their paramount interest, involved in much obscurity. As Dr. Stubbs has truly observed, London claims the first place in any such investigation, as the greatest municipality, as the model on which by their charters of liberties the other large towns of the country were allowed or charged to adjust their usages, and as the most active, the most political, and the most ambitious. London has also a preeminence in municipal history, owing to the strength of the conflicting elements which so much affected her constitutional progress. 464. And yet, as he reminded his hearers in one of his Oxford lectures, medieval London still waits for its constitutional historian. Occupying as it did, among English towns, a position apart in wealth as in importance, London had a municipal development of her own, a development of which our best historians can only tell us that it is obscure. That obscurity, however, has been sadly increased by the careless study and the misapprehension of her great charters of liberties. Broadly speaking, and disregarding for the moment the statements of our accepted authorities, the great want of London in her early days was an efficient, homogeneous government of her own. The city, for the city was then London, found itself in fact, during the Norman period, in the same plight as Greater London found itself in our own days. The ordinary system of the parish and the township, as an accomplished 221 writer has observed, the special franchises and jurisdictions of the great individual landowners, of the churches, of the guilds, all these were loosely bundled together. For the cause of this state of things we should have to go back to the origins of our history, to show that the genius of the Anglo-Saxon system was ill-adapted, or rather wholly unsuitable to urban life, that, while of unconquerable persistence and strength in small, manageable rural communities, it was bound to and did break down when applied to large and growing towns, whose life lay not in agriculture but in trade. In a parish 100, the Englishman was at home, but in a town, and still more in such a town as London, he found himself, for administrative purposes, at his wits' end. putting aside the English nightingale, the position of which as a governing body has been far too rashly assumed 465, and rests upon no foundation. The only institutions of which we can be sure are the Folkesmote and the weekly hustang of Henry Ice Charter and the Shrievalty. The Folkesmote was the immemorial open-air gathering, corresponding 222 with the Shiremoot or hundredmoot of the country, the boroughmoot or portmanmoot of the town. The small hustang, as is obvious from its name, was a Danish development, akin to the lawmen of the Danish boroughs. If these represented in London a kind of legal unity, the Shrievalty, on the other hand, involved a kind of financial unity. If, however, as I have urged in my study on the early Shrievalty 466, the administrative development of London had proceeded upon these lines, it would no more have brought about a true municipal unity than the sheriff and the county court could evolve it in the shire. A corporation was wholly alien to administration on county principles. But in the meanwhile, the great movement in favour of municipal liberties, which was so prominent a feature of the stirring 12th century, was spreading like wildfire through France and Flanders, and London, which, since the coming of the Normans had become far more cosmopolitan, was steadily imbibing from foreign traders the spirit and enthusiasm of the age. But this by no means suited the views, at the time, of the Crown, which, here as in Germany, looked askance on this alarming, and too often revolutionary movement. When the history of London at this period comes to be properly studied, it will be found that the growing power of the Londoners, who had practically seated Stephen on the throne, and had chevied the Empress Matilda from their midst, were sharply checked by her son Henry, whose policy in this respect at least was faithfully followed by his 223 successor, Richard I. The assumption, therefore, that the mayoralty of London dates from Richard's accession, 1189, is an absolute perversion of history. There is record evidence which completely confirms the memorable words of Richard of Devizes, who declares that on no terms whatever would King Richard or his father have ever assented to the establishment of the Commune in London, 467. Writing mainly for experts, I need scarcely explain that the sworn Commune, to give it its right name, for the oath sworn by its members was its essential feature, was the association or conspiracy, as we choose to regard it, formed by the inhabitants of a town that desired to obtain its independence, and the head of this association or commune was given abroad the title of mayor. It was at about the same time that the commune and its mayor were triumphantly reaching Dijon in one direction and Bordeaux in another, that they took a northern flight and descended upon London. Not for the first time in her history, the Crown's difficulty was London's opportunity. Even so early as 1141, when the fortunes of the Crown hung in the balance between rival claimants, we find the citizens forming an effective conjuratio. 468, the very term applied to their commune, half a century later by Richard of Devizes, 469,224. Moreover, earlier in the same year, April, William of Malmesbury applies to their government the term communio, in which the keen eye of the Bishop of Oxford detected a description of municipal unity, which suggests that the communal idea was already in existence as a basis of civic organization. 470, but he failed, it would seem, to observe the passage which follows and which speaks of omnes barons, qui in aerum communionum jam judum recepti fuerent. For in this allusion we discover a distinctive practice of the sworn commune, from that of Le Mans, 1073, 471 to that of London, now to be dealt with. When in the crisis of October 1191, the administration found itself paralysed by the conflict between John, as the king's brother, and Longchamp as the king's representative, London, finding that she held the scales, promptly named the commune as the price of her support. The chroniclers of the day enable us to picture to ourselves the scene, as the excited citizens who had poured forth overnight, with lanterns and torches, to welcome John to the capital, streamed together on the morning of the eventful 8th October, at the well-known sound of the great bell, swinging out from its campanile in St. Paul's churchyard. There they heard John take the oath to the commune, like a French king or lord, and then London for the first time had a municipality of her own. This much at least we may deem certain, but what the chroniclers tell us has proved to be only enough to whet the appetite for more. Of the character of the commune, so granted, of its ultimate fate, and of the part it played in the municipal development of London, nothing has been really known. The only fact of importance ascertained from other sources has been the appearance of a mayor of London at or about the same time as the grant of a commune. It cannot indeed be proved that, as has sometimes been supposed, the two phenomena were synchronistic. for no mention of the mayor of London, after long research, is known to me earlier than the spring of the year 1193, 472, but there is, of course, the strongest presumption that the grant of a commune involved a mayor, and already in 1194 we find a citizen accused of boasting that, come what may, the Londoners shall have no king but their mayor. It was precisely in the same spirit that the Comuneros of Salamanca exclaimed of their leader in 1521, Juras a Dios no haber mas rey ni papa que valoria. Before I explain my discoveries on the commune granted to London, it may be desirable to show how great a discrepancy of opinion has hitherto prevailed on this important, but admittedly obscure subject. The first historian, so far as I know, to treat the subject in the modern spirit was the present Bishop of Oxford, and it is a striking testimony to his almost infallible judgment that what he wrote on the subject a quarter of a century ago is the explanation that, to 226 this day, has held the field. In his Select Charters, 1870, he expressed the view that the establishment of the Commune of the citizens of London, which is recorded by the historians to have been specially confirmed by the barons and justiciar on the occasion of Longchamp's deposition from the justiciarship, is a matter of some difficulty, as the word commune is not found in English town charters, and no formal record of the act of confirmation is now preserved. Interpreted, however, by foreign usage, and by the later meaning of the word communitas, it must be understood to signify a corporate identity of the municipality, which it may have claimed before, and which may even have been occasionally recognized, but was now firmly established. A sort of consolidation into a single organized body of the variety of franchises, guilds, and other departments of local jurisdiction. It was probably connected with, and perhaps implied by the nomination of a mayor, who now appears for the first time. It cannot, however, be defined with certainty, p. 257. And in his Constitutional History, he holds that it practically gave completeness to a municipal constitution which had long been struggling for recognition. These comments, on the whole, suggest rather a development of existing conditions than the introduction of a foreign institution. Mr. Coote, the next to approach the subject, contended that Dr. Stubbs' view falls very far short of the reality. In his able paper, A Lost Charter, 473, he insisted that a charter was actually granted in 1191 to the Londoners empowering them to elect a mayor, and that this is what the chroniclers meant when they spoke of the grant of commune, for the citizens, he urged, had possessed all the rights of a commune from the days of the conqueror. With Mr. Lofty's work came the inevitable reaction. Wholly ignoring the definite and contemporary statement as 227 to the grant of a commune, he deemed it far safer to adopt the received and old-fashioned opinion, and to date the mayoralty from 1189, while, as for the commune, he deemed it to have been of gradual growth, and to have been practically recognized by the Charter of Henry I. Now, whatever the grant of commune implied, it certainly implied something, and something of importance. Upon this point there is, as Mr. Coote justly observed, a cloud of contemporary evidence, clear, exact, and positive. He put together the versions of the chroniclers 474 contemporary and well-informed, and their harmony is complete. The fact, moreover, that the commune was extorted at a great crisis, proved that only when the government was weak could so great a concession be wrung from it. Lastly, the phrase of Richard of Devizes, concessa est ipsa diet instituta communia londinensium, and that of Geraldus, communis u communia is concessa, correspond exactly with the formal phrases in the French charters of commune. In the case of Senlis 1173, it was communium feri concessimus; in that of Campigny 1153, burgensibus vil concessimus communium; in that of Abbeville 1185, concessi is communium habendum; in that which Queen Elena granted to Poitiers 1199, Siedes nos concessis, universis hominibus depictavi, et aerum heredibus communium juratam apud pictavim. But if any doubt were yet possible, it would be finally removed by the words of Richard of Devizes. Nunc primum, indulta sibi conjuration, rigno regem dies cognavit Londonia, quam nec rex ips Ricardus nec predecessor, et pater, ejus Henricus pro mil millibus Marsiis argenti feri permisset. There is no escaping from these words, and Mr. Lofty's theory is, consequently, out of court 475. But what of Mr. Coote S? With great confidence he wrote that the commune, in the case of London, which had acquired all other things, expressed for its citizens the mayoralty only. Nothing else was asked or desired by them, for it was the sole privilege which was wanting to their burghal independence, p. 287. We find, however, that on the continent the word commune did not of necessity imply a mayor, for Beauvais and Campigny, though constituted communes, appear to have had no mayor during most of the 12th century. The chroniclers, therefore, had they only meant to speak of the privilege of electing a mayor, would not have all employed a word which did not connote it, but would have said what they meant. Moreover, his theory rests on the assumption, common till now to all historians, that the citizens had continuously possessed, from the beginning of the 12th century, the privileges granted in the Charter of Henry I. But I have shown, in my Geoffrey de Mandeville, that these privileges were not renewed by Henry Roman II, or Richard I, and that this fact strikingly confirms the explicit words of Richard of Devizes, when he states that neither the one nor the other would have 229 allowed the Londoners to form a commune, even for 1,000,000 of marks. In Geoffrey de Mandeville, pp. 357-9, I insisted on the necessity of keeping steadily in view the annual firma of London and Middlesex, and showed that it was due in respect of the two jointly, and not, as has been alleged of Middlesex, apart from London. The further publication of the Pipe Rolls has enabled me to develop this position. While the citizens, as I showed, strenuously claimed to hold the city and county at firm for £300, as in the Charter of Henry I, the Crown no less persistently strove to exact a firma of more than £500. The exact amount of the high firma is first recorded at the change of Shrievalty in 1169. The 4 outgoing sheriffs at Easter of that year account for £250 blank and £11 numero, as the half-year's firma. This represents a total for the year of £500 blank and £22 numero, which is also precisely the sum accounted for in 1173 476. The whole sum would thus amount to £547 numero by the Exchequer system. But at midsummer 1174 there was a great and a sudden change. Britchtmer de Haverhel and Peter Fitzwalter came into office not as sheriffs, but ut custards, in the Exchequer phrase 477, and at Michaelmas they accounted not de firma, but de exitu firm. The sheriff farmed his county and answered for a fixed firma, as a tenant is responsible for his rent. The custos, acting for the crown like a bailiff for a landowner, was responsible only for the actual proceeds exitus. This distinction meets us even on the earliest Pipe Roll, 1130, 479. It is obvious that, on the firma system, the sheriff might make a profit or a loss, according as the sources of the firm provided more or less than the rent for which he had to account. But the point on which I am anxious to insist is that the sources of his firm were by no means so elastic, as is alleged 480, as Professor Maitland observes. The king's rights are pecuniary rights. He is entitled to collect numerous small sums. Instead of these, he may be willing to take a fixed sum every year, or, in other words, to let his rights to farm. He further describes these rights in the case of a borough, as the profits of the market and of the borough court, together with the king's burgage rents. Each of these sources, again, could be sub-farmed 481. This being so, I cannot agree with Dr. Stubbs in holding that the sheriff was answerable to the Crown for a certain sum, and nothing was easier than to exact the whole of the legal sum from the rich burghers, and take for himself the profits of the shire, or to demand such sums as he pleased of either, without rendering any account 482. For the sources of the firm were well defined, they were limited to certain rights. The burgage rents were fixed, so we believe were the tolls, and the fines arising from the courts cannot have varied much. Outside these sources the sheriff had no right to exact anything from the burghers. Here we have the explanation of an otherwise singular phenomenon. The Crown, which was receiving, as has been shown, £547 numero, a year from the sheriffs of London and Middlesex, obtained less than half that amount when its own custards were in charge. The proceeds for the first whole year were £238 7d numero, and out of this, moreover, it had to pay Peter Fitzwalter £20 for his services, and the clerks and servients employed under him £8 tens. Thus the net receipts were only some £200, de exitu firm de Londonia et de Middlesexa 483. I infer from this that the firm extorted for London and Middlesex had been shamefully high 484, and that this was the cause of the sheriffs being often laden with debt when they went out of office 485, as they had to make good, out of their own pockets, the difference between the proceeds of the dues and the firm exacted by the Crown. It is possible that this was indeed the reason of 4 sheriffs, as in 1130, being so often appointed, The loss would thus be spread over a wider area, and the chance of recovering the debt greater. The system 232 on this hypothesis was strangely analogous to that by which, at the present day, appointment as sheriff of a county is equivalent to exaction of a fine by the Crown, combining, as I have elsewhere suggested, the fact that in 1130 each of the 4 sheriffs gave £12 to the Crown to be quit of his office, with the clause in the earliest charter to warn that no citizen should be compelled to serve as sheriff against his will. We may certainly conclude that such sheriffs were the victims of Crown extortion. But obscurity must still surround the manner of their appointment. There remains the salient fact that the Crown undoubtedly suffered a heavy annual loss by the substitution of custards for sheriffs in 1174. As this is a fact new to historians, one is tempted to seek an explanation. The Crown's loss being the city's gain, it is at least worth consideration that the change virtually synchronized with the King's arrival in London at the crisis of the feudal revolt. He was welcomed, Phantasme tells us, by the citizens and reminded, "Qui null payest le Londres traitors apeler, ni feriant traison per les members culpa." In the previous year, he had been assured that they were la plus l'il gent de tut vaster rigne, ni ad null en la ville qui sate de tel e, qui puis porter arms, ni sate tres by en arm. This testimony is in harmony with the fact they gave the Crown that year, 1173, a novum donum of 1,000 marks, supplemented by 100 marks apiece from 3 leading citizens. It is, therefore, perfectly possible 233 that, as Rouen obtained from Henry Roman II, a charter increasing its privileges, as a reward for its attitude in the rebellion, London may have been similarly rewarded by what was in practice financial relief. But the change did not last. After 2 years of the custards, they went out of office at midsummer, 1176, their returns, de exitu adjustum civitatis. Even lower than before 486 their place was taken by William Fitz Isabel, whose account for the 3 months firmer at Michaelmas shows that it at once leapt up to the huge sum formerly exacted 487. Having traced in Geoffrey de Mandeville the fortunes of the long struggle between the citizens and the Crown over the amount of their firma, fixed at £300 by Henry I's charter, but raised by Henry Roman II to over £500, I was led to test the chronicler's statements as to 1191 by turning to the pipe rolls to see if the citizens' triumph enabled them to secure that reduction on which they insisted throughout. In the roll of 1 Richard I, we find the firma, as under Henry Roman II, to be between £520 and £530,488, but in the roll of 2 years later, 1191, we suddenly meet with this bold entry. Cives Londoni, Wilhelmus de Haverhull 234 et Johans Bucuint pro Is, redunt compartum de CCC Libris Blancis pro hoc anno. This sudden return to the old figure was effected at the very time of the change which the chroniclers describe. The fact is as striking as it is welcome where all is so obscure. In the following year, 4 Ric I, we find the firma again amounting to about £300, but the difficulty of ascertaining its sum where this is not given is, unfortunately, so great that until the pipe rolls of the reign are in print, we cannot speak positively as to the endurance of this amount. In the pipe roll, however, of the 9th year, 1197, we find the account headed, as in 1191, Cives Londoni, Nicholas Ducit et Robertus Blund pro Is, redunt compartum de CCC Libris Blancis de firma Londoni et Middlesex, and in that of the 10th year the sum is similarly stated to be £300 blanch. It is clear, therefore, that at the close of Richard's reign the citizens had made good their claim to farm the city and county for £300 a year, as they had recommenced to do in 1191. The explanation of their gaining from Richard the confirmation of that success is probably to be found in their payment of £1,000, thus recorded on the roll of 1195, 7 Ric I. Cives Londoni M et demarcas de dono seu pro benevolentia domini regis, et pro libertatibus sues conservandis, et de auxilio seu, ad redemptionem domini regis. In that case the king would have dealt with the firma, as he is known to have dealt with the sheriffwicks of Yorkshire, Lincolnshire, etc., and simply sold it to the citizens for a lump sum down. In this year, 7 Ric I, accordingly, it is again the 235 Cives Londoni, who, through their 2 representatives, account for the firm. It follows from this that when the citizens paid John £2,000, pro habendo confirmationem regis de libertatibus sues, they did not obtain, as I had gathered from his charter, for the first time a reduction of the firma to £300, but a confirmation of the reduction they had won at the crisis of 1191. This then up to now has been the sum total of our knowledge. A commune was granted to London in October 1191. The firm of the city was simultaneously reduced from over £500 to the old £300, as granted by Henry I, and the Mayor of London first meets us in the spring of 1193. Of the nature of the commune we know nothing. Of its very existence after the autumn of 1191, we are in equal ignorance. It is at this point that the document which follows comes to our help with a flood of light, proving, as it does, that London in 1193 possessed a fully developed commune of the continental pattern. Sacramentum commune tempor regis Ricardi quando detentus erat Illuminates sic. 489. Quod fidem portabunt domino regi Ricardo de vita sua et de membris et de terreno, honor seu contra omnes homines, et feminas qui viva passant, aut mori et quod pacem suum servabunt, et adjuvabunt server. Et quod communam tenibunt et obedience erunt maiori civitatis, Londoni et Scavinis 490 adjustum 236 commune, in fide regis, et quod sequenter, et tenibunt considerationum maioris et scivanorum, et alirum proborum hominum, qui cum illis erunt salvo honor Dei et sanct ecclesi, et fide domini regis Ricardi, et salvis per omnia libertatibus civitatis, Londoni, et quod pro merced nec pro parentela nec pro aliqua, re omittent quin jus in omnibus rebus prosquenter, et tenint pro passi suo, et scientia et quod ipsi communiter in fide domini regis Ricardi sustainbunt bonum, et malum, et ad vitam et ad mortem, et si quis presumerit pacem domini regis, et regni perturber ipsi concilio domine 491, et domini Rotham agensis 492, et alirum justitiarum domini regis, juvabunt fidels domini regis, et illos qui pacem server volunt, pro passi suo, et pro scientia sua salvis semper, in omnibus libertatibus Londoni. Before discussing this document, one may well compare it with the Freeman's Oath at the present day, as taken by the latest honorary freeman, Lord Kitchener of Khartoum, 4th November, 1898. I solemnly declare that I will be good and true to our Sovereign Lady Queen Victoria, that I will be obedient to the Mayor of this city, that I will maintain the franchises and customs thereof, and will keep this city harmless in that which in me is, that I will also keep the Queen's peace in my own person, that I will know no gatherings nor conspiracies made against the Queen's peace, but I will warn the Mayor thereof or hinder it to my power, and that all these points and articles I will well and truly keep according to the laws and customs of this city to my power. The obligations of allegiance to the Sovereign, of obedience to the Mayor, and of keeping the King's 237 peace against all attempts to disturb it, remain, it will be seen, in force. On the importance in many aspects of this unique document, it is hardly necessary to dwell. Its formal deserve to be carefully compared with the oaths of allegiance and of the peace, but here one must restrict attention to its bearing on the Commune of London. For the first time we learn that the government of the city was then in the hands of a mayor and echevins, scivini. Of these latter officers no one hitherto had even suspected the existence. Dr. Gross, indeed, the chief specialist on English municipal institutions, appears to consider these officers a purely continental institution 493, but in this document the mayor and echevins do not exhaust the governing body. Of aldermen indeed we hear nothing, but we read of alii probi homines as associated with the mayor and echevins. For these we may turn to another document, fortunately preserved in this volume, which shows us a body of 24, connected with the government of London some 12 years later, 1205-6. Sacramentum ex zeager factum anno regni regis Johannes Vigo. Quod legaliter intendent ad consulendum secundum suum consududinum juri domini regis, quod ad illos spectat, in civitate Londoni, salva libertate civitatis, 238 et quod de nullo homine qui in placido sit, ad civitatem spectante aliquad, premium ad suum conscientium reciperant, et si aliquis illorum donum aut promissum dum in placitum faciat, illud nunquam recipient, nec aliquis per ipsos vel pro ipsis, et quod illi nullum modum premiae accipient, nec aliquis per ipsos vel pro ipsis, pro injuria olivanda vel pro jure sternendo. Et concessum est inter ipsos quod si aliquis indera tinctus vel convictus furit, libertatem civitatis, et aerum societatem amitet. Of a body of 24 councillors, nothing has hitherto been known. To a body of 25 there is this one reference. Hoc anno fuerunt Roman 25 electi de discretiribus civitatis, et jurati pro consulendo civitatem unicum major, 495. The year is Mich, 1200, Mich, 1201, but the authority is not first-rate. Standing alone as it does, the passage has been much discussed. The latest exposition is that of Dr. Sharp, records clerk to the city corporation. Soon after John's accession, we find what appears to be the first mention of a court of aldermen as a deliberative body. In the year 1200, writes Thedmer, himself an alderman, were chosen 25 of the more discreet men of the city and sworn to take counsel on behalf of the city, together with the mayor. Just as in the constitution of the realm, the House of Lords can claim a greater antiquity than the House of Commons, so in the city, described by Lord Coke as epitome totius regni, the establishment of a court of aldermen preceded that of a common council 496. Mr. Lofty, however, had pointed out several years before that this view was erroneous. It has sometimes been assumed that this was the beginning of the court of aldermen. As we have seen, however, the aldermen were in existence long before, and the question is how far they were, under ordinary circumstances, the councillors and assistants of the mayor 497. To anyone, indeed, who realizes what the aldermen were, it should be obvious that the passage in question could not possibly apply to them. In his larger work, Mr. Lofty held that these councillors eventually became identified with the aldermen, but he brought out the very important point that their number could not be that of the wards. The 25 councillors who advised the mayor in the reign of King John had gradually become identified with the aldermen, and this title, which at first was applied to the heads of trade guilds and other functionaries, was henceforth confined to the rulers of the wards. Note, it has been suggested that the 25 councillors came from the 25 wards, but a chronological arrangement of the facts disposes of this idea. There were not 25 wards then in existence. Moreover, it would be necessary to account for 26, if the mayor is reckoned 498. As then they were not representatives of the wards, their character is left obscure. But when we turn to the foreign evidence, the nature of the 24 becomes manifest at once, and we find in it conclusive proof that the Commune of London derived its origin from that of Rouen. M. Guyry's able treatise on the établissements de Rouen shows us the vingt quater forming the administrative body, annually elected, which acted as the mayor's council 240, and the oath they had to take on their election, as described in the établissements, bears, it will be seen, a marked resemblance to that of the ex-Zeager in London. Roman 2, de centum viro paribus eligenta viginti quatua, assensu centum perium, qui singulis annis removabuntur, quorum dudsum eschivini vocabuntur, et alii dudsum consultors. Isti viginti quatua, in principio sui anni, jurabunt si servaturos jura sanct ecclesiae fidelitatem domini regis ac justitium, quad et ips rect judicabunt secundum suam conscientiam, etc. Liv, itrum, major et eschivini et pairs, in principio sui eschivinatus, jurabunt ec judicer, nec pro inimicitia nec pro amicitia injust judicabunt. Itrum, jurabunt si nullos denarios nec premia capturos, quad et ec judicabunt secundum suam conscientiam. LV, si aliquis juratorum passit comperi excepis, premium pro aliqua question de qua aliquis trahater in eschevenagio, domus ejus. Prosternator, nec amplius illequi super hoc deleverit, nec ips, nec heres ejus dominatum in communia habit. The three salient features in common are 1. The oath to administer justice fairly, 2. The special provisions against bribery, 3. The expulsion of any member of the body convicted of receiving a bribe. If we had only the oath of the commune, we might have remained in doubt as to the nature of the administrative body, but we can now assert, on continental analogy, that its 24 members comprised 12 scevini and an equal number of councillors. We can also assert that it administered justice, even though this has been unsuspected, and may indeed at first arouse question. It will naturally now be asked, what became of these 24, who formed the mayor's council in the days of John? Mr. Lofty, we have seen, held 241 that they became identified with the aldermen. My own view is that, on the contrary, they were the germ of the common council. The vital distinction to be kept in mind is that the alderman was essentially the officer in charge of a ward, while the common council, as one body, represented the city as a whole. In questions of this kind, little reliance can be placed on late commentators, but the formal of oaths are usually ancient, and often enshrine information on the duties of an office in the past. Now the oath of a member of the Common Council contains significant clauses. Sacramentum, hominum ad commune concilium electorum est tale, barnum et fidel concilium dabis, secundum censum et sire tuum, et pro nullius favor manutenibus proficium singula contra, proficium publicum vel commune dict civitatis, et postquam veneris ad commune concilium, sine causa rationabili vel majoris licentia non recedes priusquam major et socii sui recesserint, et quad dictum furit in communi concilio celebis, etc. 499. It is not only that this is essentially the oath of one whose function it is to be a councillor. The striking point is that it contains three provisions in common with those which bound, at 1, the vinquator. The councillor was 1. Not to be influenced by private favour, 2. Not to leave the council without the mayor's permission, 503. To keep secret its proceedings, 501 I 242. Do not say, of course, that there is verbal concordance, but when we turn to the oath of the alderman, we see at once how much less resemblance his duties have to those of the 24. 502. It presents him as primarily the head of a ward, responsible for certain matters within the compass of that ward. He has to take part with the mayor in assize, pleas and hustings. 503. But his functions as councillor obtain only a brief mention in his oath. Et quebaun et loyal conseil dures a lay choses touchants la commune, prophet, en mesmila city. If any doubt is felt on the subject, it should be removed by turning to the case of Winchester. There, as in London, according to the ancient custom of the city, we find the mayor closely associated with a council of 24, which, in that case, continued to exist down to 1835. Il irt en la ville mir illu par commune assentment, des 24 jours et de la commune, lequel mir soit remuable d'un an, derechef en la site divent ester 24 jours eslas des plus prudishams, et des plus sages de la ville illuminate, ideri conseiller la avendit, mira franchise sauver et sustener. 504. It is clear to me that the 24 were no more elected by the wards, as is persistently believed in London than at Winchester, but by the city as a whole, though we must not define the franchise. The Winchester aldermen, on the contrary, were distinctly district officers, as in London, whose functions 243 related chiefly, but not wholly, to the police and preservation of order, health and cleanliness within their several limits. 505. Moreover, they retained at Winchester, down to a late period, their distinct character and existence. According to Dean Kitchen, the aldermen, in later days the civic aristocracy, were originally officers placed over each of the wards of the city, and entrusted with the administration of it. It was not till early in the 16th century that they were interposed between the mayor and the 24 men. 506. The general powers for the whole town possessed by the mayor and his council were quite distinct from the local powers of each alderman in his district. For my part, I cannot resist the impression that, while the sheriff, bailiff or reeve represented the power of the crown, and the alderman the old local officer, the council of 24, so closely associated with the mayor, and not the representatives of districts, were a later introduction of different character, and representing the commercial as against the territorial element. Whether the aldermen joined the council in later days or not, they were never, I believe, originally or essentially, a part of that body. The chief objection, probably, to connecting the Commune of London with the établissements de Rouen will be found in the fact that the latter refer to a system based on a body of 100 pairs, of which body there does not seem to be any trace in England. At Winchester the pairs were the 24. It is obvious that in this respect there is a marked discrepancy, but if the electoral body was 244 different, the executive at any rate was the same. And if, as must be admitted, there was a foreign element introduced, it would be naturally from Normandy that it came. 507. Writing in 1893, before I had discovered the documents on which I have dwelt above, I insisted on the foreign origin of the London Commune, and pointed out that the close association between London and Rouen at the time suggested that the office of mayor was derived by the former from the latter. 508. It may be permissible to repeat this argument from presumption, although its form was adapted to a wider circle than that of scholars. The Beffrey of France, to which the Jurat looked as the symbol and pledge of independence, is found here also in the bell tower of St. Paul's, which is styled in documents either by that name, Berefridum, or by that of Campanile, which brings before us at once the storm-tossed commonwealths of Italy. It was indeed from Italy that the fire of freedom spread. With the rise of medieval commerce, it was carried from the Alps to the Rhine, and quickly burst into flame among the traders and craftsmen of Flanders. Passing into Picardy, it crossed the Channel, according to a theory I have myself advanced, to reappear in the liberties of the Cinque Ports, with their French name 245, their French searments and their French jurats. 509 foreign merchants had brought it with them to the port of Exeter also, almost as early as the conquest, and we cannot doubt that London as well was already infected with the movement, and eager to find in the foreign commune the means of attaining that administrative autonomy and political independence which that term virtually expressed. Hostile though our kings might be to the communal movement here, they favoured it for purposes of their own in their Norman dominions. This is a factor in the problem that we cannot afford to overlook, considering the peculiar relation in which Normandy stood to England. As M. Langlois has observed, jamais en effet la France et l'Angleterre n'ont it, même de nos jours, aussi intimement en contact, jusqu'à la fin du XIe siècle, les deux pays eurent plus pris les mêmes institutions politiques, ils pratiquaient la même religion, on y parlaient la même langue. Des Francaise alliant frequement dans l'île comme touristes, comme colons, comme marchands. Was it not then from Normandy that London would derive her commune? And if from Normandy, surely from Rouen. We are apt to forget the close connections between the two capitals of our Anglo-Norman kings, London on the Thames and Rouen on the Seine. A student of the period has written of these citizens of Norman origin, to whom London in no small measure owed the marked importance which it obtained under Henry I. Merchants, traders, craftsmen of all sorts, came flocking to seek their fortunes in their sovereign's newly acquired dominions, not by forcible spoliation of the native people, but by fair traffic and honest labour in their midst. Norman refinement, Norman taste, 246 Norman fashions, especially in dress, made their way rapidly among the English burghers. The great commercial centre to which the Norman merchants had long been attracted as visitors, attracted them as settlers now that it had become the capital of their own sovereign. 510. It is known from the Instituta Londoni that, so far back as the days of Thelred, the men of Rouen had traded to London, bringing in their ships the wines of France as well as that mysterious craspus, which it is the fashion to render sturgeon, although there is reason to believe that the term denoted the porpoise and even the whale. The Charter of Henry, Duke of the Normans, to the citizens of Rouen 1151, brings out a fact unknown to English historians, by confirming to them their port at Dowgate, as they had held it from the days of Edward the Confessor, and the same charter, by securing them their right to visit all the markets in England, carries back that privilege, I believe, to the days at least of Henry I. For, although the fact had escaped notice both in France and England, it could neither have originated with Count Geoffrey nor with Duke Henry his son. Nor does the interest of this Rouen charter stop here. Among the sureties for the young Duke's fidelity to his word, we find Richard de Lagle, the youthful friend of Becket, a constant visitor, as Miss Norgate writes, an intimate friend of the little household in Cheapside. And does not the name of Becket remind us how Thomas of London, the burgher's son, afterwards Archbishop, Saint and 247 martyr, had for his father a magnate of London, but one who was by birth a citizen of Rouen? Therefore the same writer is probably justified in maintaining that the influence of these Norman burghers was dominant in the city. They seem, she adds, to have won their predominance by fair means fairly. They brought a great deal more than mere wealth. They brought enterprise, vigour, refinement, culture, as well as political progress. 511. Now it is my contention that political progress was represented with them by the communal idea. Their interests, moreover, would be wholly commercial, and therefore opposed to those of the native territorial element. If we turn to Rouen, we find its mayor occurring 15 years at least before the mayor of London, and styled mayor of the Commune of Rouen, Major de Communia. For Rouen was a stronghold of the Commune. It is of importance, therefore, for our purpose to ascertain at what period the communal organization originated at Rouen. In spite of the close attention, from the days of Cheryl downwards, that the subject has attracted in France, the conclusions attained cannot be deemed altogether satisfactory. The monograph devoted by M. Guyery to the Établissements de Rouen, 512, represents the fine fleur of French historical scholarship, and its conclusions 248 therefore deserve no ordinary consideration. But on one point of the utmost importance, namely, the date at which these établissements were compiled, I venture to hold an independent view. The initial difficulty is thus stated by the brilliant French scholar. L'original n'existe plus, et l'on ne sait à quelle époque précise il faut faire remonter leur adoption, dans les villes de Rouen et de La Rochelle, qui les ont usés avant tous les auteurs. p. 2. the first allusion to the jurisdiction exercised by the Commune of London is found, says M. Guyery, in the charter granted it by Henry Roman II. Shortly after its gallant defence against the French king, he then proceeds. C'est du rester à la fin du règne de Henry Roman II. Que nous voyons pour la première fois la ville de Rouen décorée du titre de commune, communia, dans un grand nombre de charts, dont les listes de témoins circonscrivent la date entre 1173 et 1189. Dans ces charts les mentions d'un maire, de pairs d'un bailli, nous font voir quelles déjà la ville jouissait de l'organisation municipale, que les établissements exposent avec plus de détails. Elles nous permettent de croire que cette constitution, a plus prise tel nous est parvenu y aider alors en vigueur, p. 28. A footnote is appended, giving l'indication de quelques-unes des charts, malheureusement sans dates, sur lesquels s'appuie cette démonstration. The expert will perceive that these two charters demonstrate, not a date, entre 1173 et 1189, 249, but between 1177 and 1181, for if Bartholomew's rule as mayor began in 1177, the first cannot be of earlier date, and if Ralph ceased to be chancellor in 1,181,513, its mention of a commune cannot be of later date than that year. As a matter of fact, my own study of the Rouen cathedral charters, from which this evidence is taken, has convinced me that Bartholomew was mayor earlier than 1177, but I am, for the moment, only concerned with M. Guyery's dates. Returning to the point later on, when discussing the claim of priority for La Rochelle, he writes, Les documents que nous avons pu interroger ni s'orient decider même la question d'antériorité, puisqu'ils ni donnent que des époques approximatives et circonscrivent la date, pour Rouen entre 1177 et 1183, et pour La Rochelle entre 1169 et 1199, pp. 67-8. No reference is given for the date 1183, but it must be derived from the demonstration on p. 29 footnote, where a charter is mentioned which speaks of the Communio Rothamagi in the time of Archbishop Hugh, 1129-1183. But now comes the startling fact. It was not Hugh who died in 1183, but his successor, Rotru. Hugh himself had died so early as 1164. Therefore, if this charter can be trusted, it proves that the Communio was in existence, and as M. Guyery holds, the établissements with it at least as early as 1164. But the fact is that, as M. Guyery had himself observed when speaking just before of Duke Henry's charter, La Communio Rothamagi art. 7 ni désigne que la communauté des citoyens, p. 26, it does not prove the existence of 250 a commune, and of course still less of the établissements. But I would urge that not even the mention of a true commune, communia, in a charter proves the adoption of the établissements at the time, for Henry's grant of a communia to La Rochelle was made, according to M. Guyery, between 1169 and 1178, 514, and yet, as we have seen, he does not deem the adoption of the établissements at La Rochelle proved before 1199. In that year Queen Elena granted to saints, ut communium suum tenint secundum formam, et modum communi de Rochella. Even this, I venture to think, is not actual proof that the établissements de Rouen had already been adopted at La Rochelle, though it certainly affords some presumption in favour of that view. It is only when we turn from this external evidence to the text of the établissements themselves that we discover in two passages a direct clue. In these an exception is made in the words, Nisi Dominus Rex vel filius ejus ad sint Rothamagi vel assisia, Roman 2, 24-28. On these M. Guyery writes, Les articles qui prévoyant la présence à Rouen du roi au de son fils, ni puvent guère s'appliquer qua Henry Roman II, et à Richard Coeur de Lion, c'est donc des dernières ans du règne de Henry Roman II, après l'année 1169, quil faut dater la rédaction des établissements, I-11. Here then we have yet another limit, the last 20 years of Henry Roman II. No reference, however, is given for the date, 1169, unless it applies to La 251 Rochelle, and even then it is wrong, 515, but my point is that between the years 1169, or 1177, and 1183, the king's son here mentioned was obviously not Richard, but Henry, styled King of the English and Duke of the Normans, from his coronation in 1170 to his death in 1183. And even after Henry's death, Richard was never Duke of the Normans in his father's lifetime. My own conclusion, therefore, is that these parts, at least of the etablissements, and probably the whole of them, were composed before the death of the young king in 1183, and probably after his coronation and admission to a share of his father's power in 1170. Thus they may well have been connected with Henry's charter to Rouen granted in 1175. These considerations may have led us somewhat far afield, but if I am right in deriving from the Norman capital of our kings the 12th century, Commune of London, the origins of the Rouen Commune deserve our careful study. The same MS, which yielded the leading document in this paper, contains two others, of which something must be said, but before doing so we will glance at one of different origin, which in more ways than one we may associate with the Commune. The charter which follows is chiefly introduced for the interesting phrase found in it, the greater barons of the city. So far as I know, this phrase is unique, and apart from its importance for London itself, it has a direct bearing on that famous constitutional problem, who were the barons majors? In the present case the phrase surely has no specialized meaning. It is probably a coincidence and nothing more that majors and minors at St. Quentin had a defined meaning. In M. Guyary's treatise on its commune we read as follows: Natans isae quelles situans iant exers les fonctions de jures et d'échevins formiant dans la ville une véritable aristocratie. On les appellate les grands bourgeois, majors burgenses, par opposition aux petits bourgeois minors burgenses, qui compreniant tous les autres membres de la commune, pcxi. And again, à Saint Quentin comme dans toutes les communes, le pouvoir aidate aux mains des habitants riches quan appellate, ainsi quilla et dit plus haut, les grands bourgeois majors burgenses, parce qu'ils aviant exerce les charges municipales, et pour les distinguer des petits bourgeois, minors burgenses, denomination appliquée à tous ceux qui en aviant point rempli les fonctions de jure au d'échevin. En 1318, pendant la suspension de la commune, ces petits bourgeois s'y plaignirent de la mauvaise répartition des tales et traduisirent devant le parlement les grands bourgeois, auteurs des rôles d'imposition in crimes, pcxv. The original of this charter is preserved at the Public Record Office 516. It is assigned in the official calendar to 1189-1196. But this date can be greatly narrowed, for while it is subsequent to William's consecration, 31st Dec. 1189, it must be previous to his obtaining the legation in June 1190, for Bishop 253 Hugh was his open foe before he lost it, and could not act with him after that. Wilhelmus de Gratia Eliensis Episcopus Domini Regis Cancellarius Universis Christi Fidelibus ad quos presens scriptum pervenerit salutum in vero salutari Universitati Vester notum firi volumus nos dedis et concessis et presenti carta nostra confirmas dialcto et familiari nostro Goffredo blundo civiland et heredibus sues totem terram et messuagium cum pertinentiis et libertatibus et liberis consuetudinibus et rebus cunctis quae ad predictum terram pertinent quam terram et quad messuagium cum pertinentiis emimus de Waltero Lorengo qui fuit nepos Petri filii Walteri 517 et Roberti filii Walteri et aerum hears per veredictum totius civitatis Londonirum sic et hoc testificatum fuit coram nobis a maioribus baronibus civitatis apud terram land quae terra et quad messuagium cum pertinentiis furunt predicti Petri filii Walteri et predicti Roberti filii Walteri qui furunt avunculi predicti Walteri Loreng, et jacent in parochia Sancti Laurenta de Judaismo, et in parochia Sanct Marie de Aldermanbury, habendum et tenendum predicto Goffrida, et heredibus sues jure hereditario in perpetuum, cum omnibus pertinentiis, et libertatibus, et liberis consuetudinibus, et cum omnibus rebus, silis et quicquid ibidum habuimus in terris, in lignis, in lapidibus, in redditibus, et in rebus cunctis, sine aliquo retenimento faciendo in de servicium quad inda capitali domino debit, silis et vijay per annum ad pasci, pro omni servitio. Hanc vero terram et messuagium cum pertinentiis, ut predictum est, ego Wilhelmus predictus et hereds nostri predicto Goffredo, et heredibus sues contra omnes gentes in perpetuum warrantisibimus, pro hac donation et concession et cart noster confirmation, predictus Goffredus blund dedit nobis quatua viginti, et decem libras argenti in jersumam, et ut hec nostra donatio, et concessio rata et inconcussa predicto Goffredo, et heredibus sues in perpetuum perminat, im presenti scripto, et sigilli nostri munimine corroboravimus. His testibus, Hugoni sestrensi episcopo, Henrico de Longo Campo frater nostro, Wilelmo de Bros, Henrico de Cornhill, Wilelmo Puntal, Ricardo Filio Reneri, Henrico Filio Aylwin, 254 Waltero de Hili Senescalo nostro, Matteo de Lenzon Camario nostro, Magistro, Michael Wilelmo de Sancto Michael, Goffredo Bucuint, Simone de Aldermenbury, Balduino Capilano nostro, Stefano Blundo, Filippo Elimasinario nostro, Magistro Wilelmo de Nance, Daniel de Longo Campo Clerico nostro, Raimundo Clerico nostro et multis aliis. We have here a remarkable group of men, Longchamp himself, whose fall in 1191 was so closely connected with the birth of the Commune, but who is here seen in the hour of his pride, speaking of our brother, our seneschal, our chamberlain, our chaplain, our almoner and our clerks, Bishop Hugh, who was next year to take the lead in expelling him from the Tower as yet his stronghold, Henry of Cornhill and Richard Fitz-Rionner, who had ceased but a few months before to be sheriffs of London, and who were to play so prominent a part at the crisis of 1191. Lastly, Henry Fitz-Aylwin himself, who, as the ultimate result of that crisis, was destined to become the first mayor of the Commune of London. The grantee himself also was a well-known citizen of London. In conjunction with Henry Fitz-Aylwin as mayor and other city magnates, he witnessed a gift of property in the city to St. Mary's, Clerkenwell, 518, and he seems to have been the Geoffrey Blund who had, by his wife Ida de Humfreville, a son Thomas, who founded a chantry in St. Paul's for his uncle Richard de Humfreville and his father Geoffrey. For the London topographer also this charter has an interest, as land in St. Lawrence Jewry and 255 St. Mary Aldermanbury must have closely adjoined the site of the Guildhall itself. The sum named is a large one for the time. I now pass to the two documents of which mention has been made above. The first of these 519 is of interest for its bearing on the ward system. At Rouen the excubia was in charge of the mayor. 520 in London, according to this document, he had not supplanted the sheriffs, by whom it must have been controlled before his appearance. This I attribute to its close connection with the pre-existing system of wards, each, I take it, a unit for purposes of defence and ward, under its own alderman, with the sheriffs at the head of the whole system. De excubiis in natali et pascha et Pentecost, 521. Magna custodia debit in venia Roman 12 homines, sed per libitum vice comitis, abbreviata est usc ad Roman 8 homines. Mediocris custodia debit Roman 8 vigils, sed iter abbreviata usc sex. Minor custodia debit sex, sed iter abbreviata usc ad eager. Debent autem escavingors, 522 elegiqui, singulis debus a vigilia natalis domini usc ad diem epiphany, vident illos qui debent de noct vigilare quad, sint homines defensibiles, et decenter, ad hoc armati, debent autem ad vesperem in dividri, et ad horum completore, exire et per totem noctem pacifis vigilare, et vicum salve custodiar usc polster ad matutinas per capellas, quad vocatur 256 de bell, et si aliqua defalter in custodia contigerit, escavingors debent illos imbravire, et ad primum hustingum vice comitibus tradir. Podest etiam vicecums, si volt, carger eus jurare de defalta quad nulli, in de deferribunt nec aliquum celebunt. De cartis civitatis. In the sorrow du regis Wilhelmi primi et du de libertatibus regis, Ricardi et de eodum rege ducat de cadelis, et de rege Johann ducat de vice comitatu. Una de libertate et una de cadelis, cum sigillo de communicans, 523. Sic habit I cartum regis Johannes de libertate civitatis, W. Phil, ren habit I regis Henrici de libertate, et Henricus de Cornhilla alium, Rogerus mea habit cartum reginaldi, de Cornhilla de debido civitatis de CCC Marseilles. The latter portion, it will be observed, describes the custody of the city charters, and is of special value as fixing the date to that of the mayoralty of Roger, who held the office in 1213. The regulations for the watch are decisive, surely, of the functions originally discharged by the scavengers of London. They were inspectors of the watch. In his introduction to the Liber Albus, 1859, Mr. Riley held that the city scavengers, it appears, were originally public officers, whose duty it was to attend at the hithes and quays for the purpose of taking custom upon the scavenge, i.e. showage, or opening out of imported goods. At a later period, however, it was also their duty, as already mentioned, to see that due precautions were taken in the construction of houses against fire, in addition to which it was their business to see that the pavements were kept in repair. These officers, no doubt, gave name to the scavengers of the present day, p. Roman 41. Cf. Roman 3, 352-357. Professor Skeet adopts this view in his etymological 257 dictionary, and develops it at some length, holding that the n before g is intrusive, as in some other cases, and scavenger stands for scavenger. He consequently connects the word with our show, through scavenge. But no evidence whatever is adduced by Mr. Riley for his assertion that the scavengers originally performed the above duty or had anything to do with it. The last of these London records with which I have here to deal is the so-called Hidagem of Middlesex. 524. The explanation of its thus appearing among documents relating to the administration of London is that when London and Middlesex were jointly farmed by the citizens, the sheriffs answered jointly for the Danegeld of Middlesex and the corresponding Donum or Auxilium of London. Here therefore we find these two levies side by side, as on the pipe rolls, but though the latter was levied from the city when Danegeld was levied from the shire, it was in no way connected with Hidation, but consisted of arbitrary sums payable by the principal towns. Prof. Maitland therefore is mistaken when, in his great work, Doomsday Book and Beyond, he makes a solitary reference to our Ms. as implying that London seems to have gelded for 1,200 hides, p. 409. He has here confused the assessed hidage of boroughs with the arbitrary donum or auxilium. This is shown by comparing the latter, as given by himself, p. 175, with the ascertained hidage of towns and the payments its sum would involve. Hides geld donum. Worcester 15 110 £0 £15. Northampton 25 2 10 0 10. Dorset Boroughs 45 4 10 10 15. Huntingdon 55 0 08. Hertford 10 1 0 0 5. But the special interest of the entry, see et Roman 20 liber. £120, lies in the fact that this amount, which was the sum paid in 1130 and 1156, was obsolete after that time, much larger sums being thenceforth exacted from London. It is, of course, just possible that the obsolete figure was retained as a protest on this list, but it is far more probable that what we have here is a copy temp. John of an earlier document, perhaps not later than the middle of the 12th century 525. Hidagem comitatus Totius Middlesex. In hundredo de Arsilvestun. Villa de Stebihi Lta hid. Terra de Fafentun Eage hid 526. Hergotstun Ige hid, Abbeys. Bramberley v hid. Fulcham la hid. Villa Sancti Petri ex vj hid, 2 dimid. Hampstead v hid, Eage abs 527. Lyre ex hid, Abbeys. Tolanjun Ige hid. Terra Gupti dim, hid. Arbas Calcester dim, hid. Chelched Ige hid Abbeys. Kenson Tun ex hid. Lilitun v hid, 259. Tyburn v hid, v's. Willisdune Roman 15 hid. Hurlestune v hid. Tuferd Eage Zijdi hid. Summersea et Quater Roman 20 hid, etsi hid, et dim. In hundred de Usteluk c et v hid. In hundredo de Spellythorn. Stans Roman 35 hid, ab. Stanwell Roman 15 hid. Bydefund ex hid. Alia Bydefund ex hid. Feltham Roman 15 hid. Kennetun v hid. Soniberia vij hid, ab. Sepertun vij hid, ab. Hainutha v hid, ij ab. Summer c et ex hid. In hundredo de la guerre. Hergs c hid. Kingisperia ex hid. Stanmere Roman 9 hid. Terra calm vj hid. Alia Stanmere Roman 9, hid et dim. Heneclune 528 Roman 20 hid, ab. Summer c et xl et Roman 9 hid. In Dimidio hundredo de mimes lxx hid. Totem 5529 hid. Edelmetun 35,529 hid. Mimes 35,529 hid. Ennefeld xxx hid. Summer lx et Roman 9 hid. Summer summarum octi c et liage hid, et dimid. Summer hidarum abati westum, c et ex viage hid, 260. Danegeld. Middlesex Quater Roman 20 liber. et si sol, et vjd. Lander si et Roman 20 liber. Summa hundredorum. Arsolustein cc et xj hid. Spelthorn c et x hid. Alethorn c et x zeage hid. Gerhunder c et Roman 49 hid, et dim. Thistolocunder c et v hid. Explicit de comitatu de Middlesex. This list obviously requires to be edited by a local worker, who should collate it with Doomsday. In its present form it is clearly corrupt. The amount of Danegeld due from the county implies an assessment of 85,014 hides, at 2 shillings on the hide, but the actual total is here given as 85,312. This again does not tally with the summa hundredorum, which only records 80,912,530, while the detailed list of hundreds, it seems, gives no more than 72,512. It should be observed that the 100 of Mims is the Doomsday 100 of Edmonton, while that of Isleworth, similarly, is the Doomsday 100 of Hounslow, which contained Isleworth and Hampton. Roman 12. The Great Inquest of Service 1212. It will be my object in this paper to recover and identify the fragments of a great national inquest, which seems to have escaped the notice of constitutional historians, and which, if its full returns had been preserved, might not unworthily be compared with the Doomsday Inquest itself. In the course of doing so, I shall hope to prove that abstracts of these returns have been wrongly assigned by all antiquaries to an earlier and imaginary inquest, and that their belief has recently received an official confirmation. The solution I shall now propound will remove the admitted difficulties to which the existing belief on the MSS has, we shall find, given rise. The bewildering congeries of returns known as the Testa de Neville, an Edwardian manuscript shovelled together, and printed by the Old Record Commission in 1807, has long been at once the hunting ground and the despair of the topographer and the student of genealogy. Now that the returns contained in the Red Book of the Exchequer are also at length in type 531, it is possible to collate the two collections, and thus to remove, in part at least, the obscurity that has hitherto surrounded them. Mr. Hall, in his preface to the Red Book, writes thus: "The Serjeanties and Inquisitions, which form a considerable part of the Feedery in the Red Book of the Exchequer, have hitherto been little known, and their true value has been by no means sufficiently appreciated. This neglect has perhaps arisen from the greater convenience of reference to the printed collection known as the Testa de Neville. But as it is now very generally recognized that the text of this work is far from satisfactory in its present form, the evidence of the kindred returns contained in earlier Exchequer registers deserves our most careful attention, p.cc.xxi. In the Red Book itself the returns are headed Inquisitions fact tempor regis Johannis per totem Angliamano silicet, rigni suesio, et zio in qualibit comitato de servitors militum, et alirum qui de eo tenent, in capite secundum rotulos liberatos thesaurario, per manus vicecomitum, Angli tempor pr dicto. p. 469. They are accordingly given by the editor the marginal date, 1210-1212, throughout pp. 469-574. On the other hand, the Testa de Neville returns were, as he shows, delivered at the Exchequer on the morrow of St. John the Baptist, 25th June, 1212 p.cc.xxi. Thus then we have, according to him, two successive and independent returns. It is necessary to keep these dates very clearly in mind, because, although the editor accepts the Red Book statement, and adopts accordingly the marginal 263 date, 1210-1212, he yet, by an incomprehensible confusion, speaks of the same as the Inquisition of 1210-1211 on p.cc.xxvi bis, and even as the earlier Inquisition of 1210 entered in the Red Book, p.cc.xxvi, and of the two independent returns of 1210 and 1212, with 2 stormy years between them, p.cc.xziv, while in another place he actually dates the said returns of 1210 as belonging to 1212 p.cl.xv. He thus dates the Red Book Inquisitions in one place, 1210-1212, in another, 1210-1211, in a third, 1210, and in a fourth, 1212. Now I may explain at the outset that what I propose to do is to show that instead of 2 inquests, one recorded in the Red Book and the other in the Testa, there was only a single inquest with 1 series of returns, and that this was the inquest of June, 1212. As this view is in direct conflict with the heading in the Red Book itself, we must first glance at Mr. Hall's statement that the date of the inquisitions entered in the Red Book can be proved from internal evidence, PCCXCI. What he there claims to prove is that their date is between 1209 and the early part of 1213. Such a conclusion, it will be perceived, in no way proves that they do not belong, as I shall contend they do belong, to June 1212. Putting aside the obvious and inherent improbability of an inquest being made in 1212 on the very matter which had formed the subject of an inquest only just concluded, we need only compare the returns to prove their common origin. Mr. Hall observes that at times we come upon a passage of a few lines or a whole page or more in the MSS, headed in the later register, de Testa de Neville, dated in the original rolls in the 14th year of John, and corresponding entry for entry with the Red Book inquest of the 12th and 13th years of that reign, PCCXXV. But the obvious inference that the two inquests were really one and the same seems not to have occurred to him. We will glance, therefore, at the parallel returns he has himself selected. Foremost among these is the Middlesex Inquisition for 1212, of which he has printed the original return as an appendix to his preface pp. CCXXVI, CCLXXI, Roman 4, for comparison with the texts in the Red Book and in the Testa de Neville. But he warns us that the numerous variants and the independent wording of the entries, as well as the 13th century note, in libro on the bottom of the roll, forbid the supposition that this is really an original of the earlier Inquisition of 1210, entered in the Red Book. The original return and the two texts all begin with the honour of William de Windsor, who inherited from his doomsday ancestor, Walter Fitzother, a compact block of 4 manors, East and West Bedfont, Stanwell and Hatton in the southwest of the county. The first entry is for East Bedfont, and the second ran in the original return, Walterius Bedestfont Andreas Butcherel Feudum Unius Melitis, but Walterius, Mr. Hall tells us, was altered in a contemporary hand to in Alterius. The Testa renders this as in Villa Alterius, while the Red Book gives us Walterius de Bedefont Andreas Bucarellus J. Feudum. There can be no question that the Testa de Neville is right, and that Andrew Butcherel was the sole tenant of the fee, for the scutage 265 is accounted for accordingly on the same page, p. 361. It follows therefore that the Red Book and the original return have both evolved, in error, a Walter de Bedfont from in Altery Bedfont. Hence I conclude that the strip of parchment termed by Mr. Hall the original return was not the original return, and that the error common to the Red Book and itself demonstrates a close connection between the two. But if this document was not the original return, what was? To answer this question, we must turn to Worcestershire, one of the counties cited by Mr. Hall for the parallel character of the returns. How significantly close is the parallel these entries will show. Comes Albemarle J. Militum et Dimidium in Severnestoke, proquaret Kennemertone et Botintone in Gloucestershire Rex, acquietat abatum Westmonasteri de Age Militibus, Liber Rubius, p. 567, comes Albemarle tenet Savernestoke de Dono Regis Ricardi per Servicium J. Melitis et Dimide, proquaret pro Kennemerton, et Botinton in Gloucestershire Dominus Rex acquietat abatum Westmonasteri de Age Militibus, Testa de Neville, p. 43. It will be obvious from the verbal concordances that instead of representing, as Mr. Hall holds, two independent returns made in different years, these texts are derived from one and the same return. But instead of being, as in the case of Middlesex, arranged in the same order, they are here found in the respective texts, arranged in very different order. The explanation of this is that the Testa records the inquest by hundreds, while the Red Book groups the fees under the barons' names and the surgeonties apart at the end. This is particularly interesting from the parallel of Domesday Book, where the inquest, of which the 266 original returns were drawn up hundred by hundred, was rearranged in Domesday Book in similar fashion. I was led to suspect that this great inquest was, generally at least, drawn up by hundreds, from Mr. Hall's remark that there is a marginal note in the Red Book returns for Wilts, now partially illegible, but sick, which clearly records the loss of the Inquisition of several of the hundreds of that county, while a precisely similar note is entered on the dorse of one of the original returns for Norfolk in the Testa, PCCX Civ. 533. The view I advance at once explains, and is confirmed by the remarkable allusion to this inquest in the Annals of Waverley. There can, in my opinion, be no question whatever that this refers to the writ ordering the great inquest of service in 1212, This is printed in the tester, p54, and as an appendix to the Red Book, p.cclxxxv. It is too lengthy to be quoted entire, but in it are found these words: De tenementes omnibus que antiquitas de nobis aut de progenitoribus nostris, regibus Angli teneri solent, xint data vel alienata, et nomina illorum qui e tenint et per quod servitium. The only difference is that the writ leaves the method of inquest to the sheriff's discretion, sic ut melius inquiry potrit, while the chronicler says it was to be made 100 by 100, which, as we have seen, was probably the method adopted. In the tester, the writ is not dated, but the copy printed by Mr. Hall is dated June 1, 1212, at Westminster. This seems but short notice for a return due on June 25, but it is remarkable that the Annals of Waverley mention it in conjunction with a writ dated June 7, which certainly favours the statement. This latter writ directs an inquiry as to the ecclesiastical benefices held under gift of the prelates lately exiled from the realm 534. It is remarkable that the Worcester returns to the great inquest of service in 1212 are followed by a return made to such an inquiry. Inquisitio Ecclesiarum, Mogerius Episcopus dedit Ecclesiam de Repel, Wilelmo de Bosco clerico su, et vicarium ejustum, Ecclesi dedit, Ricardo de Sancto Paterno clerico su, qui Ricardus redit predicto Wilelmo ex Marcus de Pensione, Ecclesia autem integra valet per annum L. Marcus. Idem Episcopus dedit Ecclesiam de Hamber, juxta which magistro Ricardo de Cirencestra, que valet per annum ex Marcus, testa, p44. Bishop Modger died in the very month of the inquest, June, 1212. The Notts and Derbyshire returns, p18, include two similar entries relating to 268 the Archbishop of York, and those for Somerset and Dorset contain two at least relating to the Bishop of Bath, pp. 161b, 162a. The Sussex and Surrey returns similarly contain two entries, p. 226a, relating to Surrey churches to which the Archbishop of Canterbury had presented. In this last case the annual value of the livings is deposed to, it should be noted, by 6 men of each parish 535. Having now dealt with Middlesex and Worcestershire, I pass to Lancashire, another county cited by Mr. Hall for comparison. The magnificent return for this county in 1,212,536 is noteworthy for several reasons. In the first place, it is headed Hec est inquisitio facta per sacramentum fidelium militum de tenementes datis, et alienatis infra limum in comitatu Lancastri, silicet per Rogerum journeth, etc., etc. This is a good illustration of the principle of sworn inquest. In the second, it leads off with the entry, Gilbertus filius reinfri tenet fidem unius militis. Although this was a well-known man, Dior uxoris, a local magnate, the Red Book text leads off with the gross corruption, Gilfridus filius rumfri I militum, 568. Mr. Hall in his index p. 1183 identifies him with the Galfridus filius reinfray of another Red Book return p. 599, where the tester has, rightly, Gilbertus, and fails to recognize in him the above Gilbert. This is a striking comment on his views expressed at the outset as to the inferiority of the tester text. So also is the fact that the Red Book reads Thomas de Elburgo at the foot of 269 the same page, where the tester has Thomas de Goldeburgo, p. 406, the correctness of the latter reading being proved by the Thomas de Goldeburgo of the Red Book itself, p. 69, in its extract from the Pipe Roll of 1187. Yet the editor ignores the tester form and gives Elburgo in the index 537. A third point is that the Red Book compresses here into a skeleton nearly 13 columns of the closely printed Tester de Neville. The text of the latter is of value not only for its wealth of information and its witness to the detailed and far-reaching character of this inquest, but for such expressions as pro hired Theobaldi Walteri qui est in custodia sua, i.e. Regis. Theobald had died more than 5 years before the inquest was made, and yet in the Red Book text he appears as the living tenant. This instance is of some importance in its bearing on apparent contrasts in the Tester and Red Book versions, for Mr. Hall, believing them to represent 2 successive returns, observes that, in the Inquisitions, of the years 1210-11 entered in the Red Book of the Exchequer, Walter Tassard is returned as holding his land in Banningham. In the original return, dated 1212, from which the earliest list of feudal services in Tester de Neville was compiled, we find that Walter Tassard held this sergeanty, and that Avisha Tassard still holds it, p. ccxxvi. The apparent discrepancy of the two returns is explained, exactly as in the case of Theobald Walter, by the fact that the full return mentioned Walter Tassard as dead, while the brief and inaccurate abstract 270 of it in the Red Book of the Exchequer gives his name as if he were alive. Passing over the elaborate entry for Bradwell, Essex 538, the two versions of which it will be found are clearly derived from the same original, I pass in conclusion to the return for Northumberland, Tester, 392-3. Although not among the counties cited above by Mr. Hall, its return to the Inquisitio facta detenimentes, etc., quesunt data vel alienata, etc., is specially full and valuable for comparison. Its text appears to reproduce the original in extenso. Now anyone comparing this return with the meagre list in the Liber Rubius, pp. 562-4, will perceive at once that the latter is derived from the same original. The names occur in identical order. The only discrepancy is that the Red Book shows us Suil Filius Henrici in possession of land Matfon and Nafferton, held by the interesting sergeanty of being coroner, while the tester reads Philippus de Ulcotes tenet terram que fuit Suil Filii Henrici. It might be urged, as is done by Mr. Hall in the case of the Sargenties and the Boulogne inquest, pp. CCXXVI, 575, that this proves the tester returned to be the later of the two. But here again the real explanation is that, as in the case of Lancashire where Theobald Walter's name we saw is given in the Red Book when he was dead, the appearance of Sewell is merely due to the carelessness, in the Red Book, of the scribe. This indeed is evident from his similar appearance 271, in a list which is, according to Mr. Hall, later than either 540. How essential it is to collate these parallel lists is shown by the very first entry, relating to the interesting tenure of Earl Patrick, of Dunbar. According to the tester, the right reading, he held Age Villas in Thanagio. The Red Book makes him hold Roman 3 millets, in Thanagio, a reading which its editor accepts without question. Another no less striking correction is afforded by the tester, in its entry relating to the porter of Bamborough Castle and his tenure, Robertus Janitor de Bamberg Tenet. In Mr. Hall's text we find him as Robertus Jr., and, as such, the unfortunate man is indexed, although he appears elsewhere, both in the Red Book and the tester, as Robertus Porterius. From these instances it will be evident that though in the printed text at least, the tester is not perfect, the Red Book list for Northumberland is, when compared with it, worthless. Indeed, the marvellously elaborate returns for Somerset and Dorset, Lincolnshire, Lancashire, etc., printed in the Tester de Neville, with which the meagre lists in the Liber Rubius cannot be compared for an instant, make one read with absolute amazement Mr. Hall's statement, when comparing the two, that one or the other is in its present form lamentably incomplete. This deficiency chiefly exists on the side of the tester, for it will be 272 evident at once that the isolated and fragmentary membranes which formed the sole surviving contents of Neville's tester in the reign of Edward I cannot be satisfactorily compared with the relatively complete returns preserved in the Red Book, PCCX Civ. It is evident that the editor has no conception how many and how long are the returns in the tester. Relating to this great inquest 542, this may be due to his conception that they are there headed de Tester de Neville, PCCXXV, an idea which he repeated in a lengthy communication to the Athenaeum, 10th Sept. 1898, on the Tester de Neville. Mr. Hall wrote, "The really important point about the whole matter is one which seems to have been entirely overlooked, namely that not only does the title Tester de Neville refer to certain antique lists alone, which indeed form but a small percentage of the whole register, but that the greater part of the lists thus headed appear to have been made at a certain date in the 14th year of John. De Tester de Neville is the invariable heading of these lists, p. 354. The very point of the matter is that, on the contrary, the greater portion of these lists have no such heading, but are hidden away among later returns, from which they can only be disentangled by careful and patient labour. 543. The result of my researches is that I believe the printed tester to contain no fewer than 100 columns, amounting to nearly an eighth of its contents, representing returns to this inquest. At the 273 close of this paper I append a list of these columns, of which only 38 are headed, or included in the portion headed, de Tester de Neville. To resume, for the great inquest of 1212, 14 John, we have 1 mention in a chronicle, 2 the writ directing it to be made, 3 the record of a sworn verdict of jurors who made it. For the alleged inquests of 1210, 12, 12 and 13 John, we have nothing at all. 544 we have further the fact that when collated, the returns said to belong to these independent inquests are found to be clearly derived from a single original. In spite, therefore, of the Red Book and its editor, it may safely be asserted that there was but one inquest, that of the 14th year, the returns to which were handed in on 25th June, 1212. Thus the remarkable circumstance, as Mr. Hall terms it PCCXZI, that the tester compilers know nothing of the original returns of the 12th and 13th years, while, on the other hand, the scribe of the Red Book had not access to the returns of the 14th year, is at once accounted for. They both used the same returns, those of 1212.545. As my criticism has, at times, been deemed merely destructive, I may point out that here at least, it has established the facts about an inquest worthy to be named, in future, by historians in conjunction with 274 those of 1086 and 1166, while the rough list I shall append of its returns, as printed in the tester, will, one may hope, enable its evidence to be more generally used than it has been hitherto. The unfortunate description of the tester, on its title page as Temp, Henry Roman III, and Edward I, has greatly obscured its character and misled the ordinary searcher. Historically speaking, this inquest may be viewed from two standpoints. Politically, it illustrates John's exactions by its effort to revive rights of the Crown alleged to have lapsed 546 institutionally. It is of great interest, not only as an instance of the sworn inquest, employed on a vast scale, but also for its contrast to the inquest of knights in 1166, and its points of resemblance to the Doomsday inquest of 1086, of far wider compass than the former, for it dealt in detail with the town's 547, it was carried out on a totally different principle. Instead of each tenant-in-chief making his own return of his fees and sending it in 275 separately, the sheriff conducted the enquiry, 100 by 100, for the county. And out of these returns the feudal lists had to be subsequently constructed by the officials. Lincolnshire is not among the counties named by Mr. Hall for comparison, but it shows us well how the inquest was made wapentake by wapentake, and then the list of fees within the county, extracted from the returns and grouped under honours. This, I believe, is what was done in Middlesex also 548. It is noteworthy that in the case of Middlesex, the returns of 1212 were made the basis for collecting the aid for the marriage of the king's sister. 549 in 1235, the same personal names occurring in both lists. If, as this implies, they formed a definitive assessment, we obtain a striking explanation of the fact that 1212, as Mr. Hall observes, seems to mark a terminal break in Swearford's work, pp. Elsa, Roman III. Personally, however, I am not sure that the scutages, as Mr. Hall asserts, concluded abruptly in 1212. My reckoning being different from his, I make the last scutage dealt with by Swearford to be that which is recorded on John's 13th year roll, that is, the roll of Michaelmas, 1211. The following list represents an attempt to identify the returns to this great inquest in the tester, and to give the relative abstracts in the Liber Rubius. Out of 39 English counties, then recognised, the tester seems to have returns or fragments for 25, and the Liber Rubius abstracts for 31. Notts and Derbyshire. Tester pp. 17b19a, Liber Rubius p. 565.276. Northamptonshire. Tester p36, Liber Rubius p. 532. Worcestershire. Tester pp. 43.4, Liber Rubius p. 566. Salop and Staffordshire. Tester pp. 54.6, Liber Rubius 550 p. 509. Herefordshire. Tester pp. 69b 70b, Liber Rubius p. 495. Gloucestershire. Tester pp. 77a. Oxfordshire and Berkshire. Tester pp. 115,551, 128a 129a 552, 129a 131b 553, 133b 134b 554. Somerset and Dorset. Tester pp. 160b 166a, Liber Rubius p. 544. Devon. Tester pp. 194 195. Surrey. Tester pp. 224b 226a, Liber Rubius p. 560. Sussex. Tester pp. 226b 555-227b, Liber Rubius p. 553. Hence. Tester pp. 236a 556-239b 557. Essex and Hertz. Tester pp. 269b 558-271a 559 Liber Rubius p. 498.277. Norfolk and Suffolk. Tester pp. 293a 296a, Liber Rubius p. 475. Lincolnshire. Tester pp. 334b 563-48a 561 Liber Rubius p. 514. Middlesex. Tester p. 361, Liber Rubius p. 541. Cumberland. Tester pp. 379a 562-380a, Liber Rubius p. 493. Northumberland. Tester pp. 392a 393b 563 Liber Rubius pp. 562-4. Lancashire. Tester p. 401b 408a, cf. Liber Rubius p. 568. The above list can only be tentative and does not profess to be exhaustive. It is believed, however, that genealogists and topographers will find it of considerable assistance. Roman 13. Castlewood and coinage. I propose to deal in this chapter with two subjects which are wholly distinct, but which it has now been proposed, by a singular confusion, to connect. Speaking of certain miscellaneous returns in the Red Book of the Exchequer, Mr. Hall writes, the first group in importance comprises the so-called Castleguard rents, lists of military services in connection with the constableship of Dover Castle, the constableship of Windsor Castle, the wardship of Bamburgh Castle, and the coinage rents of Northumberland PCCXXXVI. The corrupt but curious list of the Dover wards, and their fees is printed virtually in duplicate on pages 613, 717, though dated by the editor in the former instance, 1211-12 throughout, and in the latter 1261-2, and even Temp. Edward. IPP. 721-2. The first of these from internal evidence is probably the right date, the remaining list pp. 706 et sec, though headed in the Ms. 46 hen, Roman 3, is merely this old list rearranged, with a money payment substituted for the military service. I mention this because, as printed, these lists are most misleading to anyone unacquainted with their real date. The Constable's Honour, for which alone we have 6 or 7 slightly varying returns, is one of the 279 most interesting in the whole book, and leads me to say something on this important subject, on which a wholly erroneous belief has hitherto prevailed. The first point to which I desire to direct attention is that the 9 wards custodi, named in the Red Book lists, the Constable S. Abrincis, Faubert de Dover 564 Arzik, Peveril Maminat Port Crevicker and Adam Fitz William 565, are all reproduced in the names still attached to towers, including even Fulbert's Christian name. This coincidence of testimony leads one to believe that these names must have become fixed at a very early period, and to enquire what that period was. Looking at the history of the families named, it seems probable that this period was not later, at least, than the reign of Henry Roman II. But it is in the Constable's ward that the interest centres, for the time-honoured belief, preserved by Lyon and reproduced by Mr. Clarke, is that 3 barons of the House of Fines held the office under the Conqueror, Rufus and Henry I. After stating that these barons held the office of Constable under Henry Roman II, Mr. Clarke informs us that, of these lords the last, James Fines, was constable at the accession of Richard I, and in 1191 received as a prisoner in the castle Geoffrey Henry Roman II's natural son. Professor Burrows repeats, though guardedly, the old story. William I is now said to have conferred the guardianship of the coast, as an hereditary fief on a certain John de Fines, whose name, however, does not appear in any contemporary record. John was to do service for his lands as constable of the castle and warden of the ports. The office of constable and warden ceased to be hereditary in the reign of Richard I 567. Mr. Hall has now revived the old legend in full. In the valuable register formerly belonging to the Priory of Merton, a similar but shorter list is found, with an interesting description of these services, which will be presently referred to PCCXXXV. The constitutional significance of the tenure itself has not been perfectly realized. The Merton Register mentioned above informs us, under the heading De Wardis Castri Davor, that the Conqueror granted the constableship of the castle there to the Lord of Fiends, with the service of 56 knights, who kept guard each month in turn, some 4 or 5 at once. Besides these, other knights were assigned to that constableship, for so many weeks in the year, by the neighbouring lords of Chilham and Folkestone, and other barons mentioned in the later returns. Thus the castle ward was performed down to the reign of John, when it was thought advisable that such an important fortress should be committed to the keeping of a royal constable and a permanent garrison. Hubert de Burgh was appointed constable during pleasure, and the office has continued to the present day in the patronage of the Crown, PCCXXXVI. Note, William de Fesnes, the last baronial constable, appears to have received the honour of Wendover by way of compensation, Testa, Roman II, 158. Now how much truth is there in this story? 56 knights we see are assigned to John de Fiennes as first constable, and 56 knights, fees plus or minus 110 fee, are assigned in the Liber Rubius to the Warder Constabularii. But the history of these fees, the Honor Constabularii, can be traced with 281 absolute certainty. They are those which had last been held by Henry de Essex, the constable, whose tragic fate is familiar, which had been previously held by Robert de Vere, the constable, in right of his wife, a Montfort, and the possession of which can be traced back by Doomsday to no other than Hugh de Montfort. 568. We learn then that the honour of the constable, which we should not otherwise have known, was connected with the custody of Dover Castle, the clavis et repagulum Angli, and we learn more. For when we turn to the story of the attack on Dover Castle in 1067, we find Hugh de Montfort the immediate commander of the castle. 569, and are thus able to trace the Warder Constabularii back to the conquest itself. Thus the legend of John de Fiennes and his heirs, constables of the castle, together with its constitutional significance, is blown, as it were, into space, and should never henceforth be heard. The honour of the constable passed to the crown on the forfeiture of Henry of Essex, 1163, and as for the alleged action of James Fiennes as constable in 1191, it is well known that the constable at the time was a brother-in-law of Longchamp, the king's representative. I have suggested in a paper on Faramus of Boulogne, 570, a possible origin for the Fiennes story in the castle being held by Faramus at the close of Stephen's reign, a fact which may account for the late tradition about quadam comite Bologna 282 qui erat ejustum castri constabularius, for the Fiennes family were his heirs through his daughter, and it was through him, and not on the ground suggested by Mr. Hall, that they obtained Wendover. To Faramus himself, however, it may have been given in compensation. Thus far I have been dealing with a question of castleward. I now pass to the coinage rents, and to the new theory of their origin. This theory is one of the features of Mr. Hall's introduction, in which he devotes to it 10 pages, and it follows immediately on his remarks upon the constableship of Dover. As difficult a subject as scutage, and one on which less has been written, the origin and character of coinage are problems as yet unsolved. The brilliant pen of Professor Maitland has attacked them in a paper on Northumbrian tenures, 572, but he cannot tell us more virtually than we know already, namely that the term points to cattle, and is not derived, as Littleton in his tenures and the older antiquaries held, from the service of blowing a horn. Mr. Hall, however, hazards the new and startling theory that the payment known by this name represents a commutation of castleward previously due from the drengs and thanes of the northern marches. For this, it would seem, his only ground is the entry in the Red Book of a list of Northumbrian coinage payments in close proximity to lists of castleward services. On this slender foundation is built an edifice 283 of guesses, such as distinguishes this strange work from any other in the Rolls series. They are prefaced in their order as usual thus. If we might venture to disregard, we may suspect that, the impression remains that, may we not then conjecture that, it will now be possible to hazard some theory, it is at least conceivable that, will perhaps suggest the theory etc. pp. CCXLI, CCXLVI. Rejecting the accepted definition of coinage as a mere seigneurial due in respect of the pasturage of cattle, Mr. Hall explains that it rests on a radical misconception, namely, on the argument that the references to military service performed by the Cumberland coinage tenants are later interpolations in the reign of Edward I, whereas, as he observes, they are mentioned in a list of about the end of John's reign. The criticism is curiously characteristic, for on turning to Professor Maitland's paper, p. 629, we find not a hint of interpolation. He has merely, misled no doubt by the title page of the printed tester, mistaken a list of John's reign for one of Edward I's time, and, so far from assigning to that period the first mention of this service, he refers us in the same passage to its mention in 1238, when, as he actually observes, it looks like an ancient trait. The misconception, therefore, is not his but Mr. Hall's. In the manuscript itself, we find the ward service of Newcastle and the details of the Northumberland coinage occupying a single page fo. 195d, but this circumstance, for which I shall account fully below, in no way connects the two. On the contrary, we find 11 territorial units here entered as paying coinage 284 in addition to their payments for Castleward. The two payments, it will be observed, could not both be commutations of the same thing. 573, it is quite clear that in Cumberland, all who held per coinagem were bound, apart from the payment of that due, to march respectively in the van and in the rear when the king was invading or retreating from Scotland, a duty for which they were, obviously, qualified by their local knowledge. But this had absolutely nothing to do with Castleward, nor is even this special service mentioned in the case of Northumberland. Coinage, from the time we first meet with it, appears in our records as a money payment, not as a military service, and even Mr. Hall admits that the name is derived from horned beasts, unlike the ward penny of the South, in which he would seek its parallel, and of which the name leaves us in no doubt as to its nature. The institution of coinage, therefore, is, we shall find, as obscure as ever, although there is some evidence unknown, it seems, to Professor Maitland as it is to Mr. Hall. Its historical importance is beyond question. Of the coinage of Northumberland, as recorded in the Red Book, the editor writes that it is of the highest importance to trace its earlier history in the records of the Exchequer. It can, as he says, be traced back to 1164, but I cannot accept his suggestion as to why it then made its appearance. One must 285 turn, for comparison, to that of Cumberland, concerning which we read as follows. In each succeeding year roll, from the beginning of the reign of Henry Roman II, the Sheriff of Cumberland had rendered his account for the neatgild of the county. The amount of this tribute was fixed at £80, but we have no means of showing how the £80 was made up, because the Sheriff answered for it in a lump sum, and no particulars of his account have survived as in the case of the Northumberland list happily preserved in the Red Book. But this neatgild or coinage can be traced back much further, namely to the year roll of 1130 and even earlier. It was £85 eighths, 8d, under Henry I and over £80 under Henry Roman II, and details of sums paid in respect of it are duly found, not only in the Red Book, pp. 493-4, 574, but also in the Testa de Neville. Moreover, the coinage of Northumberland as well was answered for in a lump sum, and this leads me to explain the entry of the Northumbrian lists. Mr. Hall has failed to observe that his manuscript adds up the coinage wrongly, and is even guilty of a further error in asserting that this erroneous total is Roman 22 den, plus quam alii solbent respondear, its real excess being £1 ones, 10d. 575, apart from its obvious bearing on the character and value of the manuscript. This error has misled the editor into stating that the sums entered 286, less the pardons of the Prior of Tynemouth and the King of Scots, make up the charge of £20 for the county. On the contrary, the grand total is £21 £10 although the sheriffs were only liable for the lump sum of £20. Why is this? It is because Robert de Insula, to whom we owe the list, held the shire ut custos. This most important exchequer phrase, which the editor must have overlooked on the roll, can be traced back, at least, as far as 1130. It means that the Crown had put its own man in office, and was thus able to get at the details of the payment, for which the normal sheriff was only liable in a lump sum. This is why the opportunity was taken to set these details on record. This explanation applies also to the details of Newcastle ward service immediately preceding the coinage payments. The editor might have learnt from the pipe rolls that the sheriff was normally charged in respect of this payment with £32 5d, gross, and £28 14s, 5d, net, which latter sum he was entitled to retain for his wardenship of the castle. But Robert, as custos, recorded the receipts as amounting to £33, and was consequently called upon in 1267 to account for £45, 7d. The difference between £33 and £28 14s, 5d, Decremento Wardarum novi castri de anno Roman 49 sicut recepit. The entry therefore of both lists can be traced to Robert's position, ut custos in 49 hen. Roman 3. Lastly, the statement that the coinage of Westmoreland can also be traced on the rolls, but it was of very trifling value, seems unfortunate in view of the fact that it was, when it first appears, nearly thrice as large as the whole coinage of Northumberland. That I may not close with a negative result, I append 2 remarkable charters from the Ms. Cartulary of St. Bees, which show us the Cumbrian nautigeld being actually paid in cows to William Earl of Albemarle, as Lord of Cupland, which barony was exempt from its payment to the Crown 576. Wilhelmus comes Albemarle archiepiscopo eboracensi, et capitulo, et omnibus matricis ecclesi filiae salutum, noverit paternitas vestrami dedis et concessis Dio, et Sanct Marie, et Sanct Beja in Coplandia et omnibus, sic Roman 6 vacas in perpetuum eleemosinaam redendas, anno omni quo meum nautigel deburit firi. Hanc autem donationum feci pro animabus omnium antecessorum miorum et antecessorum uxoris me Cecily. Testibus etc. Wilhelmus comes Albemarle omnibus hominibus sues, tam futuris quam presentibus salutum. Siedes quad dedi et presenti carta confirmavi Dio, et Sanct Marie, et Sanct Beja et Menaches de Sancta Biga Roman 6 vacas de meo nautigeld, sic, unarquoque anno, quando accipio nautigeld in Copuland, etc. 577. Now it is a most interesting fact that in Durham also we find, as in Cupland, a payment in cows, vacas de metride, made by townships in connection with their payment of coinage. 578 from the above important charters, it would seem that the 2 dues 288 went together. In Durham there is a classical passage for the coinage proper, quoted by those who have dealt with coinage, but not by Mr. Hall. In a charter of Henry I, which I assigned to 1128-9, he speaks of cornagem de Bortona, silicet de anarquoque animali igdi. 579. This is precisely the source of coinage, which Mr. Hall desires to disregard, and if further proof were needed of the non-identity of coinage with Castleward, it is found in the fact that, as in Northumberland, both dues existed simultaneously in Durham, vills which paid coinage being also liable to provide men for Castleward, Castlemany. 580. Roman 14. Bannockburn. As Sir Henry Howarth has so truly observed, in a presidential address to the members of the Archaeological Institute, the transition from the chronicle to the record, as a source of medieval history, is one of the most striking and hopeful features in recent historical research, and in no respect, perhaps, has the study of original records modified more profoundly the statements of medieval chroniclers than in the matter of the figures they contain. Dealing with the introduction of knight service into England, I was led to give some instances in point 581, and specially to urge that 60,000 occurs repeatedly as a conventional number ludicrously remote from the truth. It is now, I believe, generally accepted that my estimate of about 5,000 for the number of knights, fees in England 582 is nearer the truth than the 60,000, which in his history Mr. Green accepted. But we still read in Social England, I 373, that William I is believed to have landed, with at least 60,000 men. Nor did Mr. Freeman himself 290 reject the statement of Orderic that 60,000 men were gathered on Salisbury Plain for the Mickle Gemot of August 1, 1086. We who saw only last summer the difficulty of their assembling a force scarcely so large, even with all the modern facilities of transport and organization, can realize more forcibly than ever the incredibility of the fact. Stephen Segrave, Dr. Stubbs reminds us, the minister of Henry Roman III reckoned 32,000 as the number of knights, fees, and even so late as 1371, ministers allowed a parliamentary grant to be calculated on the belief that there were 40,000 parishes in England, when there were, as a fact, less than 9,583. So too, as is well known, Fitz-Ralph, Archbishop of Armagh, declared at Avignon that at Oxford in his early days there were 30,000 students. Although it is probable that they cannot have exceeded 3,000 in number 584, it is even said that Wycliffe doubled Fitz-Ralph's estimate. There is nothing, therefore, strange in the fact that 2 centuries and a half after the Norman conquest, we still find absurd numbers assigned to armies in the field and accepted with thoughtless readiness, even by modern historians. This, we shall see, has been the case, among many other battles, with that of Bannockburn, 1314. The ultimate authority for the numbers engaged at this ever-memorable fight is Barber's Bruise. Of Edward that romancer wrote, He had a fechtaris with him thar 100,000 men and mar, and 40,000 war of thar. Armit on Hor's bath heed in hand, and Zeit of Tai war 3,000, with Helet Hor's in till plain mail, till Mac the front of the Badgil, and 50,000 of archeries. He had 4 out in the hobelries, with men on foot and small wrangle. In accordance with this statement, we read further of the king that his folk he dealt in battalies 10, in Ilkin war while 10,000. Of the Scots we are told that of fecta and men I trow tie were 30,000 and some deal mair, while 30,000 men and mar. Mac we 4 battalies of all tie. The Quethier tie war 30,000. On the English side we have a statement in the Vita Edwardi Secundi. It is there asserted, of the host marching on Stirling, that erant autem armatorum amplius quam 2 millia, excepta peditum turba copiosa, 585. The same authority states that Bruce Sursiter quadraginta millia hominum secum produxit, ibant etium quaes seeps densa concerti, nec leviter partuit talis turba penetrari, 586. Let us now see how modern writers have dealt with the numbers present, remembering that the character and issue of the battle turn largely on the vast numbers assigned to the English host. In the Dictionary of National Biography, 1886, Dr. Nies Mackay adopts the traditional view of the English numbers, following Barber indeed blindly. On 11 June the whole available forces of England, with a contingent from Ireland, numbering in all about 100,000 men, of whom 50,000 were archers and 40,000 cavalry, were mustered at Berwick. 587. A far abler and more cautious writer, Mr. Joseph Bain, FSA Scott, in his Calendar of Documents relating to Scotland, 1887, reckoned that the whole English army probably did not exceed 50,000. 588 against Hales on the Scottish side, he supports Hume, who, he writes, founded on the writs enrolled in the Foedera, addressed to the sheriffs of 12 English counties, 2 earls and 5 barons for the foot, who numbered in all 21,540. This is undoubtedly good authority, for the patent rolls of the time are not defective. Contingents from all the English shires were not invariably summoned. In the writs in question, the men of the northern and midland counties, which incurred most danger from the Scots, were summoned, p. Roman 20. From Mr. Bain I turn to our latest authority, Mr. Oman's History of the Art of War. To the memorable Scottish victory Mr. Oman, as we might expect, devotes special attention, pp. 570–579. He attributes the most lamentable defeat which an English army ever suffered to 2 fatal errors, of which one was the crowding such a vast army on to a front of no more than 2,000 yards, p. 579. His argument in detail is this: 2,000 yards of frontage only affords comfortable space for 1,500 horsemen or 3,000 foot soldiers abreast. This was well enough for the main line of the Scottish host, formed in 3 battles of perhaps 25,000 men in all, i.e., 8 or 9 deep in continuous line. But allowing for the greater space required for the cavalry, the English were far too many for such a front, with the 10,000 horse and 50,000 or 60,000 foot which they may have mustered. The result of this fact was that from the very beginning of the battle, the English were crowded and crushed together, and wholly unable to manoeuvre, p. 575. In his first work, 1885, Mr. Oman had adopted 100,000 men as the number of Edward's host. In 1895, it had become an army that is rated at nearly 100,000 men by the chronicler. 589 in 1898 we learn that the estimate of 100,000 men which the Scottish chroniclers give is no doubt exaggerated, but that the force was very large is shown by the genuine details which have come down to us, p. 573. These genuine details prove to be the figures in the Foedera, on which Mr. Bain relied. Mr. Oman arrives at his figures thus. Edward Roman II had brought a vast host with him. There have been preserved of the orders which Edward sent out for the raising of this army only those addressed to the sheriffs of 12 English counties, 7 Marcher barons, and the justices of North and South Wales. Yet these account for 21,500–9400 men, though they do not include the figures of any of the more populous shires, such as Norfolk, Suffolk, Kent, or Middlesex. The whole must have amounted to more than 50,000 men, p. 573. To the numbers of Edward's host, he attaches so great an importance that he gives the details from Rymer in a note. I make the total myself to be 21,540.59. It is Mr. Ormond's extraordinary delusion that the other English counties were similarly called on for troops, but that the orders have not been preserved. On the strength of this illusion alone, he adds some 30,000 men to the English host. A glance at Rymer's list as given in his own pages is sufficient to dispel that illusion. As Mr. Bain correctly implies, the counties called on for troops form a compact group, of which Warwick was the southernmost. Moreover, even within that group, the southern counties were evidently called on for much less than the northernmost, Warwick and Leicester only sending 500 men, while Northumberland and Durham were called on to supply 4,000, as was also Yorkshire. We have only to turn to the Rochley Scoty 591 for 1314 to learn that the writs originally issued, i.e., in March, for the Bannockburn campaign summoned no more than 6,500 men, and these from the counties, beyond Trent alone, 592, as the peril increased subsequent writs called for a further 6,000 men from these counties, and extended the net so as to obtain 3,000 from Lincolnshire, 500 from Warwickshire and Leicestershire, 295 and 500 from Lancashire, previously omitted. This, with 4,940 men from Wales and its marches, made up the total. When Edward Roman III arrayed his host 25 years later for the French war, he only asked for 500 foot from Northumberland, as against 2,500, and 1,000 from Yorkshire, but from Warwickshire with Leicestershire he exacted 480. These figures speak for themselves. Anyone of ordinary intelligence can see that the forces on these two occasions were raised on entirely different principles, Northumberland being called on for 5 times as many men in 1314 as in 1339, while Warwickshire and Leicester supplied almost as many in the latter as in the former year. And yet Mr. Ormond actually makes the comparison himself, p. 593, and prints the numbers in detail for both occasions without any comprehension that this was so. Indeed, he bases on his misapprehension a theory that as at the later date, 1339, the quotas were never more than a third of those demanded for Bannockburn, 1314, a comparatively picked force was secured. We note that the commissions of array in the latter year were directed to levy only from about 1/3 to 1/5 of the numbers, which the sheriffs had been told to provide in the former year. They were, of course, individually better in proportion to the greater care which could be taken in selecting them 593. We have seen that, on the contrary, in Warwickshire and Leicestershire, the number summoned was almost the same, and that the above theory is, therefore, another delusion. In 1339 the proportion varied 296 from 20% to 96% of the numbers summoned in 1314, and did so, as we have seen, on a geographical system. Mr. Ormond bases his above assertion on a note in which 4 lines contain 4 direct mistakes. It asserts that Yorkshire sent 6,000, Lincolnshire 4,000, Warwick 500, and Leicester 500, in 1314, when the right numbers, as given by himself on page 573 of the same volume, were Yorkshire 4,000, Lincolnshire 3,000, and Warwick and Leicester together 500. The result of this astounding inaccuracy is that he fails to understand the system of these levies in the least. It is, no doubt, surprising that, after years of study, a writer should produce a work intended to constitute a standard authority on medieval warfare, in which he has not even grasped so elementary a fact as the raising of English armies, in the 14th century, on geographical principles, and should consequently invent an imaginary host of nearly 30,000 men. Precisely as in 1314, the bulk of the foot for the Scottish expedition were raised from the northern counties, so in 1345, for the contemplated French expedition, it was from the counties south of the Trent that the infantry archers was raised, 594, but it is even more surprising that he should substitute for this system a theory, based on the misquotation of his own figures alone, that in 1339 we meet with a new system of summoning a comparatively small quota of picked men. It is but a further instance of his grievous lack of accuracy that 297, on page 599, he renders the homines armati, 595 summoned from the towns, as 1,700 archers. Although he prints from Rymer, a few pages earlier, the numbers of the foot summoned in 1339, of whom half are distinguished as archers and half as armati. One would have imagined that the fact of the host being drawn from the northern half of England alone would have been obvious from the dates. The orders from which Mr. Oman takes the numbers demanded were only issued from Newminster on May 27,596, and ordered a rendezvous of the force at Walk, Northumberland, on June 10. The troops were to be there on that day, armies competentibus bene munidi, ac prompti et paridi ad proficissendum, to the immediate relief of Stirling. The time was desperately short, and haste was enjoined, exaspers festines. Moreover, the English leaders were clearly not such fools as Mr. Oman imagines. The orders state that foot are wanted because the Scots nitunter quantum passant, in locis fortibus et morosis, ubi equitibus difficiles patebit excessus, ad invisum congregare. Common sense tells one that 60,000 foot could not be maneuvered in such country, and would only prove an encumbrance. Edward, therefore, only summoned less than 22,000. As to his horse, Mr. Oman writes, if the English had, as is said, 3,000 equites copati, men-at-arms on barded horses, the whole cavalry was probably 10,000, p. 575. But 298 y. At Falkirk 16 years before Edward I, he writes, p. 565, had the whole feudal levy of England at his back. He brought 3,000 knights on barded horses, and 4,000 other men-at-arms. If 3,000 barded horses implied 4,000 other horsemen in 1298, why should they imply 7,000 in 1314? More especially, why should they do so when, as we have seen, the king, in summoning his foot forces, himself described the scene of the campaign as ubi equitibus difficiles patebit excessus, so that he was most unlikely to take a large force of cavalry. 597. Estimating the horse on the Falkirk basis, the English host cannot have amounted to more than 30,000 men, instead of the 60,000 or 70,000, horse and foot, at which Mr. Oman reckons it 598. And what of the Scotch? Let us compare these passages. The front between the wood and the marsh was not much more than a mile broad, a space not too great to be defended by the 99,000 men whom Bruce had brought together, p. 571. There was only something slightly more than a mile of slope between the wood and the marshes. This was well enough for the main line of the Scottish host, formed in 3 lines of perhaps 600,000 men in all, p. 575. It is true that the Scottish king had a 4th battle in reserve, but according to Mr. Oman's plan, it was 299 no larger than the others, if so large. It would only, therefore, add some 8,000 men to the above 25,000. Where then are the 40,000? From the numbers of the forces I now pass to their disposition on the field. With each of his successive narratives of the battle, Mr. Oman has given us a special and different ground plan. In all 3 of these the English battles are shown as composed of horse and foot, the horse in the front of each, the foot behind. But in the earliest of these 1885, 3 such battles are shown, in the second, 1895, 5, and in the third, 1898, 10. 601 will the number increase indefinitely. Again, as to the famous parts, dug as traps for the English horse, in the earliest narrative these are described as covering the Scottish flank to the left, and in the second as dug by the Scots on their flanks, though in both the ground plans they are shown in a cluster on the left flank alone. When we turn, however, to the latest account, 1898, we find them shown, no longer on the flanks, but as a single line along the Scottish front, and described as dug by Bruce in front of his line, so that they practically covered the whole assailable front of the Scottish host, p. 572. Lastly, on that all-important point, the disposition of the English archers, we are shown in the first ground plan the English archers considerably in 300 advance of the main body, and indeed, almost all on the Scottish side of the burn. In his second they are still in front of the host, but no longer across the burn. In his third there are no archers shown, and the English battles themselves are depicted as close up to the burn. But to realize the completeness of the contradiction, one must place side by side these 2 passages. His Edward Roman II. His most fatal mistake, however, was to place all his archers in the front line 602 without any protecting body of horsemen, Art of War in the Middle Ages, p. 101. The worst point of all was that in each corps the archers had been placed behind 603 the horsemen, condemned from the first to almost entire uselessness. History of the Art of War, p. 575. Poor Edward, he is first made to place his archers in front of his horsemen, and blamed for his folly in doing so, and then he is made to place them behind, and again blamed for his folly. It is the same with the Battle of Crecy, 1346. Let any one compare the 4 narratives given in succession by Mr. Oman 6 or 4 together with the 3 ground plans, and he will be fairly bewildered. The only thing of which we can be sure is that when Mr. Oman has adopted a view, he will himself afterwards abandon it. It is the same again with the numbers also. Mr. Oman in his second narrative, as apparently in his first, reckons the English host at some 9,300 men, 6,000 archers, 2,300 men-at-arms, 1,000 Welsh. In 3:1 his fourth they exceed 20,000, 11,000 archers, 3,900 men-at-arms, 5,000 or 5,500 Welsh. Need I pursue further this endless contradiction? It has been my object to warn the reader of Mr. Oman's works on the art of war to compare his successive views before adopting a single one of them. Whether on the field of Bannockburn or of Hastings, we need a guide who knows, at least, his own mind, and whose cocksureness is not proportionate to the mutability of his views. Roman 15. The Marshalship of England. In his valuable essay on a document of which the origin has long been discussed, the Modus Tenendi Parliamentum, 605 M. Beaumont has drawn attention to the close association of this treatise in the MSS, which contain it with the coronation of Richard Roman II, and with a treatise on the Marshal's office. So close indeed is this association that Coke affirme avoir vu de si trait the modus un exemplaire, écrit au temps de Henry Roman II. Qui contient la manière, la forme et l'usage de Gilbert de Scrogel, Marshal d'Angleterre, et qui indique comment il s'acquittait à lors de son office. M. Beaumont explains that Coke confused the modus with the treatise on the Marshal's office, but this is not, we shall find, quite the right explanation, nor is it the case that the Gilbert in question vivait au temps de Richard Roman II, non de Henry Roman II. As Coke's error as to Gilbert has been very widely followed, it may be well to dispose of it once for all by tracing it to the source of his error. We must turn for this to 2 MSS, the Cotidian Nero di Roman 6, and the Ms. Lat. 6049 in the Bibliothèque Nationale, from which is taken Hardy's and consequently Dr. Stubbs' text of the modus. Although M. Beaumont has given us a brief analysis of both, he seems not to have observed that, for all purposes, they are duplicates, giving the same documents as they do in the same order. Now, the very fine Cotidian Ms., which is of the time of Richard Roman II, contains the claims to do service at his coronation, 1377, as made before John of Gaunt, sitting as High Steward. 606 among them was that of Margaret, daughter and heiress of Thomas, of Brotherton, Marshal of England, who claimed to discharge that office by her deputy. I have italicized the important words. Item quod officium Merscali Angli Margareta Marshal Comitissa North, porixit petitionum suum coram prefato domino senescalo in hec verba, a tres honor Seine Leroy de Castile et de Leon, Duc de Lancaster, et Seneschal d'Ingleterre supply Marguerite File, et Thomas Brotherton, Nedgers Comte de North, et Marshal d'Ingleterre, distrait accept a l'office de Marshalsea, or al corament noster sr Leroy, comme a son droit heritage après la mort ledit Thomas son Pierre faisante l'office, par son depute, comme Gilbert Marshal Comte de Strogel Fist, as corament Leroy Henry II. C'est de savoir de payser debats en mise en Leroy au lieu de son corament, et faire livery des herbagages et de garder les hoses du chamber Leroy, pernant de chescun baron et comte fates chivalre, au cellier un palfrey au vieux seal. Supra quo audita petition predicta, dictum fuit pro domino rege ibidum quad officium, illud in persona domini regis in fido romancit, ad assignandum et concellendum cuicumc ipsi regi placerit, et supra hoc auditis tam pro domino quam pro prefata comitissa pluribus rationibus, et allegationibus in hac part, pro eo quad curi quad finalis discussio negotiae predicti, propter temporis brevitatem anti-coronationum predictum firi non patuit Henricus de Percy, ex assensu, et precepto ipsius regis assignatus fuit ad officium predictum faciendum, etc., etc. Fo. 65d. We have clearly here the origin of Coke's error when he writes. Many very ancient copies you may find of this modus, one whereof we have seen in the reign of H2, which contains the manner, form, and usage of Gilbert de Scrogel, Marshal of England, in what manner he occupied and used the said room and office in all his time, and how he was admitted etc. at the coronation of H2, Institutes, 4 Roman 21. For the error is only found in the above petition. Now it ought to be obvious that no such person as Gilbert Marshal, Earl of Strogel, could have existed in 1154, for the Marshals did not inherit till a later time that earldom, which was held in 1154 by the House of Clare. It has indeed been suggested that for Gilbert we should read Richard, 607, but this will not help us, for to secure consistency we should have to read Richard de Clare. Nevertheless, it has been loosely assumed on no other evidence that Richard de Clare, Earl of Pembroke, Strigwell, acted as Marshal of England at the coronation of Henry Roman II, in 1154.608, and on this foundation antiquaries have raised theories to which we must return. The real explanation is perfectly simple. On turning to Foe, AD 6d, of the MS, we find an entry de officio Mareschalci, which we can positively identify as taken from Foe, 232 of the Red Book of the Exchequer, p. 759, where it is found among the services at Queen Eleanor's coronation in 1236. Then turning back to Countess Margaret's claim, Foe, 65d, we find that it enshrines in Norman French this entry word for word 305, therefore the whole error has been caused by the words, as Coroment Leroy Henry II. 1154, applied to an entry which really related to the coronation of Queen Eleanor, 1236. Gilbert Marshal Comte de Strigwell had no existence at the former date, but he actually held the Marshal's rod in 1236.609. Camden, it seems, is responsible in the first instance for the theory that the office of Marshal of England was distinct in origin and character from that of Marshal of the Household. Strangely enough, in his earlier essay 610 he made no such distinction, but on the contrary stated that Roger Bigard was he which first styled himself Mareschalus Angli, whereas all his predecessors used no other styles than the simple addition of Mareschalus. In his second third Nav, 1603-611 he gave a list of the Marshals of England, deducing the office from a grant of Stephen, who made Gilbert Clare Earl of Pembroke and Marshal of England, with the state of inheritance, who was commonly called Earl of Strigwell. Thus arose the whole theory which Tarms, following Camden, adopts in his Book of the Court, pp. 241-244, namely, that the two offices were accidentally united by the marriage of William, the Marshal of the Household, with Isabel, heiress of the Earls of Pembroke, Marshals of England. From Tarms this theory has found its way into the complete peerage. I need not here say more than 306 that I have carefully examined the evidence, and that, after the alleged union of the offices, there is no trace of their being granted as more than one. When John confirmed, 20th April, 1200, the marshalship to William Marshal, it was as Magistratum Maersk, Curi Noster quam Magistratum Gilibertus Mareschalus Henris I Regis Avi Patris Nostri, et Johans Filius Ipsius Giliberti disrationaverat coram predicto rege Henrico in Curia Sua. 612. And when William's younger son Gilbert obtained it from Henry Roman III, after his brother's death, we read of the king 11th June, 1234. Tradens Ivergum Mareschalci curisu sicut moris est, et sicut im antecessors, ejus Melius et Liberius habuerant. 613. It would not be in place here to discuss the growth of the office with the growth of the administration, just as the constableship developed in its descent from Miles of Gloucester through the Bohuns. The one point to keep in mind is that the office of Marshal descended from Gilbert Temp. Hen. I to Roger Bigard, Earl of Norfolk, at whose death in December, 1306, the marshalship by his own arrangement reverted to the king. It was the king's intention to bestow it on his young son Thomas of Brotherton, but as he was at the time only 6 years old, it was given, during pleasure, 3rd September 1307, to Robert de Clifford 614, and a few months later to Nicholas de Segrave 12th March 1308, also during pleasure. These appointments 307 are important for their bearing on a note by Dr. Stubbs that William le Marshal had served as marshal at the coronation, but was superseded in 1308 by Nicholas Segrave, with whom he went to war in 1311. It was probably his dismissal that offended Lancaster in 1308, C. M. Malmesp, p. 103, and he may be considered as a strong adherent of the Earl of Lancaster. 616. It is the case that William Marshal had carried the great gilt spurs at the coronation of Edward Roman II. Feb. 1308, but we do not find his name on the patent rolls among the appointments to the Marshalsea of England. He can, therefore, only have been chosen to act at the coronation, and was doubtless selected, in preference to the temporary Marshal, as being hereditary Marshal of Ireland. Summoned to Parliament as a baron in 1309, he became one of the ordainers in 1310. Robert de Clifford, whom Segrave replaced, was afterwards concerned in Gaveston's death, or, at least, pardoned as being so, 617, but was clearly a strong supporter of the king at the beginning of 1308. and as appointments and favours were bestowed upon him for 2 or 3 years afterwards, one cannot think that he was out of favour, or that he can be alluded to in the passage cited by Dr. Stubbs from the Monk of Malmesbury. It could not in any case apply, as Dr. Stubbs suggests, to William le Marchal. Professor Tout not only dates Segrav's appointment a year too late, but goes so far as to say that against him. William Marshal, a peer of Parliament and a collateral representative of the great Marshal family, claimed the office as devolving on him by hereditary right 619. It is obvious that the only person who could make such a claim was the disinherited brother of the late Earl of Norfolk. On February 10, 1316, the Marshalship of England became once more an hereditary office, being bestowed on Thomas de Brotherton, then Earl of Norfolk, and the heirs male of his body 620. Let me here again insist that the fundamental error has been the anachronism interpolated in Countess Margaret's coronation claim, 1377. This is really the sole foundation for the statement that the Clares Earls of Pembroke held the office of Marshal of England, and it can be conclusively shown to arise from mistaking the coronation of 1236 for that of 1154.621. Having thus traced to its origin the confusion which made Richard Strongbow and his father Gilbert Marshals of England, I may now deal with the further confusion which assigns to Richard Strongbow a legitimate son Walter. In Ormerod's Strigulentia, p. 63, in Mr. Archer's biography of Richard 622, and now in the Complete Peerage, the fact is accepted as certain. The authority for this statement is a Tintern Abbey charter, in which William Marshal the Younger confirms certain grants, 22nd March, 1223. Pro animabis bone memory Walteri filii Ricardi filii Gilberti Strongbow avi me, et Wilhelmi Merscali patris me, et a Sabel matris me, Moan, Ang, v 267. A very able genealogist, Mr. G. W. Watson, holds that this charter makes the existence of a son Walter certain. But as the text appeared to me obviously corrupt, I referred to the Arundel MS. 624 from which it is printed in the Monasticon. I there made the startling discovery that, as I thought possible, the true text is this, in a 15th century transcript of a 14th century in Speximus of the 13th century charter. Pro animabis bone memory Walteri filii Ricardi, Gilberti Strongbow, Ricardi filii Gilberti Strongbow avi me, et Wilhelmi Merscali patris me et a Sabel matris me 625, fo. 1. This makes perfect sense, giving as it does the descent 310 of the honour from Walter Fitz Richard de Clare, founder of Tintern, but a much later hand, 17th century, has coolly run a pen through the 3 words I have italicized, thus making nonsense of the passage, which was then in this mutilated form, printed by Dugdale. It is but a further instance of the havoc which he and others have wrought in the genealogy of the famous House of Clare. As this charter is of independent value for its apparently earliest, 626 mention of the name Strongbow, its date is of importance. Mr. Archer states that it is dated Strigul, 22nd March 1206, 627, an obviously impossible date. Its real date was 22nd March, 1,223,628, 7 Hen. Roman 3. We may now return to the office of Marshal. In the 14th century, on June 3, 1317, the king called on the barons of the Exchequer to inform him from their records, Quet cujus modi fida Merscali Angli qui pro tempore furunt, et aerum ministri temporibus progenitorum nostrorum videlicet de pain vino cerealis, et candelis percipa et haber consuverunt. For reply they sent him the relative extract from the Constitutio Domus Regis. In 4 Edward Roman 3, 311, Thomas Count Norfolk et Marshal Dingleterra petitioned the king for his fees, quia pendent a sun office de la merchosi dedints elastel et dehor oxy, cum ses predecessors counts marshals aunt Esther servi. And he annexed a list of them based on the above return. 630 again, on April 13, 1344, the king called on the Exchequer for a return from its records, de fides quam de aliis quibuscunc, pertinent ad officium comitis Merscali, et mariscalci Angli, etc., etc. Again they sent him the relative extract, in quadam constitution de domo regis antiquitas facta. But they added the passage, in rubro libro scacere, on Queen Eleanor's coronation, 1236, and a dialogus passage on the fees due to the Marshal from those he imprisoned for default at the Exchequer, 6.3. Lastly, we have in the treatise on the Marshal's office, as given in Nero d. Roman 6, the following passage at its close, fol. 86d. in rubro libro de scacario regis folio, xxxo sic contenta de mescalo. Et praeter hoc debit magister merscalci haber dicas dedanis, et liberationibus, que furint de thesauro regis, et de sua camera, et debit haber dicas contra omnes, officials regis ut testus per omnia, quatuor merscali qui serviant family regis tam clericis quam militibus, quam ministris diqua faciant herbergirium vel extra, curium in negotio regis morantibus, vigdi in diet gallonum vini expens, et sig frustra candelarum, si extra tres de die in dim hermini suo, et cand plena, quad si aliquis mescalorum, missus furit in negotio regis vigdi tantum, servients mescalorum c312, furint missi in negotio regis anusquisque, in die igdi sin, autumn in domo regis commedant. De officio merscalci servavit Gilbertus comes de Stroghul, cuius est officium tumultus, seder in domo regis, liberations officium 632 facera, hostia all regis custodia. Recipit autumn de qualibit baron facto millite, a rege et qualibit comite pilfridum cum cella. It is this last extract, as I explained above, which is reproduced in Norman French in Countess Margaret's petition, with the interpolation of the words which have caused all the confusion. And here it is necessary to observe that the interesting reference it contains to the knighting of a baron by the king is reduced to what Mr. Freeman would have termed hideous nonsense in the official edition of the Red Book of the Exchequer. We there read, Recepit autem de qualibit arma, facto milita rege, et de qualibit comite edi pilfridum cum cella, p. 759. In the Red Book itself indeed the text is now illegible, but Mr. Hall tells us that he used the Hargrave Ms. for restoring certain defaced or missing passages, p. Lee. Now in the Hargrave MS. Fo. 132,633, the reading is as clear as a pikestaff. It could not be clearer if it were printed. And it is the same reading as we find in the above extracts. Recipit autem de qualibit baron facto, milite a rege et qualibit comite edi, etc. Yet Mr. Hall reads, de qualibit arma facto. Really, when one knows that he has undertaken to 313 teach how medieval MSS should be edited 634, one is driven again reluctantly to ask whether such editing as this should be styled a farce or a burlesque 635. Before returning to the modus, the point from which we started, we must clear up the confusion that surrounds the title of Earl Marshal. Camden apparently was led by the error in the claim of 1377 to assign the treatise on the office of Marshal to the time of Henry Roman II. 636 Coke went further, and as M. Beaumont says, confused the modus with the treatise. It is the close connection between the two that leads up to my theory 637. There is a transcript in Nero D. Roman 6, with a beautifully illuminated initial of the patent by which Richard Roman II created Thomas Mowbray Earl of Nottingham Marshal of England and Earl Marshal, 12th Jan. 1386 in Tail Mail. Here again the confusion has been terrible. The Record Commission's catalogue of the Cottinian MSS describes it as Liter R. Ricardi Roman II. Constituents though, de Brotherton 314 Com, Nottingham 638 Merscalum Angliau, 1386, and it is this doubtless which has led several writers into grave error down to M. Beaumont, who enters the document as Les Letters Patents de Richard Roman II. Instituent Thomas de Brotherton Merchel d'Angleterre, p. 472. But, for my purpose, the important point is that this is the first grant of the office of Earl Marshal. On the one hand, a high authority asserts in the Dictionary of National Biography that Roger Bigard, Earl of Norfolk, received the office of Earl Marshal in 1246. On the other, we read in the Complete Peerage that an Earl Marshal was first created in 1397.639. Neither statement is correct. On June 30, 1385, Richard bestowed on the Earl of Nottingham the office of Marshal of England, which we have traced above. 640 Dugdale, citing the record below, wrongly states that Thomas was constituted Earl Marshal of England for life on this occasion, and is followed in this by Professor Tout 641. Thomas certainly styled himself Earl Marshal and of Nottingham in the month following, but this was one of the assumptions of the time. He was only so created by the patent which follows. It is desirable, therefore, to give here the exact wording of the grant. Siedes quod cum nos nuper de gratia nostra, specially concessorimus 315 dialcto, consanguineo nostro tom comedi noting, officium merscali Angli ad totem vitam suum, nos jam de uberiori gratia nostra, concessimus prefato consanguineo, nostro officium predictum una cum nomen et honor comitis merscali habend, sibi et heredibus sues masculis de corpor seu exuntibus, cum omnimodis fides profiquis, et pertinentiae, quibuscunc dicto, officio qualitarcunc spectantibus. This grant, which is dated at Westminster 12 January 1386 9 Ric. Roman II, is oddly enough unknown even to experts. Dugdale had missed it, and it is consequently ignored in Wallen, S. Richard Roman II, in Professor Tout's biography of Nottingham 642, and in the Complete Peerage. It illustrates not only the high favour in which Nottingham still stood, but the entourage of the king at the time, which included several of those about to lead the opposition 643. The above grant is duly referred to in the so-called creation of February 10, 1397. This is headed in the Rolls of Parliament. Une charter du roi fait à le comte marshal touchant son office de marshal d'Ingleterre. Sides quod cum nuper per litteras nostras patents de gratia nostra, specially concessorimus ducto consanguineo nostro tom comedi noting, officium merscali Angli, una cum nomen et honor comitis merscali, habendum sibi et heredibus sues masculis, etc. nos, volens proind pro statu et honor ipsius comitis uberius providia, de gratia nostra specially, in presenti parlamento nostro concessimus pro nobis, et heredibus nostris idem comedi dictum, officium ac nomen, titulum, et honorum 316 comitis merscali Angli habendum sibi, et heredibus sues masculis, etc. Then follow additional concessions. The transition in the martial style is interesting enough. First we have the marshal, or rather the master marshal, then the Marshal of England as a more high-sounding style, next a confusion due to the fact that the marshals also held an earldom through the 13th century, and so became in common parlance though not in strictness, Earls Marshal. Lastly, even so early we have seen 644 as 1344, there occurs the cumbrous and unmeaning phrase, officium comitis merscali et mariscalci Angli, proving, though it does, the rapid accretion of error and confusion in the Middle Ages. The double style obtained recognition in the patent of 1386, 645. It is singular that, even at the present day, the peerages style the Duke of Norfolk, Earl Marshal and Hereditary Marshal of England, although he is simply Earl Marshal under the creation of 1672.646. An apology is hardly needed for introducing here a characteristic challenge, addressed by the young Earl Marshal in the chivalrous spirit of the time, a noble et Honoris le Comte de Soissons sire de Coucy. This quaint epistle begins thus: Honoris pour si que vous estes, hom d'honneur proud de valence et de chevalerie, et de grant renommée comme bien est cognu is plusieurs lu honorables, et G sois josni, etc. G envoy divers vous Nottingham mon heraut, etc. Then follow the terms of the challenge. Et après les trois cops de lance, trois points de spie, trois points de dague, et trois cops de hacapai. Every precaution would seem to be taken against the survival of either combatant. The letter closes with due formality. Escript à Landers le jour de janvier l'an de grace 1000 x, et neuf sellen le comte de l'église d'Angleterre. Par le comte Marshal, et de Nottingham Isar de Mowbray et de Segrave Marshal d'Angleterre. This document, I believe, has not hitherto been known. And now, when we turn to the modus, we find in the chapter treating de casibus et judiciis difficilibus a startling statement that, if difficulties arose, tunc comes seniscalus, comes constabularius, comes merscalus, vel duo aerum, eligent viginti quinc personas de omnibus paribus regni, etc., etc. It need scarcely be said that no such right belonged ex officio to these three magnates, or was even claimed by them, yet no one has suggested, so far as I know, that there must have been a reason for inserting this clause, and that in such reason we may find a note of time. Ordainers were elected under Edward Roman II, in 1310, and a commission under Richard Roman II, in 1386. No one, it is certain, could have introduced the reference to an Earl Marshal in 1310, for Thomas 318, future Marshal of England, was then only a boy of 10, but in 1386 there was, in Nottingham, an Earl Marshal, and one who was, at the time, taking a leading part. Indeed, the three chiefs of the opposition at the time were Gloucester, Derby and Nottingham, who respectively represented the Constable, the Steward 647 and the Marshal. Add to this that it was in the Parliament of 1386 that we find the precedent of Edward Roman II prominent in the minds of men 648, and that it was also in this Parliament that appeal was made to a supposed statute, and that the modus contains a chapter de absentia regis in Parlamento, a grievance in 1386, and we have at least a fair presumption that the modus, at any rate in the form that has reached us, dates from the constitutional crisis of 1386.649. I shall now close this article, which has already exceeded its original limits, with a document hitherto unknown, I believe, to English historians. The Rolls of Parliament preserve in the proceedings of 1397 against Gloucester the appeal of treason presented to the king by the nobles of his party at Nottingham, 5th Aug. 1395. But that appeal is not known to us at first hand. I believe that I have found the terms of the document which correspond, it will be seen, with the printed version. But instead of closing with the words, soit enterment quas et null, as in the Rolls of Parliament, Roman 3, 341, it proceeds. Laquelle bill nous le praurons pour vrai avec l'aide, de Dieu et de sa benoist, mere tant, comme elle vi nous dur. Then follows in parallel columns the interesting portion of the document, namely, the 5 articles of accusation, which are, it will be found, largely different and much shorter than on the rolls. Opposite them is a notable confession which, from evidence it contains, I assign to the Duke of Gloucester. Premièrement comment ils valiant ower depose Montser, beaux seigneurs je vous prie tous merci, et vous prie que vous vouliez dire Montser le roi que il pregni garde de mon fils, quar s'il nest chastitant quil est June, il me resemblera, et je fis fossit et tracen a Montser mon pire, et ai pense et us mise execution conter Montser le roi conter mon neveu de Rottheland, et mon cousin le Marshal et plus otters. Dedans Roman 15 jours ils you sent est morts, et madame la est morts, et madame la roin envoy arrière en France, et fate du royal me si que nous eusions voulu. Et avians ordre render tous, les homages, a sioux que you sent est de nostre part. Si preng en grace si que Montser me fera quar I bien desire la mort. Item, ils le constraindrent à leur donner power par letters à l'encontre de sa régalie, et les liberts de sa couronne. Item, ils le valiant ower prince par force hors de son chastel, et lower a mean tout partout, o ils valiant et prince son, grant seal duers eules. Item, le valiant ower a saily dedans, sa tour de Landers lui estant dedans, a sa festa du Noël. Item, depuis ant ils persevere en leur tracen, et tant quils ant Imogen, et ordine dower destrut, et mise a mort sioux qui furent en tour la person de Montser. From internal evidence this confession must, if genuine, proceed from an uncle of the king, who can only be the Duke of Gloucester. I believe him to have sent it from his prison at Calais, after his arrest and deportation thither by the Earl Marshal of England. Such documents as this still lurk here and there in MS. Their discovery rewards at rare intervals the toil of original research, as in those I have printed above bearing on the Commune of London. To this research, as Dr. Stubbs has urged, historians have now to look. 650, but for it in England at the present time, there is neither inducement nor reward. 651.